I lift my voice is lifted. Gifted, I foresaw the end, I ripped it. The whole enchilada with a side of avocado. I came down from my fences, desperados. My flow should be sold at low. Next to the 2x4s, an electric range stove. The bolts and screws, home and approved. Gentiles and Jews, penning on views. Broken for you, my moment approaching. The coaching, the ocean is waving. The money I'm saving, the arrest I'm evading. The models I'm dating, this cup of mine keep cascading. God has engraved me into the palm of his hand. I'm in the best hands. I be washing Jeezy's dishes, pots and pans. I peep the Lord and land. I speak because I can. Legalize blacks, legislate that. Hurry up, please, because a brother can't breathe. Kaepernick kneel, the world stood still. The level of hate was so unreal. I foresaw the end right before the hook. Hating is not a good look. I took from the good book. I feel like a tree planted by a river brook. Let me cook them surgically with this sword. Will put my vocal cord itching to release the source of my peace. I'm flipping verses on these tracks like an acrobat. Yeah, glory to the Father, he implemented a plan. Jesus carried it out, it is finished. The Spirit empowered, blessing after blessing. We win this, we win this. My spirit's mine. We win this, we win this, we win this. My spirit's mine. My spirit smile, my spirit smiles. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Think about it, think about it. Man, Jesus did that. We win this, we win this. My spirit get it. We win this. Do you hear what I'm saying? We win this. My knees buckle, my spirit chuckle. We win this, we win this. Oh.
Came from the storm, ain't nobody see it. Nah. Came from the storm, I was lost in it. Now I got racks, I'm a boss with it. They didn't see when I was down bad. Now every move got a cost with it. I had to grind through the madness. Pain turned me into a savage. Now I just glide through the chaos. I made a way out the damage. When down I was scum, I was fighting myself. Had to build it alone, I ain't asked for no help. They was sleeping on me, now they watching my steps. Now I move like a king, I don't deal with the rest. I done seen it get dark, I ain't fold, I adapt. Every loss that I took, I just turned it to racks. I ain't chasing no love, I just stay in my bag. Now the same ones doubting, try to say I'm the man. Yeah, I've been quiet, I don't speak much, but my vibe tell it all when I pull up. I was lost in the rain, now I leveled up. Now I'm floating above, I ain't regular. Came from the storm, I was lost in it. Now I got racks, I'm a boss with it. They didn't see when I was down bad. Now every move got a cost with it. I had to grind through the madness. Pain turned me into a savage. Now I just glide through the chaos. I made a way out the damage. I had nights I was thinking about giving up. Had to fight through the doubt, had to live it up. Now I'm up and they see how I'm living now, but they don't know the pain that it took to get up. I done been through the fire, ain't pain. I was moving through life with no plan. Now I'm solid, I know who I am. I ain't worried about nobody's hand. Yeah, I just stay in my zone. I don't need nobody else. I was down on my own. Now I'm up on my myself. Yeah, all that pressure made me, all that pain changed me. I ain't the same me. I had to go through it all. Came from the storm, I was lost in it. Now I got racks, I'm a boss with it. They didn't see when I was down bad. Now every move got a cost with it. I had to grind through the madness. Pain turned me into a savage. Now I just glide through the chaos. I made a way out the damage. I did. Yeah. Came from the storm. Still standing. Still.
What up? What up? What going on? Shout out to the chat, man. Who all we got in the building tonight? Yeah, I don't have my camera on tonight, y'all. I'm not gonna have a camera on tonight. But we still gonna give y'all great commentary. We still gonna give y'all a great show. But I have my camera back on tomorrow. Something going on with my camera. But it is what it is. I have it fixed by tomorrow. But the show must go on. Make sure you like the stream. Make sure you share the stream. But I want to know who we got in the goddamn building tonight. Shout out to all the truth tellers in the building. You did. Man, who we got in the building? I'm still looking. I'm looking for the chat. Where y'all at? All right, so we didn't get through the entire stream last night. We might not make it tonight. But listen, last night was a great stream. Great conversation. The second half of the night went crazy. Beans, Harwin, Angry Man. We all had a great conversation. I went to sleep, woke back up, got back in the conversation. Hey, it was a dope stream last night. If you missed the stream from last night, it was fire. Like the whole night. Shout out to Peach Murph was in that thing as well. But listen, we're gonna do this review. Since I don't have my camera on, I'm not going to waste y'all time today with all the theatrics. We're going to get straight to the review. But listen, if you in the goddamn comments, pull up. Pull up. We're going to get straight to the review. So I'm waiting on y'all to pull up. In between time, we finna get straight to the review, y'all. We finna get busy.
I don't want. Yeah. I know it's not for me. Why would I even entertain that?
Real shit.
But now a lot of brothers, they hate my message because a lot of you men aren't men. You're boys trapped in men's bodies, and you're holding resentment against your mothers for your fathers abandoning you, and that's why you get with these women and you abandon them mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. Then you abandon your children. How can they claim to? These aren't men. And especially when you coming from the streets. Look at the men in the streets today. Look at them. What they killing about.
But listen, now he's trying to conflate the issue. Like he's making a good argument, but he's conflating the issue. Like if you're not a smart, intelligent person, you're going to look at his wordplay and you're going to basically believe that what he's saying is true. You're going to fall right into his trap, believe that what he's saying is true across the board, and you're going to judge men based off his commentary. When he's conflating the issues, number one, he's definitely doing that. All right? He's conflating the issues. And now he's going to go to the extreme about people, basically dudes in the streets. And because it is true, a lot of the men that are incarcerated because of emotional decisions, y'all. Emotional decisions. That's a fact. BAP works, what it do. And so now you'll be able to resonate with what he says. And now he has you warped from a psychological, because we can resonate that a lot of dudes in the streets, they get upset, they make an emotional decision, and then boom, here they are messed up somebody, and then they gone for the rest of their life. So we get it. We do get it. All right. All right, let's keep going. But hey, who we got in the building? Y'all pull up on the panel. Let's get this panel popping on this review.
Ain't killers. You men ain't no murderers. You men are emotional boys with guns. And that's why you break down when they give you a sentence. Because a real man, if he gonna go out there and do some dirt, he can take 50 on the chin. On the chin. Y'all crying about 5 years, 4 years because you're broken. And rather than blaming your fathers for not teaching how to be men, you fought your mothers, and then you look at your baby mothers like they the problem, but you chose to lay with them. Come on, man. Come on.
Would you when you're right? Hey, do you feel like some women are just unteachable though? I asked you that, but I'm trying to hear it right.
The only way for a woman to be teachable, she has to respect you and are not worthy of respect.
Nah, you're right. With you when you're right. With you when you're right, King. Turn it off for me. With you when you're right. So you saying basically, bro, yeah.
Most of you men can't even keep your words to yourself. How many times you say you're gonna work out? How many times you gonna go on a diet? How many times you say you fasting? Right now I'm fasting, brother. I haven't drunk no water or ate no food. I can't eat until the sun go down. Yeah. They asked me, man, you don't go on bank show? I said, yeah, of course. Why? He's solid.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You can look at a man and see he's solid. You can look at a man and say he got principles and morals about himself.
Yeah.
And then when you start to elevate, look at you like you done changed.
I don't give a
you supposed to.
Yeah, you better.
Evolution.
Where you at though? I'm trying to look at women because I done been scarred. Not even by my wife. I'm just saying about women in general. Just like
the first woman to scar us is our mothers.
Yeah.
The first one to speak down to us is our mother.
Yeah.
But we don't ask ourselves why. A woman. Now I have to get into the science because a lot of men think I'm just. It's just opinion. Yeah. He just opinion, or he trying to use scripture, and we understand that religion itself can be, it can be debated. Because my belief and your belief.
I just had that earlier with D1. I just had a debatable conversation.
D1, I like D1.
Yeah.
I really enjoy D1, but D1 is trying to force his mentality on everybody.
Bro, did I just
that's
tell
not
him
righteous.
That's what I just told him.
That's not righteous.
That's not righteous.
That's
bro.
not righteous.
I fought with you D1 100%, but bro.
D1, I rock with you, but your ego and pride is leading you, and you're broken without being healed, and you think that's righteousness. A healed man can walk in a room. He don't care if they smoking weed, twerking. He'll walk and say all praises to the Most High because he understands everybody has a journey.
Real shit.
Everybody has a journey.
I just told that man that. And they probably gonna.
So look, I'm gonna say this. I can't even lie. The man got a point. Now I can be objective and be honest. When somebody got a point, Yada Awakening actually has a point. Like in the Bible days, Jesus didn't care about who you were and what you had going on. He did not let you influence him. He influenced the atmosphere. Wherever he went, he was the change. But the New Age people, when they go amongst people that are quote unquote not saved and not believers, they can't even go around them without judging them and being holier than thou. That's a fact. So Yada Awakening is actually making a very valid point. I had to be honest about it. So just like Big Bang said, I'm with you when you're right. Summer, what to do? Summer, you pulling up or nah? Summer, where you at? Why you ain't on the panel, peanut head girl? The link is dropped. So, and truth be told, Summer literally said that the other day when we was on stream. So shout out to Summer for that. And some of these believers, have to be strong enough to be able to deal with the sick people. But a lot of people not able to deal with the sick people. They just not, if we being honest. Straight up. So I can agree with somebody and I can disagree with somebody. I'm just being honest. I can agree with somebody, even if I'm not fond of that individual. I can disagree and I can agree with them when they right. Straight up. Let's get back to it, y'all. I got a little buffer.
They probably gonna we ain't gonna make this about a D1 interview, but they gonna whoop my head on an interview because the shit I was saying, like, because we were speaking about how you get to heaven, and he was saying you can't get this, you go through the blood, through jail.
It is, and I have to speak because it's the greatest prison for women. Now, I'm a Sufi. So a Sufi, we see God in everything. So when I'm talking to you, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the God in you. Me speaking is the God in me. Yeah. So when I speak, you heard the women say, they done cost the spirit. They felt it in their soul. He's speaking truth.
Yeah.
Only God gonna speak truth. Only God gonna speak truth. But D1, I love you, bro. I much healing to do, because an unhealed person is the only type of person that will force their mentality on people.
Facts. That's why this shit is perspective. I respect everybody.
All right, shout out to Miss Tara. Shout out to Rod Neal. Shout out to E-Dub. Where my truth tellers at, y'all? Hey, my camera messed up, but I'll have my camera back up and running tomorrow. So still like the stream, still share the stream. I'm still giving y'all great commentary. So even though you can't see me, your boy's still rocking. I'm here. Make sure you put some color in the goddamn chat. And we're going to try to get through this video tonight. We did part 1 yesterday. I'm telling y'all, last night was a dope conversation. It was an 8-9 hour stream. Great commentary throughout the entire stream. Great dialogue throughout the entire stream. All right. So we still rocking tonight. So we waiting to get a panel. So, but I done already started the review up early. So let's get it.
Perspective.
I respect everybody. And as a Sufi, I understand this brother might read from the Torah. A Sufi is more of a person that goes inward.
Okay.
We go inward. We do of the purification of the heart.
Yeah.
Because coming from where we come from, come on, man. Most of us in my time, we didn't choose to jump off the porch. We were pushed. We were pushed because the lights were getting cut off. We were pushed because mama was stressed. We were pushed because we didn't have no clothes to wear to school. We were pushed because our sisters was messing with these bums. Now we out here running around with guns trying to stick it for our sister because she done got her head beat in by this dude down the street. He too big. To whoop him, so I got to put a bullet in him. We're forced, and we're forced. Men have failed raising their sons. Our daughters, most daughters have never heard their father say, "I love you. Come sit next to me. You're so beautiful." Those words mean everything to a little girl. And then she grows up knowing, my daddy said I'm beautiful.
Fact.
My daddy said I'm fine.
Fact.
You can't just come over here and treat me any type of way.
Fact.
Beat it.
Set the standard.
Because I got a daddy and my daddy loved me. And if you kicking me out or talk crazy, my daddy got me. This is what men have to do. But let's get into the science of things, because a lot of men think y'all is just talking. First, the woman is the greatest manifestation of God in physical form. We have to understand what this means. Those that read the Bible, I love you.
Man, y'all hold on, man. Let's deal with something. Like this man speaking like black men are not the most involved. It is a fact that black men are the most involved when it comes to raising our kids. And for some reason, I don't know why he's putting his narrative out there like black men are not raising their kids. I am a former educator, former teacher. All I've said at the schools, raising their kids, taking care of their kids, checking on their kids, like all of the above. I'm sure everything that this man talking about right now, Rod Neal has daughters. I don't know if Rod Neal had no sons, but Rod Neal tells his daughter, exemplify what a real man in real time. So there's the internet and then there's real life. There's the internet and then there's real life. Let me say it one more time. There is the internet and then there is real life. And the way he's coming off, he has like even some of the most raunchiest, ratchet, thuggish men still try to take care of their children or try to beat up for their kids. Straight up. But it is a known fact that black men are the most involved. And the way he's talking, he tried to paint it as we not out here taking care of our business as fathers. It's insane to me. It is literally insane to me. All right, let's keep going.
But your Bible says man was made in the image and likeness of God. Man himself was made in the image and likeness of a woman. And how can I back this up with science?
What? Oh my God. Did y'all just hear this? This man took that scripture and said that man was made in the image and likeness of God, which was a woman. And now and before we play the video, man, I wish Peach Murphy and Harwin then was on the panel. God dang, where y'all at when I need y'all. Y'all, because this is insane. This is insane. The rhetoric that this man is using. Rod Neal, exactly. He literally just remixed the whole scripture, bro. This man remixed the entire scripture. Straight up. I am Waffles. What's good? OG coming through, put some color in the goddamn chat. What it do, OG? Speaking for God or should be living for God? Question. Both. Yeah, we're about to see something. I just had to stop it real quick. Something we're about to see. But it's insane that he even said that. It is literally insane. It's crazy. It's crazy work. So just hold on. We about to play it. We about to listen to this.
Women consist of two X chromosomes, right? Two X chromosomes. A man consists of a Y and an X chromosome. The Y chromosome is a degenerate version of an X chromosome, meaning the woman by default by default. That's why men, when you look in the mirror after you take your shower and you flexing, nipples you have no use for, that woman, she breastfeeds your offspring. We understand what her nipples are for.
This is crazy, y'all. Did this man literally just say that? Now listen, let me tell y'all something. I'm not privy to the X chromosome conversation. That's not my lane, so I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I know what that meant. Cause I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That ain't my life. I don't specialize in education. And I'm honest enough to tell y'all that, right? I'm honest enough to say that. I'm honest enough to tell y'all that. So that's not. I wish Harlan was up here, or some of the people that I rock with that can have that conversation. I see OTC say that's not true, and I know it's not true, even though I can't even explain it, and that's not even my lane when it comes to being educated in a specific topic, right? Being educated in a specific topic is not even my lane. And I can be honest with myself. But there is no way what that man just said is true. There's no way. Reason. What reason? What you want, man? Reason, what you want, man?
Dude, you just said you needed somebody up here, and so I hopped on. I'm not a hater. Like, I'm here for you, dog. Like, thanks for bringing me up. That was real.
What you think my issue? What you think my issue with you is, Reese?
I never said there was. Are you alluding that there is one?
Why do I? So let me ask you this: when we up here having conversations, and I keep having to take you down, why do you think I keep taking you down?
Because you don't like what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, it's not that I don't like what you're saying. If we're having a conversation and you're cutting people off and you're talking about people are talking, and then you're deviating from the context of the conversation and not adding value, that's why I take you down.
I apologize.
Now let me ask you a question. When he just talked about the Y chromosome, X chromosome, all of that, do you know anything about that?
To be honest, I didn't hear him speak of that. I just heard you saying that you wished you had somebody up here, and I thought, like, I'd be up here with you just to, stir things up, or not stir things up. Don't take that wrong, but you know what I mean. Just be here, and if anything, help you. Like if I'm on your side, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play this back a few seconds, so I'm gonna see if you can understand what he's talking about.
Chromosome. The Y chromosome is a degenerate version of an X chromosome.
Hold on, let me go back.
My daddy.
All right, I'm gonna go. Sorry,
got me. This is what men have to do. But let's get into the science of things, because a lot of men think y'all is just talking. First, the woman is the greatest manifestation of God in physical form. We have to understand what this means. Those that read the Bible. But your Bible says man was made in the image and likeness of God. Man himself was made in the image and likeness of a woman. And how can I back this up with science? Women consist of two X chromosomes, right? Two X chromosomes. A man consists of a Y and an X chromosome. The Y chromosome is a degenerate version of an X chromosome, meaning the woman by.
All right, what you think about that statement that he made?
Oh, he sounds dumb as all hell.
Okay, hold on. You know what? Let me call Harlan real quick. Let me call Harlan. Give me a second, because I know Harlan understands this, and I'm not gonna lie. This is not my lane. Hey, Harlan, come on up. I was just about to call Harlan. Harlan, come educate me on this real quick. Hey, Summer, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I don't understand. Hey, Wanda, how you doing? I don't understand the XY chromosome. That ain't my lane, and I'm honest enough to even admit that. So I need somebody to come explain what he just said. Do you know about the Y chromosome stuff, Summer?
No.
Oh, I do. Oh, is that what you were talking? Oh, well, yeah, he sounds really dumb, because I know what that is. He sounds super stupid.
Okay, so
the Y. I mean, like he said, like that's the difference between a man and a woman, and that's what you hear about in all the famous or viral arguments is like, what's the difference? And then people try to break it down. It's XX and XY chromosomes. XY man, XX women. And then there's also like, when it comes to chromosomes, it's has to do with special needs people, because then they might also have some distorted XXY. Or I'm not gonna act like I'm super into or privy on that education or school of thought, blah blah blah, whoop de whoop. But nonetheless, he's fucking retarded when he's saying that the man is a distortion of the female fucking chromosome. No, he's retarded. He's just trying to get some wussy.
What?
That's fine.
I wanted to I wanted you to like articulate it, improve and disprove his standpoint from his wording.
From his, I mean, I can pull up
Hold on, who got the TV
any
on
like
the
this is like any like science. This is
back-
like
Hey,
any
Reason, do you have a TV on in the background?
Grandma doesn't have it on loud. My bad.
Hi, Grandma.
Guys hear me?
I love grandmas.
Well, just turn it down a little bit if you can. That's all.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Can you hear
Okay.
me, Trey?
Yes.
Because I was gonna say I pulled up what the definition the of what the difference is for X and Y chromosome.
I got the perfect person to help me. God dang, Big Aaron. There we go. All right, hold on. Go, Tara, and then I'm gonna let Big Aaron educate me on this.
I'm trying to make sure you can still hear me while I go over to the other screen. I didn't want to get knocked out. Let me see.
We can still hear you.
What about now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, here it goes. So it says the X and Y chromosomes are sex chromosomes determining biological sex. Female possesses two X chromosomes, while males possess one X and one Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is larger. I'm sorry, the X chromosome is larger, containing it's like 900 to 1400 genes essential for life, while the smaller Y chromosome contains 70 to 200 genes, primarily focuses on male sex determination and development. The key differences, let's see, it says size and then gene content. The function, the Y chromosome is vital for survival. The X chromosome is vital for survival. No human can survive without at least one. The Y chromosome is mainly responsible for initiating male development, testes formation through the SRY gene. So they explain what SRY was. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, but
the
I want to know how is he saying that the woman is God based off the X and Y chromosome? That was my
I
point.
feel like he's just trying to put more weight on the fact that women are two X's, which the X's are more powerful. You know what I'm saying? And then the Y is just a portion of that. I don't know if in his mind, if that's how he's thinking of it. I feel like the
Sounds like
Y
it.
is only a portion of the X. Um, but that's what it seems like. He's trying to put more weight on the fact that the female, has a larger dominant, more, I guess, say in life, as far as life and genes.
What does it say that the X does again?
So
Specifically?
the X is well. So let's go back here. Let me go back to it. So it said the X chromosome is larger, containing 900 to 1400 genes that are essential for life. while the smaller Y chromosome contains only 70 to 200 genes, primarily focused on male
Just as
sex
one teacher.
determination and
So
development.
so
The
wouldn't that
on-
logically mean because we can carry we could birth children, or like we would have extra because we're kind of like developing children within us and
Or
babies
just
in us?
developing humans
you
in
have your
general.
chromosomes are the
Right.
life generating chromosomes,
Hmm.
yeah. And
Right.
then
And
the
the X,
only go ahead.
and then the Y is added to make a male. I mean,
Right.
the Y has to be in order to make it be a male. So that, and like it says, that's more geared to the genital portions of it.
If I
Otherwise, if the man didn't have the male genital portions, their body will reflect, I guess, female.
the
All right,
only
so hold
thing
on
that
real
could
quick.
make oh sorry,
I'm gonna
go
let
ahead.
hold on, Reason. I'm gonna let Big A get in there.
Okay.
Big A.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Shout out to the panel in the chat. How do you want this? You come at it biblically or scientifically?
Well, I want you to take what he said and let me know what he said, what was right, what was wrong, and then explain it across the board, biblically and scientifically.
All right. Since you said biblically first, we'll go with that. God can't possibly be a woman because who gave birth to Jesus? Woman, which means whatever impregnated her had to inseminate her or inoculate her with a Y chromosome, something a woman can't do.
Right. It does say right here
Ergo,
that the man gives the father gives that Y chromosome. Hmm.
exactly. So if we know Mary gave birth to Jesus, another female could not have impregnated her by virtue of the fact that that's not how procreation works, but also because Jesus is a man. If Jesus was a woman, then you might have some sort of um, sexual symmetrical argument to say, oh, well, a woman can impregnate a woman, you know what I mean? And you produce a woman, right? But that's not what happened. What we found is a woman produced a man, something a woman cannot do without a man. Never mind the process of
Mm,
procreation. So that proves God's a man. Now, as
gotcha.
far as
Okay.
the genes and chromosomes, yeah. So the Y chromosome is smaller, right? And the reason why he's using the word degenerating chromosome, it's not a degenerate chromosome. It's the fact that the Y chromosome stopped recombining with the X chromosome, leading to a degeneration of its original genes. This is why it has less genes than the X chromosome. What's happening is this is evolution towards efficiency, right? Everybody has an X chromosome, which means they have all of the genes necessary to be a living creature. You got to have a male in order to impregnate the female. So that's the gene that you make efficient by stripping away things that are unnecessary, except for the sole fact that it determines the male of the species and anything that's required within it, right? So if your X chromosome says you as a human being have to have bones and muscles in order to survive, great. The Y chromosome goes and says, well, since you already established that we have bones and muscles, I'm just going to impart the stipulation that they're going to be denser and faster, faster, more capable muscle fibers. See, so the Y chromosome doesn't have to identify a muscle fiber or identify a bone. It simply is a modifier. And it makes things more efficient, which is why yes, we have nipples. They'll start to go away. We don't use them, right? But a woman, think about a woman's reproductive system. It looks just like ours. It's just on the inside. She has ovaries. We have testes too, right? We have the clitoris. We have, the head of the penis, right? Which is with nerve endings. Now think about it this way. The woman is the only creature on the planet that has a body part whose sole purpose is to provide sexual pleasure. That's it. And that's the clitoris. That is eventually going to be, evolution is eventually going to take that away because it simply isn't needed. Just like we don't need fur anymore because we live in civilized, you know what I mean? We're not out in the cold. So the Y chromosome is just a pared down or efficient chromosome that comes in and says half of the species has to be male, and components of a male are, you pick a female and then modify that to be stronger, faster, and to be able to do certain things that a woman can't do. But the base example of a human being always starts as female. Why
That's
would
what I
you
was gonna
start with
say.
something?
Got it.
Why would you start with something stronger and then make the copy weaker? You start with something weaker, and then when you make a copy, you modify it to be better than the copy.
Mhm.
I mean, better
So
than the original. I'm
everybody
sorry.
essentially, so scientifically, everybody essentially starts off as female, and then when
Yes,
that Y chromosome comes in, then that's when this change happens.
correct.
No, that ain't necessarily what happens.
Yeah, the egg is XX. The Y chromosome comes from the sperm.
Nah.
Right, right,
See,
right.
I think we're confusing it in the sense of what it truly is, right? God is genius. When God does something, he does something for a reason, a purpose. In science, it verifies it, but it doesn't clarify it to his understanding, right? So when God made Adam, what did he make? It was one system created one time, and he separated it by putting what was going to be first and what was going to be second, right? Think about what I just stated. God say, let us make man in our image and our likeness. Male and female created he them. Boom, instantly it happened, and the two entities was in the play. That's why when we had the conversation last night about equal, we agreed. But when it went to a certain context, that's when the disagreements started coming into play. But once the understanding came, everybody agreed at one time. So
That would be
there's no organism that's going to be opposite of what God said, because God created everything and he explained everything to man. Man just needs to understand it. So male wasn't created female first. He was created male. That was what the organism was going to be. That one sperm cell was an XY, period. If an XX would have got in, then it would have been a female. That's why it's an individual sperm cell that goes into the egg. Boom, science.
I don't know. So that comes with the presupposition that Adam's the first human being God created, which isn't true.
Whether that was or not, it doesn't matter. When we're talking about man, the species, I just explained how God created it. Now, what
did I just say though?
We can argue, and I'm not going to argue. I'm going to give you whatever you desire, because whatever you study is going to favor what you understand. What I understand may be different. But when I say what we're speaking of, X and Y, that's Adam. And
Well, Adam. Well, I got to ask a question.
Shoot, go ahead.
Was Adam the first or typical human being?
I listen to this. I don't know, but I know we came from Adam.
Okay. See, that kind of is a very important question to answer, because if Adam was the first,
let me say it this way: a horse come from a horse, dog come from a dog. Now we came from a horse. What other creation you speak of comes from a dog?
That muddies up the conversation when you introduce other creatures. I'm not interested in.
Feel free.
Well, no. I'm interested in being very direct and specific with this conversation. I'm going to save the metaphors for another time. Well, the question is very direct and clear. Was Adam the prototypical human being that God created? Meaning the first prototype, the original.
You tell me.
Well, I'm asking you.
No, I answered the question the way I wanted to answer it when it comes to what you don't speaking of. Now, what you're asking me,
to reiterate, your answer was no. You don't know.
No, I said what I stated. I said what I stated. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. When we're talking about XY, I don't care about no other creation. I don't care about the angels, the cherubims. I don't care about no other creations that God created.
Here's the thing. I never said anything about angels or cherubim. I asked you a very direct question.
Me and you can have a conversation. Nope.
All right. You know what? This Trey, I can't. This is undisciplined. I cannot have this conversation.
I got you. know I got you, Big A. Big A, I got you. All right, let's stay right
Right.
there, Big A. I got you. So, let me just ask you, Big A. So,
Yeah.
according to your study and research knowledge, who is the first human being or man?
Well, as far as science is concerned, that's an
Lucy.
evolutionary. That's an
Lucy.
evolutionary conversation.
Hold on. Hey,
And
please.
the X
I'll keep it Big
chromosome.
A.
The X chromosome is the prototypical chromosome, as far as scientifically speaking.
Hold on, my bad, because he done threw me off real quick. Talking while you talking, my bad, bro. Now say it again.
The X chromosome, all right, as far as science and biology is concerned, the X chromosome was the prototypical chromosome. The original pair was XX, and the Y chromosome is not a mutation of the X chromosome, but it's an evolution. One of the chromosomes began to stop recombining and sharing genetic material with the other one. Because it did that, it led to a loss of its original genes, which is where the Y chromosome was kind of evolved into.
So are you saying that the first human being was a woman?
No,
Okay. I'm just trying to get
scientifically, I'm talking
Yes,
about
you are, to be quiet. If you
science.
disagree with what I said, yes, you are.
Hold on. Let me talk to Big A.
See, I can't have a
Oh,
conversation
my
like that.
apologies.
No,
My
Big A, hold on.
apologies.
Just Big A, just talk to me. Just focus on me.
Yeah,
Listen,
my apologies.
Peace Smirk, respectfully.
Yeah, my
Big A
apologies. Go
tried to
ahead.
have a conversation with you, and you didn't
Yep.
have a conversation, respectfully, right?
Yeah,
He
go ahead.
asked you specific questions. You didn't want to answer it. Me personally, I felt like you should have had the conversation. If you're
Go
gonna interject, and you're gonna stand on your belief, then I think you should contend for what you said against what he said. And he was not disrespectful. He was very respectful. He tried to have the conversation, and you refused to have it. Now, if you want to have a conversation, I would love to hear y'all go back and
Well,
forth. But at the same time, you can't just
No,
disregard.
you're right, Trey. You're right. I'm not going to disagree with when you're talking about debate. You're right. I agree with you about the state because there's an understanding. We got a standard. So I apologize. I just want to say this. He asks, I want to say this. I apologize. I'm trying not to be long-winded. He asks, we were talking about the XY chromosome, right? He asked, did God create another creature other than human? So when I'm
That was
speaking
not the
of
question.
man,
That was not the question.
no, I just want to state this. I apologize, Big A. I'm trying not to be long-winded. I just want to explain this, and then if you want to go to Trey,
Hold on. Start here, Peace Bird. Peace Bird. Peace Bird. Do you even know where this all originated and started from in the video and what was stated in the video?
From what we was first reviewing, or at
No. Okay, this is where you lost that then. So you lost. No, y'all done said something in the video in Big A, what he said in the video. Peace Murph.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. So
do you know what was said in the video that we are addressing?
There's a communication misgap. I get where you're coming from, Trey. I just had to process it in that sense. So y'all speaking of whatever in the video at this time. So what I'll do is I'll concede right now because once again I came in the conversation.
Hold on, let me play it again. Hold on.
That was it.
Hold on. Let me play it again, and then I'm gonna give Big A the floor again. Let me just play it real quick. And then after he say what he said, I'm gonna give Big A the floor, and then Big A can give me an understanding of what's being said, and then after that, y'all could jump in. I seen Harvard and came, but Big A, after this, I want you to. We can start back at who you think the first person was. If you're gonna say Adam wasn't the first person, and you're going against what the Bible says, can you do that for me, Big A?
Wait, say that again. You want me to do what?
I want you to start with who was the first person to exist if you're going to go against the Bible.
Well, the Bible and science in this regard are two different conversations. That's why I was saying, which one do you want?
So you can't correlate both. I'm just asking because I don't know.
Yeah, you can, but it you start to really muddy the water. It's not okay. For example, and I'll be real quick. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 says, God's, there was a void. God said, "Let there be light," and saw the light was good, right? And He didn't create stellar bodies until day 3. Well, if we use the sun and the moon in the position of the sky to determine what a day is, how did you measure out day 1 and 2, and where did that light come from anyway? Right? So there are explanations and there are correlations that can be made. If we believe in the scientific explanation that the beginning of the universe started with a big bang, then one can assume if you condense all the matter in the universe down to an infinitesimally small point and decide one day it explodes, it's going to create a light of biblical proportions, right? So even though one thing might make the other one sound inconsistent, it would require a deeper study to really make the correlation. So, and with this, it's just that same concept, except much more complex, which is why I got to just separate.
So, okay, so you don't believe in the Bible when it says that God created man and woman, and Adam was the first man. You don't believe that?
No, because in the Bible, when Adam's children left the Garden of Eden, there were other people in Nod. Where did those people come from?
Trey, let me.
They didn't. They weren't descendants of Adam and Eve.
Hold on, Harwood.
Had people.
Hold on, real quick. Now I got you, Big A. I'm gonna let you and Harwood I'm gonna let you and Big A had a conversation in a minute, but I need to play the video again so we can catch Pete Smurf up.
For sure. Yeah, you want me to reiterate what my initial assessment of what he said?
No,
yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, he was watching the whole time. Yeah,
I was listening to everything you said. After he played the video, just remember to ask me the same question you asked Pete Smurf.
For our sister, because she done got her head beat in by this dude down the street. He too big for me to whoop him, so I got to put a bullet in him. We're forced. And we're forced to do this because men have failed raising their sons. This is the problem. We have failed raising our daughters. Most daughters have never heard their father say, "I love you. Come sit next to me. You're so beautiful." Those words mean everything to a little girl. And then she grows up knowing, my daddy said I'm beautiful.
Fact.
My daddy said I'm fine.
Fact.
You can't just come over here and treat me any type of way.
Fact.
Beat it.
Set the standard.
Because I got a daddy and my daddy loved me. And if you kicking me out or talk crazy, my daddy got me. This is what men have to do. But let's get into the science of things, because a lot of men think y'all is just talking. First, the woman is the greatest manifestation of God in physical form. We have to understand what this means. Those that read the Bible, I love you. But your Bible says man was made in the image and likeness of God. Man himself was made in the image and likeness of a woman. And how can I back this up with science? Women consist of 2 X chromosomes, right? 2 X chromosomes. A man consists of a Y and an X chromosome. The Y chromosome is a degenerate version of an X chromosome, meaning the woman by default is the prototype. By default. That's why men, when you look in the mirror after you take your shower and you flexing, those nipples you have that you have no use for, that woman.
So that's where the conversation came from, Pete Smurf. He's saying that the the Y chromosome is a degenerate chromosome from the X chromosome, and that proves that the woman is God. So let's just start there. So Big A, so Harvey wants to have a conversation with you. Do you mind?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
What's up, Big A?
What's that?
Yeah. You had asked Pete Smurf a question. He ain't really want to kind of answer it. You can ask me. Just re-answer it. Ask it again.
Yeah, it was the context is lost. It's late.
I got you. The context was you asked him, was Adam the first human being on the planet? I think.
Okay, yes. It was Adam the prototypical
The
creation of human.
prototype. Right. There. Yeah, that's more correct to closer to what you said. My
Wait,
answer
hold
would be
on. No, that ain't what he said.
okay. From
That's
what's your
precisely what
perspective
I
on it?
said.
Nah, he asked was
Hold
Adam
on,
the
peace word. That's
only
fine. Just let them
only
have a conversation.
huh? No,
Let
because
them have,
Hey,
let them have that conversation.
Trey,
go
Trey,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Trey is late, man. The patience is wrong thing.
I got you. I got you, Big A. No, you and Harvey gonna have a conversation.
Yeah, bro. I heard what Big A just repeated, Smurf and everybody.
Okay,
If I'm
okay, go
wrong,
ahead.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but that's what I thought he said. What he just repeated. Am I right, Aaron?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. I agree with Aaron. The short answer will be no. So Aaron,
Your answer would be no to what?
was Adam the single individual in Genesis 2:7, the prototypical human being or a man? I would say no. Here's why. The age of the story in Genesis, and Big Aaron, you made a great point when you brought up the people in Nod and where did they come from, right? You said that, right?
Yes.
I agree with you. And Trey, me and you had that convo a couple times before. In fact, I think the sister Becky had came up here and I mentioned it a couple times then too. There were people here before the individual Adam in Genesis 2. Would you agree with that, Aaron?
Correct.
All right. So when you look at Genesis 1:20, here's the fundamental mistake. I don't think the Bible is technically getting it wrong. I think the translators made mistakes over the centuries. Would you agree with that, Aaron?
100%, which is why I was saying it's difficult. Correlations can be made between science and the Bible. It just requires a great deal of understanding and study to be able to cut through the inconsistencies, which are responsibility of the translators and transliterators that you know
For
brought us here
sure.
today. So yeah, I agree.
I agree too, bro. That's why I wanted to have a convo with you. And to some, you ain't got to respond, P. Smurf. I just wanted to add something to what you said. You said the sperm gives an X and a Y. No, the sperm gives either an X or a Y. Would you agree with that, Aaron?
Correct. 100%.
Now, here's where it sounds like a contradiction. The X chromosome, the modern X chromosome we see today, is older than the modern Y chromosome we see today.
Correct.
You're right. Okay, you agree with that, Aaron?
Which is why I said the Y chromosome is an evolution thereof. Yes, exactly.
Absolutely, I
I
agree.
never.
Now
I
let's
so
make
now hold on. So Harvey, I'm
you
okay.
breaking up.
So like I can say I'm a novice at this conversation, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Y'all, so I'm a novice at this conversation, and I'm not afraid to admit when I'm not educated on something, right?
Yeah, you consistent
So,
with
and
that.
I'm glad y'all are here to give me some understanding. Now, now that y'all giving me understanding, if man's an evolution, then what original chromosome? So is the actual original chromosome, and then when the Bible talks about that God created Adam, male and female, created him them.
There you go. That's the
Could we
point right there.
correlate that, or that would be a fallacy?
No, that's a good point. That's a great point, bro. And that means you've been paying attention to the conversation we've been having the last couple times. That's a great point. And I think well, I don't know if P Smurf would agree, but in Genesis 1:27, I've been saying consistently is a different creation story from Genesis 2:7.
So let me. I'm gonna cut your wisdom real quick, Harwin. So the thing is, that's anytime I talk to someone, I always say off the biblical basis only. If we're going outside of the Bible, then I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna learn. So that's when
Okay.
I learn from you, Harwin. So I agree with Trey. Now, when we're talking about anything outside, when you're teaching of Lilith, I'm learning, bro. because I don't go outside of the Bible. So when you identify her where you identify her in the Bible, I'm reading as you read. And if we say that's that Lilith, then I agree with it. You see what I'm saying? And I do understand there are other history books and there are other knowledge. So that's when I sit back and learn.
But that ain't where I'm going with the conversation.
No, I just want to answer Harvey.
But that's not Peace Murphy.
No, you good, Trey? Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to get an understanding of.
It's still on point. What he said is still on point. I'm gonna marry it to what we said.
If the Y chromosome came, I got you. But what I'm saying is this: if the Y chromosome came later, are you and Big A saying that man, even though we don't have the X?
I can't hear you.
Me?
I thought it was
hold on, y'all. No, all right, hold on. I'm moving my computer. Is that better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. If the Y chromosome later, or it was an evolution, I think that's what the word Big A used. So are y'all saying that the X chromosome is the original chromosome?
No.
No.
Let me tell you.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, let me tell you what I'm saying. The modern X chromosome that the women have on this panel or everywhere else in the world today, and the Y chromosome that us men and every other man in the world have today is not the same as the archaic X and Y chromosome.
Gotcha. Okay.
You see, okay, that's the key portion. You agree with that, Big Aaron?
100%. So Trey, there was an ancestral pair of identical chromosomes that were non-sex specific chromosomes. We're talking about hundreds of millions of years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but Big A. Okay, so watch this. If it's non-sex, correct? Then what was the sex back then?
Can I go ahead, Big Aaron? Then I go
after. You said John first. You killing it.
Oh, no problem.
Because this is my thing, right? If y'all were going to use the premise that there was a non-gender specific chromosome, then when the Bible says that God created he, them, Adam, mankind, would that correlate with that scripture?
If you wanted to follow that timeline, what it would look like is, yes, there's a human being that has an ancestral pair of XX chromosomes. The day that God decided to make woman, that was when the modern chromosome it now comes into play. Where now you have an X and an XY. When he made the female, he took the original ancestral pair of XX and made a female out of that, and stopped sharing the genetic material between the two, which then led to the degradation of one of them, which turned into the modern Y chromosome, and that's what's found in man.
Hey,
may I add something to this, Trey?
Hey, hold on, I got you. Hold on, because I'm trying to get an understanding. So listen, I'm picking up what y'all putting down, but this is my thing. If y'all were going to say that, even with science, right? And I don't even know nothing about this, but I'm listening to y'all educate me. There had to be an original man.
It was. I'm not disagreeing that it wasn't. It was.
Right.
Hear me out. Oh, go ahead, Big Aaron.
No, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me give y'all pushback. This is my thing. Y'all were saying that there had to be an original man, and the Bible is the only one that speaks of original man, and that is Adam. Even though y'all were saying that he is not
the Bible
the
is the only one. Is that what you said?
That I know of. Let me just say that. Let me say that I know of.
All right.
And this is my thing. Hold on, Reason. Hold on. This is my thing. And if you're gonna do this, Harwood, this is my thing.
Let's do it.
Hold on. If you're going to reference another book, or you're going to reference anything outside of the Bible, that's fine. But that individual that you identified, he gotta be the original one. And let me say this real quick. Hey, y'all, listen. We giving y'all top tier conversation. And it's been an hour and we got one super chat. Y'all, what we doing? We giving y'all top tier conversation and ain't nobody blessing the platform. But
please
y'all
bless
can
the
go,
platform.
hold on. Y'all can go listen to content on other pages that talk about a bunch of nonsense, but we giving y'all education and history on a top tier level, and we not blessing the stream. Y'all, we can't be that disrespectful to the knowledge. Come on, y'all. Be for me facilitating this type of conversation. Hey, Jay Prince, I'm gonna let you get there. I'm gonna let you get in there in a minute. So I'm gonna let Big A and Harvard go ahead and cook on what I'm trying to get an understanding on.
So I can do this real fast.
All fair questions.
Hold on, Big A say he can do it real fast. Hold on,
I can do this in less than 15 seconds. So Trey,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Try your best to divorce yourself of the concept of gender when you think about Adam and his creation. When God created Adam, the original intention was there to be one individual person. We just associate that person with being a man because he has a man's name. But if there were no Eve, you couldn't have another sex to differentiate male from female anyway, because you just have person.
Dang, because you only had one at the time.
Right.
Exactly. That's the ancestral pair. That is the representative of the ancestral XX chromosome pair that shared information, genetic information between one another. Once the female of the species is introduced, that is the moment where one chromosome stops sharing genetic material with the other one, which was what Harlan was saying. Now you have the modern day X and Y chromosomes, which are not the same as the ancestral pair of XX chromosomes.
So now
can I say something really silly, Trey? So if you take the letter X and you break off the small piece on the bottom right hand corner, you'll end up with Y.
Right.
Because you took the rib from the man.
Yeah, but here's the issue with it, and I wanna address what Trey is saying, which he's actually making good points and questions, and I'm gonna relate it to what Yada just said incorrectly. When he said that the Y is a degenerate X chromosome, he is misrepresenting and regurgitating information that he stole from Dr. York.
100%.
Let's be very clear. Dr. York did not say that per se. What Dr. York said was the X chromosome came out of the water first. It's a very, very specific thing because millions of years ago, beings would have been in the water. Now I'm gonna leave that there and jump to what Trey is saying, which is back to what Big A was just saying. The Y chromosome, what Big Aaron is calling the
hold on. Hey, listen. Hey, real, bro, listen. Respect my stream. Don't come over here with that, bro. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Sit up here and say, so the chat have to pay for these conversations. That ain't what I'm saying. But if that's the type of energy we're gonna have, bro, listen, just stay on my page, bro. Real talk. Like, don't do that, bro. Real talk. Don't do that over here. Real talk. And I'm gonna say that one time, and I'm not gonna repeat myself. Go ahead, Howard.
For sure. The Y chromosome today is a degenerate version of the archaic, what we would call today Y chromosome, what Big Aaron is calling the ancestral XX chromosome. Big A, would that represent what you're saying? Is that fair?
You're cooking, man.
All right, I agree with that. Now, we can call it X or Y, whatever you want to call it. This archaic or ancestral XX chromosome is the original. But even before you get to the degenerate Y, you have things like XXY, XYX, YYX. And this is what we call today hermaphrodites.
Exactly.
I got a question.
These are, yeah, 1 second, bro.
May I get in there right quick?
Hold on, no, y'all, hold on. I gotta get my hold on, B Smurf, fall back real. Hold on,
good, bro.
I gotta get my question answered. Once I get my question answered, then everybody can chime in. Because my question is, who is this original person?
Now, to say who this, and that's a good point. I was going to get to that. So when you saying who that original person is, anybody that say they know that exact person name is capping.
Yep.
We can stay
Her
in
name was Lucy.
First of all, Reason, stop.
Hey, Reason, hold on, hey, Reason, bro, hey, Reason, hold on, hey, I got this. Reason, don't make. bro. I'm trying not to. I'm gonna take you out my stream, bro. If you interrupt one more time, you got one more time to say something out of turn, bro. We got a whole line of people. I already told Jay Prince he can get in there. Peace Merch trying to get in. I know Knight want to get in. I think OGJ Speed want to get in. So, bro, we trying to have an intellectual conversation and let everybody cook. And I know a lot of times we have fun and we play, but this is the conversation. I want everybody to learn and have a real good understanding by the time we get out this stream. We ain't doing no goofy stuff right now. We having real man talk. Well, man and woman talk, because we got some women on the platform. Oh, my bad. But y'all understand where I'm going with this.
To the
What you
sister.
just said is still relevant to the conversation. We
But
having
hold
real
on, but listen, this is my pushback. This is my pushback. And I ain't got no pushback for Big A yet, but my pushback for Harwin is.
Hold on, wait. Before you give me pushback, let me address this Lucy thing. Reason, please stop interjecting. Lucy is not a Homo sapien sapien. Lucy is an Australopithecus hominid. We are talking about humans, fam. Homo sapien sapien. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this, right? I understand you and Big A saying that, hey, that Adam is not the original man. But you're saying that Harwin, that if anybody say they know the original man, they're lying. But what
No,
I'm
I said
saying is
his name. But I can tell you the race for sure.
okay, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is this: how can we debunk the Adam being the original man when that's the only reference
You
that we
breaking up
know
again.
of from some historical reference that is the original man, and we can agree that Adam meant mankind, and if mankind
Right.
means male and female, so and the way I articulate, and I'm gonna land my plane right here, is that if y'all said that one person existed with the original chromosome, that's a point of reference. That's all I'm saying.
That's a good point. I would say a group existed with the original chromosome. Now, that group, we can use the Bible, but we can jump out of the Bible too. But I'm gonna stay in the Bible to answer your
So
question
Harvard,
directly.
I'm gonna let you
Genesis
land after that.
1:27.
Harvard, I'm gonna let you land. Then I'm gonna let Peace Murphy. I mean, not Peace Murphy. I'm gonna let Aaron go. Then Jay Prince was already he in line, and then we got OGJ Speed. Then we got Knight, and then I'm gonna let Reason get in there if he got any type of reasoning in his brain. But go ahead.
So Genesis 1:27 is talking about a group. All right. That man indeed will be what modern people call today an African. That term African is very vague, but let's be clear. It's an African in Genesis 2. You see the river that encompasses all of Ethiopia. Now, if we jump back into science, we find these older Homo sapiens sapiens in that same area. Now, you also have one that was found in Morocco, which is Northwest Africa, but I'm going to stay right here with this. That the race of these beings that we're calling Adam in Genesis 1:27 is talking about a group, not one individual man. Now, there is stories that the Genesis story is purported to have been either plagiarized or come from. These what you would call Atrahasis, Enuma Elish, or Iridu Genesis. In those stories, the guy you're referring to, his name is Adapa. Now I'll land right there, Aaron. You go ahead.
All right, it's on you,
No,
Bill.
I can't follow that. You spot on. What kind of correction I'm gonna make?
Okay, all right. Jay Prince is on you.
All right. Thanks for letting me up, man. First, I want to say, if y'all was to say that people existed million years ago, that already you got to throw that Bible away because the Bible came into existence 4,000 years ago. So everything that you speak about the Bible would contradict the people that actually lived here millions of years ago. Well, I would argue that men and women is both made in God's image, and I would say that the man is the logic of God, and the woman is the heart of God. Um, Also, what I would say, when you look at a woman, everything about her is a half image of a man. I think the man is more fully developed. When you look at a woman's vagina, it's almost like cutting an apple in half. And when you look at her clitoris is a underdeveloped penis. and her lips part is the uh, undeveloped of a man's nuts. So when people said that women came first, I would disagree on the pretenses that men is nothing but a baby machine. The first birth don't come from a woman; it comes from a man. We all was birthed from our fathers first. That's why they tell dads don't get a woman pregnant, wear condoms. So when a man ejaculate inside of a woman, that's the first birth. We all was birthed from our father first. Then the woman is more like an incubator.
Okay, so you land your plane, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, P Smurf is on you.
So Harlan, I got a question about the XY and the XX, right?
All
So
right, bro.
and
Go
Big
ahead.
A, I when we was having that discussion, it was a sense of a miscommunication, but I think I stand on what I was saying in the sense of just what we agreed on and Trey's interpretation. Just another perception. So I agree with Trey in that. Harwin,
Yes, sir.
when it comes to let's say as we say the X, Y, X, X, what do the X come from? You get where I'm coming
When you
from?
say the second X,
So when you got an X, Y, and
yeah,
then
that's a
an X,
man.
X, the two additional X's, where did they come from?
They
Like
both come
what is
from
that? What makeup is that when it
they
comes to the
I'm sorry, go
species?
ahead. They both come from the what Big Aaron was calling the ancestral XX, which don't necessarily mean it's a woman because the original Y looked just like an X. The original Y is the archaic Y, and the modern Y you and I have is a mutated form of that original pure Y chromosome, which wouldn't be a Y, it would be an X, but that X will be different from the X that the women have today too. So that's why I said Yada is wrong and he's misrepresenting information that he's plagiarizing and didn't even quote who he got it from.
So then I got this question there. So I wrote it down. Why not the branch of a Y or an extension? So I asked this question. Always known for God to increase, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his purpose is to increase. So how
Yep.
is it that the Y couldn't be first in the play and then the X was an extension or branch? Because he always used the term branch, tree, things of extension,
Mm-hmm.
right? When it
Yep.
comes to
That goes back to the tree of
even
the life and
his
stuff.
firstborn son, Israel, right?
Right. Yep.
I'm listening, bro.
So the point you got to understand is this: that ancestral that Big Aaron is calling the ancestral X, that was the XX, doesn't necessarily have to be a woman because the Y chromosome is a so-called degenerate form of that original X. But that original X is not the same X that women have today that make them women. That
I
original,
got you. I
yeah.
got you. Okay,
Okay,
so you
cool.
gave me you. Okay, so I'm asking the question. You giving me the perspective. I see where you're pointing to. So then, let me see. My last question, then I'll land. Um, could they have because this? I just answered my own question because I'm thinking it goes back to when y'all say the interpretation of it or those that inscribed that broke it down initially. When they broke it down, it should have been flipped in the first place. XX shouldn't even been identified really.
Well, it could
Okay.
be. It's just
Yeah,
that I
I get
understand
where
the
you come.
X.
Nope.
We
Okay.
instantly think it's a
I
woman.
land. I land. Thank
All
y'all.
right,
Hey, I appreciate it.
it's on J Speed. J Speed, you
Hold
there?
on. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Uh, this is going to move the conversation a little further on. So even if we say that, which I believe because the Bible speaks of it, he took on another wife. So that means it had to be female and male in them other people in the first beginning. Now,
Yes, that's true. That's right.
okay, so if we go to that, then all that's destroyed in the flood. So when we go to the flood, the genie of that line of people has a consistent continuity. So all that's destroyed in the first place. So where we at now will be the
Wait,
X and Y,
OGJ
right?
Speed. OGJ Speed. Can I interject on that?
I'm just saying it, if we go by biblical. I'm not going to the
I'm gonna
science.
stick to the Bible. I'm not going
Okay.
science. I'm gonna address exactly what you said. If everybody was destroyed, if everyone was destroyed in the flood, then tell me where people that Goliath come from. Because the flood was supposedly had destroyed all the giants that was created in Genesis chapter 6. There are giants after the flood that pop up. You even see some called Anakim, which you can argue comes from the Sumer word Anunnaki.
So is that supported in the biblical
Yes,
Bible?
because of
That's what I'm
Goliath.
asking.
Goliath and Anakim is in the Bible.
Okay.
But
So
Goliath wasn't that big though, Harwin.
But
Goliath wasn't.
The Anakim are.
Now
They come
Goliath
from the
was
people of the giants.
Goliath was about 8-9 feet. Peace, man. What you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
he was pretty
that's
big.
nothing to human evolution. That's just what we
we
don't
got
see right
eight
now
eight
through
feet
the
people now. So
Yeah,
that's
but he was a
environment. We're
descendant of giants.
just.
When you look
no,
at
I'm understanding that because I don't want to get sidetracked. What
okay,
I
go
want
ahead.
to do
Go
is
ahead,
stay.
OG.
I got you. I got you, Howard. But what I'm saying now is still by I would say more than not that gene don't exist anymore. And even if you say Goliath did live in that time, then self-evidence shows that the majority of people on this planet now will have been from the family. Strictly speaking with biblical now, will be strictly majority of not, if not all, will be under that X and Y.
Well, then you have to explain where hermaphrodites come from.
Well, again, then you start getting into medical terms,
No,
just
no, no,
like
no, no,
in.
no, 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 not medical terms, OG. What I'm saying is, what they may call it that in the medical terms, those beings still exist walking around today.
Okay, but listen, what I'm just saying. Just as a man could be born, a person could be born with a tail. Just as a person could be born with six fingers on one hand.
Yeah,
I
I got
mean,
6 fingers
so
on both my hands.
okay, so just what I'm. This is what I'm just saying. There can always be hiccups in the birth of a child, as anybody would know. You can have one leg long, one leg short, but we can't contribute that to a gene that we can't even possibly. Listen, what I'm finna say. We can't even possibly know or name the first man.
No, but you can point to the gene because we have the remnants of it in our genetics. Our genes come from that.
Okay, so
That's how those genes pop up.
okay, again, are you saying when you have hiccups in the creation of man and woman, then we could say that is a gene or a malfunction? Let me just go to this is one of the things. When
It's
you
both.
have the X, when you have the Y, one produces, one is a trigger,
Yeah,
right? One would be a trigger, right? And that would be the Y, right?
if you want to use that term, yeah, I can
Okay,
rock
so
with it.
it's the gene that determines versus what 6 to 800. Some people go as far as 1200. But the gene that the woman has don't have that capability
Don't have what capability?
of being a switcher.
Well, both of them are degenerate. That's why I was disagreeing with Yada. The X and the Y that we have today is degenerate.
But one has the master of being a switcher, right?
Yeah, for sure. Okay,
Okay,
but that
so
don't make it less than the other one.
no, I'm not saying it is less than the other one. I'm just saying one has more capability that offer more genes than the woman can within hers.
I don't know about that because the woman's got more genes. They
Okay,
work.
so
They work in unison with each other. Let's just say that.
I'm gonna put something in the back, and then you can tear it apart all you want to, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna listen. But I want to start with. I understand we can go with ifs and what I'm saying studied within itself. The dominant people on this earth will, by biblical, it will give more weight to the biblical to the biblical story due to the fact the majority of the people on this earth is the Y and the X, versus whatever happened before the creation of God creating man and woman. Because you would have remnants, because if that was the case, if
We
that
do
was
have the
that many
remnants, though. That's what
people,
I'm saying.
then you would have the remnants of a lot more than a couple percent.
No, what happened was the environment causes these things to occur. And other things that I'm not gonna get into, Big Aaron probably can go in on if you want to. Then I really go. But
Yeah,
And this is
I won't
I
Big
have a
Aaron.
question. Oh.
I
and
want
this
Big
is
Aaron.
why
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna leave on this.
OG, hold on. I want Big Aaron to respond to OG after OG get finished.
Okay, so
And
what I'm saying,
Summer, don't forget your question.
what I'm
Okay.
saying, if there was a race here before, all right, just say there was a race here before, and it was enough that a person could be kicked out or leave. However, he got out of there for slaying his brother, and he took on a wife with another group of people. To me, evident why, just to me, and maybe I'm way off, that there will be a substantial number of that still would be on earth versus what would support the biblical story that the Y and the X are the man being created and the woman being created from the man. And so I'm gonna leave some stuff in the back about, and no science. There's argument with science that the gene that y'all say always starts off with a woman. Science have they having arguments with that. That gene, we would say that is neutral, so it is not. It could
we didn't
look
say
like
that
a
though.
female.
We didn't say that though, J Speed.
No, somebody did say that earlier.
Probably
Somebody
Yada,
said
but I was disagreeing with Yada. Yada
no,
is trying to
I
make
don't
that
know who
claim.
said it. I think it was said on the panel, and I'm not sure, but I thought it was said on the panel that all genes starts off as a woman. Let's say all human being starts off as a
Oh no,
woman.
they talk about in the fetus, OGJ Speed, when they come
Yeah,
to
Like
well,
the
the
that's what I'm just.
XX. Yeah.
yeah, they talk
No,
about
no,
the
no.
fetus.
Well, I'm gonna put some scientific, and you see, this is what I'm saying. And when you start getting science, science is what we know now. You know what I mean? And so I'm gonna put something up, and it's gonna say no. That's a neutral. That is not female. So I'm gonna put that in the
I
back.
would agree with that, J Speed.
You agree with that? Okay, because I
Yeah,
know it was said
I would agree
earlier
with that
that.
point.
No,
Yeah.
But that also
I would
agrees with Big
agree,
Aaron
but
point.
yeah, I think what the point I was making is the female only has the XX chromosome. And the XX chromosome is what the fetus starts out as. It's neutral, which also is like the female who only has the XX chromosome.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that the fetus has a gender
Right.
of female. It starts out neutral, the same chromosomes that make a woman a woman. But as a
Okay.
fetus, it's neutral.
I got it. I'm finna leave the panel, and I
Agreed.
want y'all to go more into the X, R, or Y, and explain that too.
You
The
said
X and Y.
SRY? You mean I think you mean
Yes.
SRY.
That's what I said. X, R, or Y. I got a southern accent, so it's gonna come
I
out the
got
way it
you.
come out. All right. So when you start to explain that, then you start to go into what I was saying about, the neutral or the female, and one, the Y becomes the trigger of a
That's a
lot of
good point,
different things.
OG. That's a good
Yes.
point.
All right. I'm out of here.
So
I'll
I
be in
had
the
a
cloud, kicking up in the chat. Hey, we
I
all gonna
had a
send some money up here.
Summer had a question.
All right.
yeah, I had a few statements and then you guys could go along with it. So as far as Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2, from how I've read it, it's just different writing styles depicting the same timeline and the same instances, similar to the Gospels, right? From different perspectives, right? Different writing styles of the Gospel. That's number one. Number two, we don't know when Cain and Abel's story picks up. We don't know how long they were out of the garden at that time, because according to the Bible, Adam lived upwards of 930 something years, right? So, and Eve, I believe, passed away before or after him, like only 3 to 6 years later. So if scientifically, if those individuals were procreating and having children throughout that span of time, also realizing that the Earth's atmosphere was way different than it is today. So, having babies was probably not that difficult. That she just
That's a
had
great
pain
point.
during
That's a
it,
great point,
right?
Summer. That's a
So
great
so
point.
we so we could have the earth could have been populated because the kids had the kids and the kids had the kids, so forth and so on, right? Henceforth, when Cain went and he took his sister with him when he went to this yonder to the city and built his city up, right? So if we're thinking almost 1,000 years of procreation and babies having babies, then the earth could have been occupied that way. And we don't know when the Cain and Abel story happened and how long they were out of the garden, because I think Cain and Abel's story was placed in the Bible because it was the first time someone committed murder. And I believe God places stories within the Bible for significance, right? So I'll land there. I just wanted to say that.
Let's address the second part.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that Cain or Abel possibly had sisters, but when that becomes problematic is this here. One, that means you must agree with incest. Two, why aren't they mentioned in the Bible if you're coming from a biblical perspective? Because now we got to step outside the version of the Bible you're talking about to even address that, if that's what you're saying is true. That's
Are you saying the sisters?
Yeah, the sisters are not mentioned in the Bible.
Didn't it say that Cain chose a wife?
Yes, they are. Yes,
they are. It says that Cain chose a wife, which was his sister, that he took with him when he was exiled.
Yeah.
So read the verse.
Oh, I gotta find that now. Listen.
All right, go ahead and find. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Go ahead and find it real quick.
It's in Genesis chapter 4.
Hold on, but then we gotta address the incest thing. I want Knight to get in there real quick. Go ahead, Knight.
When I think about all this stuff, and you start talking about the Bible and all this other stuff, why do people believe that they can't reproduce something if we ever had it, even if we a degenerate version or a second age? Because these governmental people be saying stuff like they trying to stop a Khalifa. So if we can bring a God back, why couldn't we bring a gene back? That's for Harwin.
Can you repeat that for me? I'm sorry.
They say they try to stop a Khalifa, right? From coming back through birth. So if we could bring a God, why couldn't we bring the old gene back?
What you said? I didn't. You said Khalif?
Khalifa. Is that what
That's Arabic. That'd be more Quranic.
Yeah, I mean, but a God. We supposedly bring a God back through birth.
Back? What you mean by that? I don't understand.
What do they mean when they? I know it's Arabic when they say Khalifa. What are they talking about? Preventing from bringing back?
Well, we going from the book. I'm trying to understand your question so I can even answer it. That's all.
So y'all were talking about that the genes that's here now are not the original genes, right?
They're not the original archaic XX, no.
Right. So I'm saying that if we supposedly could bring a God back, and that the government was stopping, that's why they did this whole thing with allowing people to have the baby deletions and all this other stuff, because they're trying to prevent something from coming back. Why couldn't we bring that gene back?
Well, I disagree that we can't. We can because it's in our code. But to do that, you got to follow the commandments and certain things that we can get into if you want to.
Oh, okay.
I think that I'm just saying that for conversational purposes, but we can in our code. That's why you should eat a certain way. That's why the air you breathe should be a certain type of purity. The environment you be in should be a certain way. That's why certain laws in the Bible are how they are. They're very scientific. People got to just read it really close.
Yeah, that's all I had.
All right, real quick. Hey, the Schuster wanted to come up. He said he disagrees with Big Aaron, so I'm gonna let them have that conversation.
All right, appreciate it, Trey. Appreciate it. Peace to everybody on the panel. So, real quick, Big Aaron,
can I read Genesis 4?
No. Hold on. Let them have the conversation real quick.
Okay.
So, Big A, you stated that an embryo, and more specifically a zygote, is neutral in the womb, and I stated that that's incorrect because we all know that the sex is determined by the sperm. So therefore, if that's true, and we understand that scientifically, that the sex is determined by the sperm, it can't be neutral in the womb, because therefore, me as the man, I'm already determining if this child is going to be a female or a male. So therefore, in the womb, I will concede to the point that we start off in a consensual state of the same or uniformity. However, that genetic code to be male or female is already been passed down. So you can't say that we start off as neutral.
Yeah, I'm talking about prior to the introduction of the Y chromosome. You ever hear Schrodinger's cat?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with it. I didn't look in the box, so I guess my cat's still alive.
Well, if you didn't look in the box, the cat is both alive and dead. So what I'm saying is, before the sperm introduces X chromosome, Y chromosome or not, what we have is a neutral situation that has yet to be determined until the sperm gets there. That's all I'm saying. It's just what exists is XX. When the sperm is introduced, that moment is when we determine whether it's male or female. But before then, the cat is both dead and alive, which means it's neutral.
So I'll concede to the point that we can use quantum entanglement to describe a little bit about the spark of life. However, I won't concede to the point that that entanglement even describes this process, for the simple fact of I have billions of sperm cells, each one with a unique individual identifier that's either going to be triggered as XX or XY. So therefore, it's not a neutral state of superposition that it could be anyone. This sperm is determined. Now, which sperm will get to the egg, that's undetermined. We don't know. But when we have male sperms and female sperms, girl sperms swim slower, but they live longer. Male sperms swim faster, but they die sooner. So it's not an indeterminate state of superposition.
You just proved my point. It is. There's a point in time that you could consider what would be the moment of observation, and that's the introduction of the sperm. Until then, we don't know what sperm is going to attach to the egg. Up until that moment, you have what is essentially, or what would be metaphorically considered as superposition. But the moment, as you said, a sperm, whichever one it is, attaches to the egg, that is the moment of observation. You just said what you're saying is true, 100%. It all works out. You just proved my point.
No, but don't steel man the argument, Aaron. I got a little more respect for you than that. So let's do it like this, right? Let's do it like
What do you
this.
mean,
So
I'm
again,
steel man. Wait. Steel man the argument. What are you talking about?
Don't straw man it. Don't straw man it. I want you to steel man my position correctly, because here's the thing, and I want to actually steel man your position. So what you said is that a zygote or an embryo. So we're already at the position that, or at the premise that it had been fertilized. So now if we back up before that, wait, hold on, sir, really quickly.
No, I'm clarifying what I meant to say. What I said initially, if you go back to the beginning, I said the egg is XX.
Okay. So, and maybe I misheard. I thought you said the embryo, and that's why I clarified the zygote. So if you're saying that the egg itself is XX, I'll concede to that.
Yes. Once the sperm is introduced, that's when we introduce the possibility whether of it staying X or becoming Y.
Okay. Now I'll concede to that point, but let's continue on this real quick, and we'll give it to some more people on the panel. Here's the point, and I guess you and Harwin were kind of on the same thing. If we're going back to this ancient zone that we're looking for, but we're talking about a binary system. So in order, because I'm going to get half of my DNA, we're more than likely like 75% of the mitochondria from my mother, but I'm going to get a pair from my mother and a pair from my father. So if we're talking about humanoids, and I like what Harwin said, Homo sapien sapien. So we're throwing out Lucy, we're throwing out Neanderthals. We're specifically talking about modern day humans. In order for a modern day human to be created, you had to have had a sperm and an egg. If you didn't, then we're something outside of the binary set, which wouldn't have either an XX or a XY chromosome system.
Was that for me or for Aaron?
Yeah, I'm lost. We agree. I mean, who's that for?
Yes, because we never said that there wasn't.
The case.
Yeah, we
We
never
agree.
said that wasn't the case.
You
No,
just
well, hold
reiterated
on,
everything
because
we've been
go back.
saying.
Wait, go back. Because Trey asked who was the original man, and what Aaron was saying was that this original man was like take gender out of it, right? And I'm saying you can't take gender out of it because the original person, or if we're gonna say, I can't say the original person. It had to be gender because, or we're talking about something that wasn't human. Because in order to be human, you have to have two sets of
Oh,
chromosomes, whether they
no. He was
XX
talking
or
about the
XY.
Bible. His question was with the Bible. The moment Adam was created, that was it. It was one person. God created the human being called Adam. At that point, there was no woman. Eve came after the fact. That was answering his question about the Bible. That was not a chromosomal question.
Okay, I came a little late to the con. I heard bits and pieces, so I wasn't sure exactly what part of that
Yeah,
you
you
guys
missed
were.
that part. You're conflating. That question was strictly biblical.
You know what's crazy? I got something for y'all once y'all finish. I'll be the next man in line wherever I'm at, Trey. This interesting. I just found this.
Well, I need someone to deal with the incest.
Okay. So no, not the incest. He if you think about it, if your belief is that everybody came from Adam and Eve, right? And they lived upward of 900 plus years, and they had many children, and then their children had children. Their children had children.
They're still
So
related.
but everybody would have to be related. Me and you aren't related if you believe that we came from Adam and Eve.
Just because we related don't mean we got the same parents.
Hey, you're proving my point.
I'm just saying, but if we all believe we came from two individuals, then we're all technically related.
Summer, just because we're related does not mean we come from the same parents. We can have cousins and have two different parents. So
That's what that's what I was going to get to. I was going to say, so Cain married
you got to look at Genesis chapter 6.
female relative didn't necessarily mean it had to be a sister.
Let's do this. And it sounds real cute what you did, Summer. But I believe the Adam and Eve story, there was some incest that took place somewhere, period.
Down the line, yes. It had to have been.
But
incest is hold on. Hold on. So my question is, the Summer is
yeah.
So God, hold on, Summer. So you I'm gonna put you on the island.
Yeah.
So God condones incest, but he doesn't condone polygamy.
What I'm saying is, at the time when he said to be fruitful and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying at the time, if I may, at the time when he said to be fruitful and to multiply, I believe that's why he elongated the years of humans back then. There ain't no human lives to 900. We barely live to 90 these days. You see what I'm saying? So as I believe as we had to have. Okay.
You assuming that the book of Genesis timeline is the same as modern day Gregorian calendar. How do you know that 900 years is the exact same how we count 900 years today? Because we use
because God even said that he would shorten our days. He even said that he was going to shorten our days.
What I'm saying, he did to shorten our days. We agree on that, but that does not still negate that 900 years will be the same 365 days on this Gregorian calendar. This Gregorian calendar does not come from the people that wrote what we call the Hebraic text.
Actually, it got to because God put numbers in the play. He put when he said everything.
Y'all moving away from what I said. Summer, let Summer answer my question first.
Yes, sir.
Summer, God condones incest, but not polygamy. Is that a true statement or not?
I didn't say that he didn't condone polygamy. I said that people were in his permissive will and not his perfect will.
What does it say that in the Bible?
She tried to go around it, but
that's what I've always said about polygamy.
I did say that. I can agree. You did say that before, but I'm gonna ask you again. Where is that in the Bible?
Which part?
What you said, submissive will and a permissive will, or a perfect will. I'm sorry if I said that wrong.
Because I believe God ordained
No,
a
no, no, no,
man
no,
and
no,
a
no. I
woman
didn't
to
ask
be
you what you believe.
together
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let's
per
stay on the question.
scripture. One
I said,
man, one wife, one man, one woman, one wife.
Where in the Bible does
That's
it
what he
say?
said.
Where in the Bible does it say your original statement?
That is one man for one man and one woman.
I
And you come
mean, but
together as one flesh. Is that what you're saying?
There's
it didn't
no
say one man.
statement.
Wait. That verse does not say
See,
that it
y'all
has to be
gotta
one
have me
man.
go looking up the scriptures now.
You got to. That's the point. That's what this is good for. Because a lot of Christian concepts are not in the Bible.
Facts.
A
What
lot
I'm
of
showing
them
you
is
is,
for
Summer,
sure.
the things you believe has been taught to you, passed down orally from slavery. When it
And
was illegal, when it
that's
was
why I call it
illegal for
old
us to
Negro
read.
spirituals.
And
They old
exactly.
Negro
And
spirituals.
Christian preachers are doing nothing but regurgitating things that when we were illegal for us to read, that we were taught mouth to ear from slave masters.
Yep, old Negro spirituals. To keep the information for that, it could be open to the future because eventually when
No,
it gets
no, no, no. Y'all got to give respect to Nat Turner. Nat Turner was a
Nat Turner
preacher.
got
I can do
killed for
that.
doing
I
that
can
trip.
do that.
That's what. No,
Nat
no,
Turner
no. I'm
got
saying.
killed for that.
No. I'm saying.
He
Give him.
did.
Give him respect. Give
I
him
can
I
respect.
am.
That he.
that.
He was killed for what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Yep.
Yes.
Facts.
All right.
Facts.
Bet.
I agree.
So with this, that's the nigga name that we know. And he not the only nigga,
No,
but
he not.
all those niggas that died for what we talking about, Nat Turner,
That's true.
nigga.
Hey, Trip, I said it last night. I said it when I told these brothers they powerful, more powerful than they know, and the information they sharing. That's why I like this vibe. Trey got it vibing tonight. This is a good vibe. This knowledge, boy.
Hey, but P Smurf,
Talk to me.
Nat Turner said they went into those people's houses and took people.
Bro,
No. Let me
go ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
They took the enemy's babies by their ankles and slapped them across that wall. Is you ready for that?
Bro, that's why I'm a warrior, bro. Why you think
All right,
I
we
do
moving.
this?
Okay.
Now
Okay,
moving the
we on.
conversation.
Okay. All right, God. Wait, no. All I'm saying, Peace Murph. Yeah.
Bro, I'm a legit
Yeah.
warrior, boy. What you
Yeah.
talking about?
No. Because
Smurf said he went
I've
all
been
that.
knowing. I know.
P
No.
Smurf
I've
said
been.
he went
No.
all that.
I've
Step
been.
aside.
I've been.
Trip,
No.
I just said, Trip,
Are we all? Yeah, go ahead.
Trip, you moving the conversation, bro. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to take a temperature. Go ahead.
No, so
Yeah, I'm
we're
sorry. I
back up.
apologize.
Nat Turner. Now we back with Summer saying. So hey, there we go. So Summer posed
I
the
put it in
question.
the back. I put it in the back. Yeah, I put it in the back chat as far
So
as what my
Yeah, I know that was
understanding.
Genesis
so
2:24 something,
to
but
go into
Genesis
play with
2:24
incest,
does not say you only can have one wife.
that's fact. So I'm gonna go
Okay,
into
But the
so
rest of the Bible does say you can.
if I may,
well, see, here go the
okay.
thing. What God told, he always told the leaders do not multiply themselves wives, right? I've seen that multiple times. He told that to the
Peace
people to
Murph, you're
tell
saying
Yeah,
it
the woman.
wrong.
that's a
He
different.
No,
said,
I ain't saying it wrong. I'm saying it in
no,
my term, but I can read it to you where he told them don't multiply their wives, right? I can go
You
into the
said you
scripture.
missing a
Hold on,
part.
don't say I'm
He
saying
said,
it wrong because
don't multiply the wives until he hardens your heart against the Lord. That's what it said.
so therefore, watch this. That's why I was going to
Uh,
give 3 examples, Ty. Then you got to go to when he set up
Trip.
the deaconship, right? They can't multiply them wives. Their service to the Most High. Then he told the priests and the bishops, right? They can't multiply themselves wives. So he put leadership into play, and those the ones to set the example. And I land on that point. I want to read this Genesis 5. It says, this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them,
them
and blessed them, and
and
called
bless
their
them.
name Adam.
Adam. That's why I keep trying
In
to tell
the
Summer
day
in Genesis
when they
1.
were created. And
Yes, there was a
Adam,
group in Genesis 1, not one person.
generations. He said, this are all the generations of Adam. So, and Adam lived 130 years and begot sons in his own likeness after his image and called his name Seth. Hold on, I want to go to the sons and daughters.
Now
Sons and
y'all know that Seth is
Yeah,
an
so
essential deity. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone.
I was saying that when you read them and you compare them side by side, chapter 1 and chapter 2, it's just different writing styles. Chapter 1 gives you a summary of what happened, right? But chapter 2 breaks it down and gives a more descriptive view of how creation was made. It just goes into a description of it. It's just a little bit more detailed.
No,
I
that's
don't
not what's
believe there's
happening
two
though.
separate
That's
two
not.
separate. But here's
That's
my
not. It's
thing
not a
though.
matter of belief though. We talk about scripture.
I'm saying scripture. If you put them side by side, if you put
They
them side by
contradict. They
side,
contradict, Summer. They do that,
okay,
but they don't
okay.
contradict if you look
What
at
what
them at
what
the
part
beginning. Genesis,
contradicts, if I may? Then maybe I look at it different. What
because
part
Genesis
contradicts?
120, it would contradict if you use the
Mhm.
Christian apologetic view that you're using that slave owners told us.
Lord
Genesis
have mercy.
127 is in Genesis 5 that P. Smurf just read does not contradict the idea of Genesis 2:7. What
Yep.
contradicts is your explanation of it that was added later by Protestants and Catholics. That
Facts.
came later. Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are not even the same book.
What explanation are you talking of?
The explanation where you say that Genesis 2 just goes into it more specifically, and that's not what's
Do you
happening.
know that I didn't study that?
I'm not
Do
mad
you
at
know that
you.
nobody ever told me that?
I know. That's why
That's
I'm here to
something
tell you.
that's something that I studied for myself and
Well, that
was revealed to me because I deep dived into Genesis directly because I always thought, why is it so different? And I studied that for myself, and that's something that was revealed to me specifically.
that's
It's not
fine.
something I
But
studied and
Martin
looked
Luther
at and
also
read a
said
book
something
or nobody told me. I never heard that before until the Holy Spirit revealed that to me. But now
okay.
you guys are telling me that there's some book
Yeah, the
of
Holy
some
Spirit
other
revealed this
people,
to me. So now which one is
other
right?
people. Well, at the end of the
See,
day, you know what the conclusion that I came to, Harwin?
what's
That
that?
it's great to discuss these things, and it's good to have different perspective, right? It's about the beginning of time and one or two or second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth. But at the end of the day, the only thing that I'm concentrated on is Jesus.
I'm not mad at
It's
you on
great
that.
to it's great to have history and stuff and talk through all of these things, but at the end of the day, we know that from generation to generation birthed Jesus in order
So
for him to die on the cross for my sin and for me to have salvation. At the end of the day, that's all it is. So these talking points we have is interesting, and I love to learn the different
they're not
things
just
and aspects
interesting though, they're very
of
important.
all that. But it doesn't play a factor into us making it into heaven. It really doesn't.
Actually,
It
do, sir.
does when you gotta follow the law and you say
That
doing something
part.
that's other than the law. And
That
Jesus
I'm
said,
part.
not
I have not
talking.
come
I'm
to
talking
change the
about
law.
Genesis. I'm talking about
Yeshua
Genesis
said,
and
I have not come to,
creation and
but the
and
law
and
is in
Adam and
Genesis.
Eve. That
The
that don't
law
really
is in
play a
Genesis.
factor
It does
into
because
making
there's
it to
laws in
heaven.
Genesis. Yes, it does
No,
because there are
I'm
laws.
talking about us talking about Adam and Eve.
Yeah, it does because there's laws. Adam and Eve is the perfect example of laws being broken. When you look at Genesis,
Right,
there's laws all throughout Genesis. One
but
law
who
that I
came
love to
first? It
follow,
doesn't matter, is what I'm saying. Who
it
came
does because
first? If it was
Yeshua
Adam or
said, I have not
somebody
come to
else,
change the law, but to fulfill the truth. That's why it matters.
right?
So it
It
does
doesn't
matter to
matter
get
to
it
make it
right.
into heaven, though. At the
No,
end of the
no,
It
day, it
sir.
does.
really don't.
It
Well,
does.
let me say this real quick.
What part matters for us to make it into
So,
heaven about who was first, Adam or another person?
so
No,
ladies
the
and
laws
gentlemen,
that
this there
go ahead,
we
P. Smart.
That's what I'm saying.
there,
I think you guys need to pick up what I'm putting down. Who
no,
was
I'm
I,
first
picking up what
don't
you
matter.
put down, but
no,
that
Who was
you
first
kind of
doesn't
you
matter. It
kind of
doesn't matter
sir.
if it was
diverted
How
Adam.
do
you
Okay.
kind of
how do
diverted the
you
conversation
combat?
to
I'm
go
Go
into
ahead.
not.
that.
I said it's a good conversation to have. I'm just saying it really doesn't
No,
matter who came
Summer,
first at the end
Lady
of the day.
Summer. How
I
do
know
you
it
how
never
do
does
you
matter.
combat? How do you combat false doctrine? How do you combat it?
You have to study, show yourself approved. You have to
So
study and
just
know it for yourself.
so if
There
you
you
don't
go.
know what's out there, how do you know how to fight the enemy?
All I'm saying is there are certain things that you do need to know that
Good.
apply to your
That's
walk with Christ.
you need to
This
know.
is not one of them. This is
If
an
it didn't apply,
interesting
why is it
conversation.
applying?
Listen, listen.
If I may finish my complete thought, and then you guys can go ahead and tear me a new one, right? And
I'm
I'll listen,
only gonna
right?
tell you a new
But
one.
no. What I'm saying is this particular talking point is an interesting talking point historically to have and to pick apart and who was first and was there a first person here or a second one or a third, fourth, or fifth. It's an interesting talking point to have. It's great, right? But at the end of the day, that this particular talking point that we're having right now about who came first has no bearing on you making it into heaven. And now, if you guys are talking about the laws, that came in Genesis, right? And the fulfillment of the laws and follow, that's important in
But
order
that
for you to be able to move
2:24.
accordingly,
You just
right?
posted it in the back chat, Summer.
I just put what in the back chat?
Genesis 2:24 at 11:36 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, what does that have? Yeah, because we're having a discussion about this topic.
Because right, and the topic. Wait, let's first get understood why this even came up is because Yada said something that was incorrect, and Trey is reviewing Yada's talking to that dude. That's why this
No, I'm
even
saying it's a
came up.
good talking point to have.
No,
I mean, but at
I'm
the end
not
of the
saying I'm
day,
not saying it's
X
not good or
chromosome and
bad.
Y chromosome have nothing to do with making it to heaven.
If you think that, okay, and no matter what I say,
Could
you
you
want to
could you
believe that
tell me why X and Y chromosomes have to do
because
with
we're
making
dealing
it
with
into
family.
heaven?
Because we're dealing with family, right?
Got it.
Okay, what's the hierarchy?
You
Summer.
talking about God, man, woman, child?
There we go. Now, if we
Okay.
don't get this conversation right, then somebody can mess that point up. When you go to that hierarchy, we just had that whole stream about this for hours last night about the hierarchy. Did we not? Everybody on here that was here.
Facts.
But that
Yep.
says
So
that in
if
a
you get
different
that
area,
wrong,
though.
yes, because the psyche of the people. Listen to the psyche of what Yada. Let's bring it back to Yada and what he's trying to prove to do.
He's teaching
Yada is
this,
kicking
sis.
feminism. Yada was kicking feminism and brought up a talking point about the X chromosome being older and the Y being degenerate of the X and yada yada yada, pun intended, and yada 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 to try to make his talking point. So what we did was I came on here and Big Aaron came on here and we came and corrected what Yada was saying, and then we correlated to the Bible because Trey asked us to.
Okay,
Yes.
let me say something. Let me say something, Summer. Summer, these are the young men that y'all raised, that y'all want us to be. We are defeating the devil that you want us to defeat with the word. Can you at least give us a chance to show you that these are devilish people trying to teach that shit? Ain't he?
I already know that it's devilish people trying to teach
Oh
it.
no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, auntie. Can you accept that there's devilish people teaching that shit, and we are here to motherfucking do the work that you trained us to do?
Right. I'm not going against the biblical principles of anything. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, there is scripture and scriptures and a biblical word surrounding the hierarchy as well in other places of the Bible that has nothing to do with X and Y chromosomes.
Okay,
That you
and
could stand before somebody and teach them that's what I'm saying.
Summer,
That's
you
all
don't
I'm
bring up
saying.
what I just put down when I said what I
is
said.
you going harder than me or younger than you? All I'm saying is you gonna relinquish that we
I will
are
relinquish it. Y'all go ahead. Really, I'll give go Trent.
All right,
Go.
thank you. Go ahead, Harwin. Cause no, I'm going to my brother, man. Go
No,
ahead,
we can
Harwin.
no, I don't really got more to say on
I
that.
know you said all you had to say, but she fought y'all on every syllable of that shit. Like, how are we gonna win if you gonna fight us on every word, every fucking leg? Auntie, understand? We are fighting the devil. We are fighting the devil. And you want us to explain to you in every syllable and every word we say and every move we say how we doing to fight the devil. The devil don't got to do that.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm
Trip.
just telling you, we love you. Damn.
Amen.
This is my she's my Aunt Pam. Rest in peace. My Aunt Pam understood me at the end of her life. And it was like I am fighting the devil.
Trip.
Yeah, go ahead.
You all right, fam?
No, I said you niggas. Oh, you on some whole ass shit. So all right, go ahead. I'm
Not
all
on
right, fam. All right.
Trip because you moving the conversation again, bro.
Yeah, I
All
tried to
right,
bring it back to Yada in the video.
No.
all
I
right, Big
did, but
A.
I'm trying to. All right.
Oh my God.
I'm done. I'm stop talking.
What I was gonna say, Big A, you got anything before I start the video back?
Oh, sir, not I.
All right, cool. Let's get back to the video.
your offspring. We understand what her nipples are for. You came from a woman and created in the image of a woman, and we have to speak about her chromosomes now. Now, the X chromosome consists of 800 to 900 genes. The Y chromosome only consists of 50 to 60. 50 to 60.
So you're saying a woman is more superior, basically?
On all levels. You men taught us that women should not lead because they're emotional. That's not truth. When we try to do the brain, we're understanding neuroscience. We go into understanding the corpus callosum. It's a bridge between the left and right hemisphere. This means a woman is able to go, the left hemisphere is for logic, the right hemisphere is for emotion. She's able to back and forth because it's thicker than a man's. A man, he's either emotional or he's logical. He's not both. That's why when you're getting into it with a man and you're trying to make him see it, he can't see it because he's emotional.
Yeah. Or he's logical. Or he's sticking to his logic.
Facts. Facts. He's immature and can't grow. He's stuck. But the woman, she can bounce back and forth because she's a nurturer. It takes a lot of power to nurture a baby. Because my wife just had a child. I delivered my own children. These babies cry. These women ain't getting no sleep. These women are not eating.
Yeah.
Dang, and he birthed his children? No.
No, nigga, this nigga just he gave himself a.
I know, I'm being sarcastic. Like he do everything.
I'm talking the 800-900 chromosome, all that rhetoric he just spoke. Big A, what was that about?
I mean, we went. All right, so going back to that, chromosomes contain genes, right? The X chromosome has a lot more genes than the Y chromosome because the Y chromosome is the one chromosome that began to degrade.
Keep it simple. We already know all that. We already know that.
Trip, bro. See, Trip, bro, come on, this is my guest, bro. You can't be interrupting my guest.
All right, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Big A.
The Y chromosome is the one chromosome that began to degrade when the sharing of information between the two chromosomes ceased. That's where the Y chromosome initiated its path. Okay. As it degrades, it's going to lose genetic material. The genetic material that remains stands as a modifier to the original X chromosome. It's all the genes that are male specific. But all the genes that are necessary to produce life are found in the X chromosome. It doesn't make it superior.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it adequate. If you want to create a man on top of that, you need a modifier. That's the purpose of the Y chromosome. Why would you double genetic material when you don't need to? The Y chromosome is a bastion of efficiency. It takes away the unnecessary redundancy of genetic material and then adds a modifier to create another gender. And if you look at the gender that's created, greater muscle density, greater muscle mass, higher speed, the ability to run, greater lung capacity, taller height. It seems like these modifications to the original gene set seem to be an improvement.
Okay.
So it's not a comparison one against another. It's one in addition to.
Okay. Arwen?
No, he kind of addressed it all. He did it. He good.
A Big Aaron, break that down to the grunts. You said it in an officer way. Break that down to the grunts. Make it simple.
That nigga's capping. That nigga Yada is full of shit.
Thank you. Thank you.
He dead wrong.
That's all. I can talk to Big Aaron. I know, but Big Aaron I can talk to Big Aaron because me and him are like he's an older version of me because we both been in special ops. But y'all get the fuck on, man.
And then we as men add on to the stress. So when I say the woman is the greatest manifestation of God, she should be honored, respected, adored, and appreciated. But go ahead, brother.
When people, you're right. When women, when people hear awakening, what that word mean to you?
That I've been to hell and then rose out of it. And when I say hell, I'm not talking about a physical location. They taught us that devil was a red bean with some was in me like my head like me.
Real shit.
Be able to realize the devil.
Is it me or is the video breaking up?
It's not. It's me too. I don't know. I'm on the Wi-Fi too.
But the God, when you hear God tell you something, y'all, whose voice is in there?
Mine.
Come on now.
For sure.
Come on now.
Nah, bro, we just damn near had this conversation right before you came in here. Man, we think fuck up.
That nigga Trey got that goddamn fucking Comcast.
The police, the judge systems. We took the real runs off the street, left the weak ones to roam. And these spring. Now they're producing more men.
Yeah, it's going really bad now.
Trey, this shit breaking up, Cam. We can't even understand it.
All right, hold on one
listen
second,
to me. And don't worry, I'm just a goofy ass nigga.
Not true.
You're going out now too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Your internet fucking up, gang. I love you. You my brother.
Be quiet.
I tell nigga I love me in a heartbeat, gang. Yeah, yes, what's wrong with y'all niggas? Y'all not willing to tell nigga I love you.
Can y'all hear me?
You know how many? Yeah, I can hear you now.
We can hear you.
All right,
How
am I
many
breaking
niggas
up?
Not right now.
No, listen. Say it again.
Bro, shut up, Trip.
I'm trying to help you. All right, dude.
You must have been drinking enough. Let me find out you acting like Wolf Stacks.
No, nigga, I'm trying to help. I didn't say nothing wrong though. You was breaking up. All right, fuck you then.
So Wolfstack has become synonymous with saying something wrong? What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Like I nigga tell him, hey man, you breaking up. Oh, you want some Wolfstack shit. Damn. Damn. I'm trying to help you. Now Wolfstacks, I'm lying and capping and I got 5 baby mamas and I can't see my kids for some reason. God damn, I gotta be that nigga. My child here. You want to go take a picture of her?
Boy,
I'll send it to you.
Now you're going too far.
God damn.
Now you're going too far.
No, you did that. You said, oh, you was a Wolfstack shit. Wolfstack, the cap so hard. Never mind. Go ahead.
All right, let me try to do the video again, y'all. Hold on.
And that make a nigga get out the way. Make the real ones get out the way because now you're an outcast.
Man, listen, it was a time where you looked at a real one and you could spot it. Like,
Yeah.
that's him. Now they got the mask
But
on.
that shit look just like
they
it.
got the tattoos, the
Muscle
jewelry,
lights.
the cars. They walking. They look like him.
This shit paying the diamond test.
It's
a lab diamond.
It's a pandemic. It's a pandemic, man. It's a pandemic. And that's why when I speak, take care of your woman, love your woman, adore your woman. The weak man saying, nah, don't do it because they don't got the bag to do it.
Y'all, is it playing right?
Yes.
It's playing right now. There's a lot of goofy talk. Go ahead.
Rather than saying, in truth, I should have focused on myself before I got into a relationship. They was moving out their animal characteristics. See, a man is a lesser version of a woman. A man is more emotional, extremely emotional, extremely emotional. And if we come out of homes where we weren't properly nurtured, we'll get with a woman looking for a woman to nurture us. Now, listen to the weak man. I need you guys to listen to the mentality of a weak man, and then tell me if it makes sense. Man, I need a woman that, man, if my demons come, she gotta fight my demons for me. If I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, I need this woman to speak me off the cliff. If I'm suffering, I need her to rub. Man, if you need all these things, you may need therapists. We are wounded children and men form, and no one's realizing that we're bleeding all over the place.
So your girl shouldn't be your therapist too? She shouldn't be your nurturer?
If a woman is going to be a nurturer and a therapist, you have to put her in an environment to thrive. She can't work 9 to 5 and then come home and listen to your problems.
This nigga changed the
This
whole.
is what these men are doing.
For sure. You saying you got to put in a position to be able to just tend to you.
Put her in position.
Yeah.
And then they talk about, man, she listens to her boss more than me. Her boss paying her bills.
Yeah.
If you took care of your woman, a woman wouldn't listen to nothing but you.
Facts.
But I'm not talking about just financially, because anybody can get some money.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about it takes a man of substance to understand emotional intelligence. Understand that my woman is the one that God speaks to. And let me you understand what this means.
Oh, hold up.
How many men?
Yeah. Stop that. Stop it right there.
That nigga just tripped out.
Hey, can I say this? Can I say this? Hey, if you niggas
fall, get it out
go ahead, gang.
This nigga said when men figured out that the woman is who God talked to, boy, that is insane.
Insane.
But go ahead, Trip. Trip, go ahead. Hey, can y'all hear me?
You went out again, Trey. Yeah.
I hear you, but I don't hear Trip though.
Man, God working.
Yeah. So what are y'all? What's y'all viewpoint on what he said that when men realize that the woman is who God speaks to? What's y'all assessment on that?
I'm interested to see the fact that, which I know this is all comedic, because that's all he doing is being a comedian in his form. Because at the end of the day, you talking all this, but you're on this interview. And the same thing you saying men should do, I'm definitely not seeing that in this house, right? And when I say definite, how the hell he sitting up there talking about this instead of his wife? Commending him for doing the supporting and the praising and the making sure everything in the play. Not him up there saying he do this. And I land right there. He a clown.
I think what Yada does, first and foremost,
it's his interview where they
there's a little bit of a delay. Go ahead, Trey.
You were on mute. Something happened. I don't know.
All right, so real quick, I think Yada he appeals to his audience, right? His audience is primarily women. So what he likes to do is he likes to sprinkle a little bit of half truths or things that could be interpreted as true, but then things that are just blatant lies. Like, for instance, I'm not going to say that God never talks to a woman. Like, I think that would be asinine of me to say that. I believe that women can have a direct relationship when they pray with God and God answers their prayers. That would be evidence of them talking to God. But what he said right before that, where he said that men are more emotional than women, and we all know that scientifically, biologically, we understand that that's not true. Just the way the female hormones regulate themselves monthly, we understand that their hormones are not on a regulatory system. Even when they have their menstrual cycle, they'll even say that it's different every time. So from that aspect right there, we know that women don't have more control over their emotions. But I think Yada knows what he's doing, and he's just appealing to his audience. So he's just a grifter. Honestly, it's just what he's doing.
Anybody else want to get in there?
Yeah. So women are absolutely 100% more emotionally sophisticated than men by virtue of the fact that that's how they teach babies. Right? Babies don't communicate with language when they come out of the womb. How do they communicate? Through emotional expression, which is largely shared with the mother. Mother When the mother smiles, baby knows to repeat that behavior. The mother frowns, the baby knows, okay, that wasn't a good idea. And the conversation going the other way, when the baby is happy, then the mother is relaxed. When the baby cries, then the mother responds. And the mother can discern 10 different cries that the baby has to state 10 different needs. So there's an emotional sophistication that women have that we don't. And the problem is when he's talking about the connection between left brain and right brain, just because she has a stronger connection between the two does not indicate a superior use of the two. One thing that men are very good at is separating their emotions from reality. Our emotions belong to us and us exclusively. Our emotions only impact us. You can't feel my emotions, nor do you have any ability to control them. Only I can do that. However, because these emotions are such a subjective, I have such a subjective relationship to them, I cannot allow them to influence the way I navigate society or the decisions I make within it. Because again, those emotions are not going to impact you or affect you in any way. They can only affect the way I do things, which will affect you. And if my emotions are telling me to do fucked up shit, I shouldn't do that, right? Emotions are largely reactive. Emotions come after the fact. Emotions can either do absolutely nothing or harm a situation. Even the best emotions, happy about something that's already happened. And if you're not happy, then you're upset, which will only cloud your judgment. This man is completely out of his mind. He's out of his tree. He's come off his nut and he's making money doing it. It's cool.
Okay, gotcha. Anybody else before I start the video back up? And shout out to I never did do super chat. So remember, OG gave $2 speaking for God or should be living for God. Both. I am Queen Taurus said, let's go. We got Michael Gardner. Start off a good show with the $20. My brother, so much. Thank you so much. Then we got Trip gave $2 for the goal. Tiffany came in with gifted a membership. Shout out to Tiffany K, always coming through, blessing the goddamn stream. So I appreciate y'all so much. All right, let me get back to this. Hold on.
Are dead or in prison because their wife said or girlfriend said, babe, I have a bad feeling. I don't know why I have a bad feeling. Don't go out tonight. Don't ride with him. Baby, I don't know about the dude you brought up, but something in my soul saying he ain't right. I just don't know. And she was always right.
Man, that shit's so crazy, man, that you saying that. Cause get what? Even when me and Chantel used to get into it, my wife used to get into it, I have to, before I just get into it with her and leave and go handle my day, I have to apologize, even if I don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I apologize, I love you, because my
Can
day
we pause here?
right. Shit, some bullshit gonna
Somebody said earlier that he's taking half truths and using them
motherfucker, my shit.
to
That's the
create.
truth.
Oh, is it still going? Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody said earlier that he's taking half truths and using them to spin an incorrect narrative. He just did it again, right? Yeah, I would agree that women are very good at kind of looking at people and assessing their potential intentions. Women have to do that, right? Evolution makes them have to do that because they have to rely on the strength of the other half of the species to survive, right? I don't need to figure out a person's intentions because I don't need to manipulate them. I'll just overpower them. A woman, she draws her power from her ability to manipulate, which means she has to read your intentions. So yes, that is true. However, we also know that women are not very good at paying attention to their surroundings. So to say that man went to jail because he didn't listen to this woman who tried to correct, no. He was probably very situationally aware, which is usually the case. That doesn't mean because women can judge a person's intentions really well, that makes her a superior judge of circumstance. It's not true.
Yes. Selma, how you feel about what he said?
To be quite honest with you, I didn't hear it. I was commenting. Somebody was talking to me in the comments.
Okay.
I apologize.
That
Almost
actually
almost proving Aaron's
the
point.
point.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
brilliant, Summer. That's the
somebody was asking me a question in the comments,
best
and it was going
response
in
you
and
could
out.
have
So
ever
I just
given.
was like, "This is nice and straight." But
Fantastic.
I'm paying attention now.
Oh, I rest my case.
So she basically just proves you right.
Real
You
time,
leave the
brother.
house with that energy,
No.
and that woman sitting there with all that bullshit on her mind, you ain't gonna thrive.
No, man, come
If
on,
you in a
man.
relationship,
No,
that
impossible.
mother just sitting over there hating, they just sitting over there hating.
Come
If
on,
you're in a
man.
relationship,
Facts.
she can think some bullshit up on your day, not even trying.
It's just the power of a woman.
No, I
But
believe that.
when she loves you,
She love you too. Yeah.
man, you out here doing what God knows what.
Yeah.
She praying for you.
Facts.
Baby, I don't want you to go out, but man, she ain't gonna tell you she praying for you. In bed, sleep, passed out, drunk, high, don't know what's going on. She over there praying for you.
You're right.
God, I see the beauty in him. God, please elevate him. And this is what we talking about. We're not gonna take care of. We're not gonna provide for that.
It all depends on what type of woman you
And
got.
then we
Not
get
all the
her
women
pregnant.
doing it.
Is the average woman out here praying for niggas?
These days, average women ain't praying for niggas.
These days, the average woman is praying on niggas.
In fact,
I don't know what he's talking about. It's not happening.
I just want
But did you hear what Bank said? He said that she could think some stuff on your day. Like, what type of power are they giving? So women can, like, is that manifesting? So she could just like, I don't know what he's talking about. Like, it's really getting crazy.
Sorcery is what he's talking about. Sorcery.
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think there is a subset of women that are, doing the things that probably can fit his narrative of what he's talking about. Because, everybody's not the same, right? So, I mean, he could be telling the truth, but it's not like all women. You get what I'm saying? Some
Okay, out of the
women,
4.3
possibly,
billion,
but
out of the
not all.
out of the 4.3 billion of y'all that are walking the planet currently, how many do you think it is deception?
I have zero clue. I know there's some of them though. I don't know how
That's a
many.
that's a
I don't
great
know if it's a
number.
lot of them, but it's some.
Well, you started with the right number, I think, when you said zero.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, I want to make sure, just so we clear, Summer. So you saying that there are some women that could think something and make it happen in a man's day, good or bad. There are some women that can do that.
That can think something.
Yeah, because that was my point of contention with Bank's statement. That's what Aaron and I were kind of discussing. Bank said that a woman can just think something in your day and make you have a bad day. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said.
Think something in your day. Oh, like automatically assume something that you're doing and start accusing you and nagging you and then make you have a bad day. Is that how he was saying it?
No.
You know what? I didn't interpret it that way. I interpreted it as she was going to prophesize or maybe throw some voodoo or cast a spell. But you know what? Maybe I guess that's the left and the right brain working simultaneously together. So I didn't interpret it that way, that she's just thinking that I'm cheating. So then therefore I come to my job and cause a disturbance. Maybe that's what he meant. I'll give you that. I like that point, Summer.
Yeah, that's how I was taking it. You know what I mean? They have the tendency to kind of overthink and put things on the man that are not necessarily true because we have an active imagination. So we're going to ruin your day because we're going to start accusing you of things.
You see what's happening? We have to speculate details and add them into what he's saying in order for it to make sense. Because what he said was she can just think up something in her head to ruin and will ruin your day. At no point did he actually say her thoughts will be converted to actions that will potentially ruin your day. That's not what he said. Now, what you're saying, Summer, I agree, makes 100% sense. It's facts. But that also comes with the presupposition that thought was turned into action before it got to him. That's not what he said. But that just goes to show you how incoherent this man is, that you have to speculate some detail and add it to it to get it to make sense. This is nuts.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of so magical.
Yeah.
So that's ridiculous, right? I don't know.
There you go.
In other words, y'all are full of shit.
Thank you.
I bet. Let me get back to it there.
Men, when you get a woman pregnant, her body changes. I'm in the birthing pool with my wife, right? She's about to push out my son. A lot of men don't even realize the head comes through, but the anus also gets almost this big. So I'm looking at my wife. She's bleeding. She's in pain, trying to push this baby out. No medication to numb, nothing, just natural. And she pooping, bleeding, and pushing the baby out all at the same time, man. And then when the baby comes out, they don't have no energy to wipe themselves, take care of themselves. Man, how can we look at this woman and not see God? And the only man that won't see God is a demon, man. And let me say this to you, brothers. A lot of you have spoken devil over your life, man. You guys went from being a dog to being a beast to being a savage. Now you're on demon time. This is what you speaking over your life. You consist of trillions of cells, and you telling your cells you a demon?
Damn.
Come on, man. The art of manifestation. Words are powerful. In the beginning was the word. Anywho.
So do you think the system was designed to take us out of leadership role?
Man,
this nigga's
the
a fucking
system
clown.
was designed for us to break our women. Because when a man breaks his woman, broke a nation. That's why we're not thriving. Why are we generating so much money from music, fashion, art? Now we're doing podcasts and social media. I'm talking about trillions of dollars and we still broke. Why? Because you don't preach your woman. Because a woman say, baby, don't do that. Baby, that nice, but you don't need that car, baby. That ego of a man. Now we driving cars. You're renting an apartment, driving a Rolls. Come on, brothers. This is the devil. This is the devil, but y'all not seeing it. When you get as an investment, because a woman speaks and breathes. She doesn't just push life out. She speaks and breathes life over you. And you men are losing because you're mistreating God's daughters whatsoever. And I'm going to tell you this, Bank, not to cut you off.
Yo, this nigga is a
man, real quick. I'm curious to know, how does God feel about women that mistreat the men?
Same concept.
He don't give a fuck about that because he's trying his best to be the next Derek Jackson with a little bit of the Nation of Islam mixed in there with a little bit of simpery mixed in there. That nigga's full of shit. Everything he just said is categorically incorrect. I would cook his ass in a damn debate. Because first of all, he talking about woman creating life. Women don't create no motherfucking life. They incubate life. The life is in the seed. The life is in the seed. They're not creating life. They're incubating life. There's a huge difference between that.
I've never seen an egg. I've never seen an egg self-propel like a sperm.
Because it can't.
Because it ain't alive.
It ain't alive. There's no life in it. The sperm is alive. The sperm has the spark of life in it. So for him to sit there and say that, number one, everything he talks about comes from the premise of a man being incompetent.
Well, I would say that the cell is still a living cell, but y'all point still is correct.
Every single thing that he says, right? Yeah, but here's the thing with that whole egg thing. That egg does not. That egg has no intelligent. It's not. Sperm actually move. It actually travels. It actually moves with purpose.
Yeah, there's sentience
but
to it.
Man, the egg is also giving off a signal, though.
And it moves with purpose too when it has to attach to the walls.
Unenriched uranium. Unenriched uranium radiates signal. I mean,
saying that a woman's egg moves with purpose is like saying a nigga that's falling off a building is flying.
Yeah.
Egg doesn't move.
The egg has to implant. The egg implants into the uterine wall.
The egg attaches to the uterus wall because of the uterus wall. It has nothing to do. The egg is not grabbing anything.
It has to travel down the fallopian tubes, out of the fallopian
Oh my
tubes, into the
God! Here we
uterus,
go
and
with
then
this
implant.
dumb shit. The egg did not
But why does
decide
it
to
matter?
do that.
But what I'm saying
The
is,
egg did
angry
not
man, we
decide to do
understand
that.
this. We understand the sperm swims and the sperm
This
has
is why.
life, and the
This is
sperm
why
sperm
Yada
has to
has an
go
audience.
into the egg. No,
This
I'm not
all of this
agreeing with
shit.
what Yada
This
is
is
saying.
why
Oh
Yada has an
Lord,
audience right here. This is why he has an audience. This foolishness right here.
because other men don't listen. Oh,
No,
sorry.
I don't have to listen to foolishness. I don't
No,
have
what
to
I'm
listen to
saying is
bullshit that I
we
know is
don't
not
need to
correct.
down. I'm just saying I'm not downplay. I already said life could not be had without the sperm. The man
It ain't about
has to
downplaying
connect
the
with the
egg.
sperm to the egg, right?
It ain't about
And the egg
downplaying the
has to
egg. Like
fertilize the egg.
it ain't about downplaying the egg. See, this is the problem. The problem isn't man's ego. The problem is
Anger
woman's
man,
ego.
that's what she got a problem with. If we being real,
I know that's what she got a
No, I'm
problem
just
with.
saying
Like
that the egg has to
it's
fertilize the.
not. Here's the
Okay.
thing. Here's the thing. When a man states a fact about a woman, that is not him downplaying woman. That is just him merely stating the fact of what is. And every single time, see, the problem is women, y'all don't like y'all's position. And that's the reason why Yada has an audience, because what he does is he places the woman up on a pedestal where she does not belong.
Well, I don't agree with Yada, so please don't put me in line with Yada. All I was saying was that I have the ability to recognize the importance of a man. I sit on these panels all the time, and I advocate for men all the time, and I know the importance of men, right? So please don't put me in that category whatsoever.
How many eggs do a woman have when she's born?
I don't know how many.
Better yet, here's a better question. Better yet, here's a better question. When she's born with her eggs, does she produce eggs, or is she born with them already?
She's born with them from the sperm. I had this conversation the other night.
Does she produce
I don't
more?
disagree with it.
Does she produce more?
No, she's born with what she has.
Okay, checkmate.
What?
But I still agree with Angry Man's and Big Aaron's main grain point. But there is a purpose of the egg. The egg gives off a signal that literally attracts the sperm to it. It's like giving off a signal for it to come.
Woman plays her role, man plays their role, and then it comes together a beautiful baby. Nothing wrong with that.
This is what I mean right here. This is what I mean right here.
I love men.
Like this whole thing, like this, and I'm not gonna try to go into what you're doing right now. You know what you're doing, but here's
no, I just want you to get off of me because I'm not that chick. I'm not the ones that y'all talking about when y'all go on your rampages about women. I'm not that woman.
Ma'am, you're on the panel. If you're on the panel, you can be addressed. And just like the brother that was up here earlier talking about God talks to women, I heard that goofy shit too.
Oh, Lordy.
And that was some goofy shit.
Oh, you talking about my boy Schuster?
Yeah.
Well, what he was saying was that. So let me ask you this, Angry Man. Do you believe a woman can't have a relationship with God as far as like when she pray, and she pray for her husband, she pray for her children?
A woman can absolutely pray to God. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, but
So,
it was
Angry Man, let me ask you this.
It was meant for women. It was meant for women. It was meant for women to get their instruction about God through man.
Oh, hold on. Schuster's still on the play. He's still up here. He's so quiet. I didn't know he was still up here because he the one that said it. Schuster the one that said it.
Yeah. No, I'm still here. So I guess I want to clear up something because we were responding to what Yada said, but I guess I'm gonna ask Angry Man straight up. Can I talk to women?
God can do whatever he wants. I'm not talking about what he can do. I'm talking
Okay,
about
so more directly, does God talk to women?
No.
So we have no biblical scripture supporting that God directly said anything to a woman.
Show me the scripture.
Spoke to Eve.
Well, that would answer the question. Has God spoken to me, not does?
Did he? Did he speak to Eve?
Yeah.
Show me the scripture. Show me the
directly.
scripture. Show me the scripture, show me the scripture where he spoke to Eve. Show me the scripture where the Almighty Creator spoke to Eve.
So real quick, but why y'all finding the scripture? So Angry Man, so you just said women can pray to God, right?
Absolutely.
So you don't believe God will respond to them, correct?
Now that's a question I can't. That's a question that I don't want to answer because that would mean I know what God's thought process is.
No. So let me ask you this: what would be the purpose of a woman talking to God if he's not going to respond or he can't respond?
God don't always respond when people talk to him.
Now that's true. I agree with that. I do agree with that 100%. I agree, but
you don't always respond when people talk to him. What I'm basing. See, we had this conversation the other day, and you probably can feel where I'm coming from with this, Trey. I'm not basing what I think God can do off of my own understanding. I'm basing it off of what
he's done.
Biblically.
I got you. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, and I think a lot of people misconstrue you with your standpoint because they take it personal on your standpoint. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you gotta hate
they think it's my own thought, but what I'm trying to say to them that they don't get is that I'm pulling from the scripture. So if you can show me, it's no different than the conversation I had with Beans last night. If you show me a scripture where the Almighty, not Jesus, not other celestial beings, if you can show me the scripture where the Father spoke to woman, I'll tell you, you right.
I put it in the back chat.
No. Don't put it in the back chat. Read it.
And I put it in the chat. It says Genesis 3:13, and the Lord God said unto the woman, what is it that thou hast done? That's just part of it.
Okay, cool. You got that one. Did he do that after the punishment?
Let me find you another one.
That was right before the punishment.
It was right before, yeah.
So you're saying because like I say, we all learning right now. So God, right as of right now, so someone found a scripture that God talked to a woman before the fall. Now after the fall,
and technically,
man, you're saying,
and technically, depending on what text you pulling from, that won't even the Almighty.
That's actually true, but I ain't want to say nothing.
Okay, so hold on now we finna get into some muddy water. Okay, so are we saying it's the Holy Spirit of Jesus? Who we saying it was then?
No, I'm saying that's a representative of the Almighty, the same way Metatron is a representative of the Almighty. Man is never really, as far as what I've read, whenever man hears God's voice, it's Metatron. It's not even God's voice. It's not even the actual Almighty.
Yeah, the Jews would say interpreted that it could be Metatron in their Talmuds and stuff like that. But it could just be one of the council in Genesis.
Who the hell is Metatron?
It's like thinking it was like the Decepticons or something. I'm sorry.
Ooh, did you say something about Transformers, Summer?
No, I said I never heard of that before. So I was like, what are you saying? Like I thought you guys were trying to be kind of like
Nah, Metatron
funny.
is
Yeah.
a name that the small
Archangel,
hats
right?
use in their extracurricular text for a being that, as he said, is a representative. And we talked about this a little bit last night. That is a representative for El Elyon, the Most High. But we see
Yeah.
throughout the Bible that God sends representatives in His name, Yahuwah Elohim, of the word Elohim being a concretization,
Hold
which
on, real. Hold on, y'all got me confused now. So y'all telling me in the Bible that a nigga named Metatron is speaking for God?
no, what I said was that in the extracurricular text of the small hats, you see Metatron being used as a representative. But in the Bible, you just see words like Elohim, Yahuwah Elohim, being the representative of or one of the council from Genesis 1:27 when they say,
I
let us
got
make
you.
man.
Now, hold on, because let me speak to my bro Anger Man. So Anger Man, help your brother out. You say Metatron was the one speaking to Eve.
No, what I'm saying is this. I can't confirm if that's who that was speaking to Eve. What I'm saying is when you look at the text, when it says, man, let us make man in our image and our likeness, or man knows good and evil, man has become like one of us, right? So
Okay, so
people,
I interpret that as Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
yeah, and a lot of people do interpret that, but there's also people that believe that is a representative of the Almighty. So when that being is speaking, he's speaking from a celestial standpoint of us, as in the celestial beings, right? So there's also people that believe that man cannot comprehend God's voice, which is the reason why the Almighty would have to have a representative like that angel that I just mentioned, referred to as Metatron.
Yeah, but that's that. I can rock with that, but I don't think that would apply to Adam and Eve though. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because Adam was just like God.
You said what?
I said
You
that wouldn't
went out.
apply to Adam and Eve because no, I said I know my connection back. I said because I'm out in the streets tonight. But listen, so I'm saying that would not apply to Adam and Eve or Adam per se, because Adam was made just like God. And remember, when they fruit, that's when the glory that God had established Adam with subsided. So what I'm saying is Adam didn't need a conduit. He didn't need somebody to speak for him because God relationship with God because he was just like God.
So are we.
Yeah,
It's in Psalms 82:6, and that's after the punishment in Genesis 3.
And quit moving the goalposts.
yeah.
I did.
I get what
Yeah,
you're
you
I
is,
get what
nigga.
you're
You moving the
saying.
goalposts.
I get what you're saying, Trey, and I understand that reading of it and that understanding of it. What I'm saying is there's also a school of belief that even though Adam has that relationship with the Almighty, there's also a school of thought that believes that was a representative of the Almighty that was speaking to Adam and Eve. That's all
But
I'm
now
saying.
watch this. Angry man, respectfully, right?
Mhm.
Because you use the word a school of thought. Whatever nigga thought that, I don't want to go to the school that nigga went to.
Well, it's other theologists. It's other theologists. It's not
Yeah,
just
but
random dudes.
Angry
You know what
man,
I'm
when
saying?
you say that, that's a man's opinion, fam.
Hey,
So is the other school of thought about the Trinity.
yeah.
Nigga, boy, the Trinity ain't no school of thought, nigga. That's in the book, nigga. What you talking about?
No. The Trinity is in the book, but so is the council that he mentioned in Genesis 1:27, which I substantiated with Psalms 82:6 when it
All right,
says that
what
I have
council? Harvey, what council? Help me out.
said.
Help your brother out. What council, fam?
The council is called the Elohim in Genesis 1:27 when it says man has become like us. And then when you go to Psalms 82:6, it says, I have said that ye are gods. The word there for gods in Hebrew is Elohim, once again. Then Jesus quoted the Genesis 1:26 in John when the
Hold
small
on.
had
No, you
perished.
move too fast. Hold on. No, you move too fast. Genesis 1:27, that's Father, Son, Holy Spirit. When he said that ye are gods, he's saying that we, the people that he made, me, you, Anger Man, Schuster, P. Smurf, Summer, Big A, Harwin, and not Reason, because that nigga trying to come up on the panel. That nigga ain't nothing, he ain't nothing like God. But we are made just in the image of God. We made just like God. That's what I'm talking about.
I agree. What I'm saying is that never negated that we aren't those guys. It emphasizes that we are. So if 127 is talking about the Trinity, then are we a part of the Trinity? Because we're called that same Elohim in Psalms 82:6.
Yeah, bro. I don't know where you're talking
Hey, Simon, hold on. Don't come. Hey, Simon, fall back until it's your turn. So look, this is what I'm saying, bro. Because I say I'm not opposed to y'all. I'm just trying to learn at the same time. You feel me?
No doubt.
Yeah, I got you.
So
y'all been
I'm just kind of like,
this nigga want
my
to
nigga,
call
do
up
you
a
even believe in Jesus?
plagiarize or some shit.
Yeah, I'm not like let me
I
make
take that
this
nigga
clear.
down
Like,
already.
I'm not necessarily fighting you on it, Trey. I'm just saying that the same way that there are theologians and scholars that took that position, there are others that took that other position as well. You feel what I'm saying? So we're looking at scripture and we're trying to discern what was said, how it was said, and all of those different things, right? But from everything that I've read, everything that I've studied, I don't see where the Almighty is choosing to speak to women like that. I don't see it.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Hey, Summer, have you got your receipts yet?
Every time I try to go out, it's like almost shutting me out, like it was doing before.
Look at God.
I have it here in the back. I have it here in the back, but it won't let me pull it over
Summer,
without
just
it
read.
trying to it won't let me no, it won't let. Remember what was happening last time? It won't let me read it if I go out because I'm on my phone.
No, so you don't have a Bible?
Okay, I got one. I
could pull it up, but it won't. Every time I go out, it almost disconnects me.
Their Chusta just gave you some alley.
Let me see.
Yeah,
It's
no
probably
worries.
the
I got one.
same people that I had too. Yeah.
All right. So Genesis 25, 22 and 23. And this is I guess God was talking to Rebecca. So I'll just read it. So Genesis 25, 22 and 23. And the children struggled together with her, and she said, if it's so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said unto her, the two nations are in thy womb, and the two in the matter of people shall be separated from thy bowl, and one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the young. So right there, that was God directly talking directly to Rebecca when she was having difficulty, because she was in pregnancy. She was didn't understand why it was so hard or why her pregnancy was going away. She cried out to the Lord, and it clearly says that the Lord answered her, not an angel, not a representative, but the Lord.
Which is so okay. So here's the thing, right? Which is the verse that you're talking about?
You talk about Genesis 25, 22 through 23.
25, 22 through 23.
25. Hold on. 25 through 22.
No, Genesis chapter
Hey,
25, verse
hold
22 through
on. Hold
23.
on. Let me say something real quick. So Angry Man got a Bible, but some of don't. Man, that don't even make sense, man.
I'm literally looking at it right now. I just had to get it. Go get it.
Yeah, whatever.
I was trying to put it up on my phone, but I forgot it does that thing where you can't read it and be on the chat on the stream. But yeah. So that's 22. What did you say? 22 through.
Hold on, I gotta read that
Genesis
whole chapter.
25, verse 22 through 23.
I gotta read that whole chapter. Hold on.
All right, so
y'all go ahead.
we can go ahead and cook while
Two
Simon.
nations are in your womb.
No,
Yeah, the Lord said.
I'm just saying,
I'm gonna give Simon the floor. See,
I don't really understand where we got to this point, right? I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to stay on topic, and salute to the truth teller, because without his voice, I wouldn't have a voice. You know what I'm saying? Facts. So I'm just saying, I really do not understand when a lot of these people over here are turning around and acting like they know what the Bible looks like. They having to flip through scriptures like
Bro,
they
just say you don't have anything to add to the conversation.
Yo, Angry, you don't want to play me. I swear to God, right? I know you're a big dog and I respect you, but do not speak in my presence, okay?
Hey,
Because
jump in the conversation. Hey, all you gotta
bro,
do is add to the
you
conversation.
want to do this? Angry, you want to do this? Because
Hey,
I'll annihilate you in 2 seconds, bro.
get it popping.
Get it popping.
Now, before
Listen,
I finish,
I want over here. Okay, so I'll do this. Okay, I want over here in the first instance for you because I find you kind of boring. You know what I'm saying? I've been listening to your content for about 15 fucking years. Okay, and you're boring as fuck.
How you gonna say he bored but you listen to him?
Most people that lack the intellectual capacity to
Because
understand what I'm
Angry
talking
knows who
about.
he is. He was damn during the pan. He was trying to let. All right, I'm gonna let you loose. Okay, you were fucking with Kevin
Could you let me
Samuels.
finish
You was in
talking,
your
please?
car. Oh, okay.
Could you let me finish talking, please?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Like I was saying,
Mr.
most
Beardy.
people that cannot comprehend what I'm saying might think that I'm boring. But I've never had anybody say I was boring. That's a first.
Yo, Trey.
What up, man?
It's your platform, okay? I don't want to fight this nigga because I respect him to a certain extent, okay? But yo, I'll fuck him up. Like, and then I say like, listen, bro. New generation
Hey,
is take over.
Simon, do you really believe that, bro? If he was in your face, what would you do?
Angry ain't nothing to me. He's a fuck nigga. He tried to fuck with Kevin Samuel. I told you.
What's wrong with Kevin Samuels? I like that. I put hold on. No. Simon.
I ain't even tell you. Let me ask him. Let me ask him directly. Let me ask him directly.
I personally like Kevin Samuels. I didn't agree with everything you said, but I actually like what he was doing. But go ahead.
Ask him.
Go ahead.
Directly. Okay. Angry, right? Angry man. Where you get your name from?
What do you mean? Where do I get my name from? What do you mean? Where do I get my name from?
I think he's trying to say like somebody named you,
right.
Bro.
So you was in your car, right? And you was like, "Yo, I don't fuck with Kevin Samuels. Like Kevin Samuels ain't shit. I'm the dude from the manosphere. I represent the manosphere. Like I'm that shit. I'm that blue pill. You didn't say that shit."
First of all, you never heard me say that I was blue pill. When did you hear me say that?
Okay.
All right, Sean, that's enough. All right.
Genesis chapter 18 and 15, the whole entirety, so you guys know how it went. It's really saying, now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent, which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, after I am worth After I am, sorry, worn out, and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure? Then the Lord said to Abraham first, why did Sarah laugh and say, will I really have a child? Now that I am old, is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son. Sarah was afraid, and she lied and said, I did not laugh. But he said to her, yes, you did laugh.
Yo, if y'all
Did
waiting
I
for
go?
me,
Did I go
I'm
out?
still reading.
Oh, I was like, did I go out? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you still read? Oh, okay. I'll wait on you.
No. Yeah.
All right, hold on.
The Rebecca.
P. Smurf, Big A, Schuster, Harvard. Any of y'all got anything while Anchor Man trying to read the scripture?
Nah, I was letting them go ahead and get it on with it. I'm just listening to them.
Nah, I'm good while Angry Man reading it. We'll keep going for a minute. I guess get back to the video while he reading it.
I bet. Yeah, that's what I do. Appreciate that, Schuster.
Go ahead.
God is a woman. God is a woman. And I'm not talking about a physical body. I'm talking about divine feminine energy. Because everything was made out of God. Nothing was created outside of God. God didn't go to Walmart and create you. Everything came out of God. And the first manifestation of a human was a woman. They said that the X chromosome is ancient. They can't even put a time on it. But a man's Y chromosome is only 800 to 900 million years old. The oldest body ever found is of a woman.
Here he go with this dumb shit again.
A woman.
Story what?
I will say this. I don't want to offend no one's spiritual beliefs because, I see the beauty in all things. When a man is truly godly and righteous, he sees the beauty in all things. All things.
Yeah.
But Adam and Eve's story goes against biology. But if we listen to the story itself, Adam was the first fall of humanity. Because the Bible says Adam was right there when the snake was talking to his woman.
See, I just said that I just said something different in the other interview. I said basically the woman was on demon time because she the first one that did the bullshit. Convinced this nigga to do that.
We have to remember, God told Adam, don't eat from this tree. God gave man instructions. He chose not to move out the instructions.
Who convinced him?
Huh?
That whole story just
no. I need you to know. Just listen to me for a second. I know you're intelligent now. Listen to me. If you got God and you got Adam, and God says, Adam, come here, hey man, you can have all this and all that, but just don't eat from this tree. Eve wasn't even created in that story when God was teaching Adam.
Mm-hmm.
So when the serpent appeared to Eve, Adam was there. He didn't say God said no. So Eve didn't bring down humanity. Eve brought an awakening. You're naked? Why are you hiding? I'm naked. Who told you was naked?
What'd you say, Harlan? Y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. I'm like, what the hell everybody go? I thought you had something to say, Harlan.
I did. I said that he said that Adam was right there. What he talked about was Genesis 3 when the serpent and Eve was having a dialogue. But nowhere in there does it say that that Adam was right there. Where does it say that? That was my question. It's a rhetorical.
Is Summer still there?
I'm still here. Hey.
I got a question, Summer. Is there
Yes, sir.
any instance in the Bible where a human being refers to an angel as Lord?
A human referring to an angel as Lord?
Yes, that's the
Yes.
question they asked. Yes, and I can
That's a,
answer that question for
that's
you
a
to
very
answer.
good question.
I believe so. I believe
No,
the angel
the
of the
answer.
Lord, it
No, no,
says,
no. The answer is yes. It's not. I believe so. I'm telling you, it's a fact. It's yes.
like the angel of the Lord when it says it all the time. Yeah. You going in and out, Trey. I don't know if you're saying something or if I'm not saying something right. Because it seems silent. Is it can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear
Hey,
you.
Oh,
so
okay.
Anchor Man, you saying that scripture reference that they referring to was talking about an angel? It was referring to an angel.
No, I'm not saying that. That particular scripture, it appears that she is talking to Yahweh.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
So just be okay. So really quickly, just before we move the goalposts, so me saying that God can talk to women, that wasn't some goofy shit, right? That was me interpreting the actual scripture. I just want to just be clear, right? I make sure I'm clear.
For the moment.
Hey, I live for the moment, angry man. I'll take it for the moment right now.
for the moment.
So Anchor Man, let me ask you this: so if this shows that Yahweh actually talks to the woman, like how does it change your perspective on that relationship?
It doesn't really change my perspective, because you have when we're talking about this, Summer and what's my man's name? What's your name, brother?
My name is the Chusta.
The Chusta. So what they're talking about, they literally have to comb through the Bible and find exceptions. How many men in the Bible do God speak to?
Well, I don't disagree with you at all because the men is supposed to be the head, the lead, and the examples that were given is primarily based on what I mean. That's why Jesus chose 12 disciples of men. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, I honor that.
Ooh,
I'm
I'm
not.
glad you said that.
I'm not disapproving that. It's just the fact is a fact.
I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah, because they don't even list the women lineage at all. They only list the
So if
firstborn
you
sons of you know what I'm
so if
saying?
you
So
so if you remember the original context of the conversation that we was having, Summer, I'm gonna
because
ask you this simple question. Why didn't God pick 12 women as disciples?
the blueprint was a man.
Trey, do you see why these conversations be frustrating the hell out of me? Because the entire point of, matter of fact, never mind. Never mind.
Well,
No,
I
hold
never.
hold on, real quick, angry man, because you came in a little late. So, and we were responding to the video, and so I was basically giving my critique on what Yada had said, and basically my point of even bringing that up, because Yada was basically saying that the woman is God, so forth and so on, and he was saying that the woman speaks to God, she breathes life into God, her word is God, and so what I had said was, and my submission is that I'm not going to say that God doesn't speak to women. So that was the only point that I said. So maybe you just heard that point. So it wasn't the crux of my argument that I'm making this whole synopsis that that God speaks to women directly, or this whole thing. I'm not making that point. I was just making a point of that we're not going to critique what Yada is saying and dismiss that God can talk to women. However, the preface in which he was stating his preposition was totally false in that whole premise. So I think you just kind of came in on the ass end of it, and you're thinking that that was the crux of my argument when it wasn't.
Okay, but here's where my point of contention comes in, right? If I'm not mistaken, I heard Aaron earlier say that Yada's using half truths, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he was
So
just surmising, or I would say he was just kind of just, paraphrasing what I had said right there. We know there are no half truths, but we were just basically speaking again to what Yadada was doing. He was taking
okay, but
elements of truth and then applying
okay,
them in a non truth
okay,
or a non veracious capacity.
okay. I'm going somewhere with this, but he did say, Aaron did say or brought up the fact that Yada was speaking in half truths, right?
Okay, correct.
Okay, so that's how speaking with a forked tongue actually works. So Yada is the type of dude, not saying y'all, but Yada's the type of dude, he will go into the Bible and find those instances that y'all are referencing where it appears that the Almighty was speaking to God, and he'll take that and run with it. And then all of a sudden, he'll act as if a woman has a higher rank than man. This is when this is the overarching issue I have with those type of arguments.
Right, but he cray though, so we don't. You gotta take him with a grain of salt. You have to know the word for yourself to know that that's not true. What So
In other words,
No,
again,
yeah.
y'all are full of shit.
Yeah,
right,
you're 100% correct on that, Angry Man. None of us
yeah,
were agreeing with Yada. We were all
right.
critiquing different things he was saying. I think we were just attacking it from just different viewpoints. I think that's all it is. But nobody on the panel agreed with like nothing he said.
I had a question for how you guys interpret this. It is not because I'm saying it happened this way and old boy was sitting right there with Eve or nothing. But you guys have a good way of breaking down the Bible, right? Just to kind of like maybe they're taking it out of context when they say that Adam was like right there as she was getting tempted. Um it says, when the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some of it and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened and they realized that they were naked, and so forth and so on. So I think that's where people come
Nah,
in and
so
they
we ain't gonna do
and
that.
they
Don't talk
say,
out of argument. That's not saying that he was right there with her when she was talking to the serpent.
but did you hear what I preferenced this? How I
Yeah,
preferenced it,
you did,
right?
but I just want to make it
Okay,
for
well, I'm
everybody
just trying to
watching
ask
that
you guys. I'm
we
trying to
understand
ask
that
you
y'all
guys,
are full of shit.
right? So I'm trying to ask you guys: are they writing it in the sense of then her husband was there within the garden? You know what I'm saying? But not necessarily there right by the tree.
Right.
Well,
Got it.
his entire premise, Yada's entire premise, is coming from the position of a man is weak and misguided, and the only way that he can ever truly be a man is he has to be under the guidance and supervision of a woman. This is typical this is typical of black culture, where we have this sort of matriarchal mind state where we think that the only way a man can be any good is if a woman is with him and making sure that he does what he's supposed to do and all of that shit. Because if you notice, when he was talking about the woman praying for the man, what did he say? He said, we lay in there sleep drunk and high. And bruh, every man ain't drunk and high. What the hell is he talking about? See, he has to go to the lowest common denominator in order to elevate the woman. That's the problem. If she's so godly, why do you have to present men in
Alcohol
such
at
a
all.
low, like, if woman is so godly, why do you have to present men in such a lowly manner in order to elevate her to that position?
It's funny you say
No,
that, Angry
that's
Man, because what I'm seeing is a paradox forming. If in fact men are these weak, incapable, feeble creatures, then by virtue of that fact, he is weak, incapable, and feeble. Therefore, we should not listen to shit he says.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It begs the question as to why he's sitting there doing the interview instead of his wife.
According to his
And if you
philosophy,
listen to what
that's
happened,
the
right?
appropriate question.
And let's just really quickly go back to the Garden of Eden. And if you listen to what happened when Bank asked him, so why did Eve eat the apple? Well, then he immediately says, but Adam was there. So he totally takes it off of Eve, even doing what she did, and says, but Adam was there. So if you look at what he's doing, he takes all accountability off of women. And this is why his overwhelming majority of his crowd is always women, because he takes all responsibility. Even when he said, again, that the man is sleeping, she's praying over him. And Trey made that good statement. How many women in today's society are actually praying over men? So if you notice what he's doing, he's always pedestalizing women on this on this higher premise, and then putting men in this lower standard. But anytime you ask, well, what are women doing, or what regard to women, he totally obfuscates directly from the truth and throws it directly to the man, because again, Adam was there in the garden.
Well, that's what feminism does. It gives women power without any responsibility or accountability. So that's what he's doing. He's trying to give the woman all of this power and no accountability whatsoever. So of course he's going to say, well, and I've had debates with people, and they say, well, it's Adam's fault because he wasn't a leader enough to tell her not to do XYZ. They always push that narrative, and it's a ridiculous narrative, because if that was the case, why is it when the Almighty punishes them, he punishes them in the way that he did it? If you pull up the scripture, like the way that he punished them, you could tell that he really had an issue with what Eve did. His issue with Adam was that he listened to Eve, but he's really putting a lot of emphasis on her doing what she did. So the Almighty's holding her accountable. So why can't Yada hold her accountable?
And then when you notice what he said, and when he said, well, Eve knew not to eat the apple. He said, well, God made that promise. God told Adam not to eat it. Even if that's the truth, God did tell Adam not to eat it. But notice what Eve told the serpent. She told the serpent that she knew it was forbidden and that they were not to eat it. So the Bible never explicitly says when God or Adam told her not to eat it, but when the serpent told her to eat it, she knew that it was forbidden and that she wasn't supposed to do it. But he didn't say that part though.
I'll give you another one. How do we even know that when Eve presented the damn fruit to Adam, he knew which tree it came from?
I could say that he knew, because God already knew that he knew. That's why he got cursed.
He knew how. Okay, show me that scripture. Show me that scripture
That God already knew.
No, not God. That Adam knew definitely that fruit came from that tree.
Because I'm gonna give it to you the backwards way, right? So when God said to Adam, he said, because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. You're cursed, right? So that implies that Adam knew. Because God is all knowing. God is all knowing, right? So that does not imply that Adam knew. Because if he was deceived and he ate it and didn't know, I don't believe he would have been cursed.
That doesn't imply that he knew. You know how it doesn't imply that he knew? Because God also knew that the devil tricked at Eve. That God also knew that the devil that the serpent beguiled Eve.
Right.
He also knew that.
Right, but our God is a just God. God ain't out here cursing you because you got tricked and you didn't know you ate it.
He wasn't being diligent, something. It doesn't say that he knew for certain that what that fruit was. He should have just been diligent in the situation because he was supposed to be in control of it. But God also said, "Where are you?" as in to ask him a question like he didn't know where he was.
Would that imply
Right.
that he don't know all things?
That's what I said. God knows all things.
No, I'm saying
For
that when
sure.
he asked, "Where are you?" When he was asking Adam, "Where are you?" Why would he ask that if he know all things? You see what I'm saying?
Uh, that's because he wanted Adam to take it. God does
Uh-oh.
things in
Do you
weird
know? Does
in
your
different
husband?
ways, but you know,
Does does your husband when you cook a meal for your husband? Does he ask you what grocery store you bought the food from? Does he ask you a million one questions about the food, or do he just eat it?
he just eats it. But that's oh my goodness. So now we trying to say we think Adam was deceived to eat it.
No, what we're saying is it's not conclusive in that text.
But God, okay. God literally said, because you ate of the fruit that I told you not to eat from, that's
Oh
therefore
my
your
God!
curse.
So it's a leap of the imagination that a man, not through his diligence and making sure he knew what was going on, was tricked by a woman. That we got to make a leap of intelligence to make that assertion.
Not in this case, but I'll let y'all have
Well,
it.
No,
that
Summer,
wouldn't be the first time.
don't be disingenuous because the Holy Spirit
I'm
speaks
not.
to everybody
I'll
like He
let
speaks
y'all
to you.
have it. I know y'all trying to sit up here and say now he got deceived to eat it,
No,
but
I ain't
God
taking no
still
sides.
cursed
I'm
him.
just letting it be known the
Okay,
perspective of it.
I'm just saying. I'm not gonna play it today. Y'all can have it.
No, because
Well,
it's
well,
I'm trying to have a genuine
no,
conversation, but that's
no,
cool.
what you're trying to
No, I'm
do
having a genuine
is you're
conversation.
trying
I'm
to
not being disingenuous.
no
It's
what he's
fine.
trying what you're trying to do, Summer, is what you always try to do, is you try to draw equality in some shit. So you're trying to make them equally to blame for what took place.
They both got cursed. Period. Point blank. They both got cursed.
They absolutely
Yeah,
both
but
got
she was
cursed. Let
cursed
me
to
ask
her
you
man
this:
though.
was her curse worse than his?
If you could say have it, if you could, if you want to feel that way, it's fine. I just think they both got cursed.
No, 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 not feel that way. In the story in Genesis 3, was her curse worse? Yes or no? Did she put
I don't
enmity?
think hers
Did
was.
God
I don't
wait a
think
minute, wait
hers
a minute.
was
Let me
worse or
finish the
his
question.
was worse.
Did God put
Honestly,
enmity between the serpent seed and the woman seed?
right,
Did he?
right.
Okay, that's pretty bad.
But it's also if it's the seed
So
of the
since
woman,
you
it
wanna
also comes from the
so
man.
so so
It's
since
both
you
their
want
child. What are
hold
we
on, so
talking
since
about?
you wanna so
No,
let
the
me
egg
ask
is
you
the
this
seed.
question.
Wait, is it the
Right.
woman seed or is it the man seed?
Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question, right? Since you want to imply, since you said that that situation implies that God, it implies that Adam knew because God punished him and God said, why have you listened to your wife? Since you want to say that implies that, let me ask you this question. If Adam was just as careless as Eve, in other words, if she was standing there and she was eating of the fruit of the tree, and Adam ate of it too, knowing that she got it from that tree, then why would God punish Eve to be ruled by Adam?
Why would God punish Eve to be ruled by Adam?
Mm-hmm.
Because she went off and did her own thing.
Oh, she went off and did what? Say that again.
She went off and did her own thing. She got deceived by the serpent. And she didn't listen. I never put no
So if
fault on
she
her
went
either.
off, so if she went off, so if she went off and did her own thing, it is possible that she brought that fruit to Adam, him not knowing that the damn fruit came from that tree, which is the main reason why when God punished her, he said, "You shall be ruled over by your husband," because if it was up to Adam of his own volition, he wouldn't have ate from the damn tree.
But he literally said, because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree
Wait,
about
Summer.
which I
That's besides
commanded
his point.
you, you must not eat. He literally
That's
knew that
that's
Adam knew that
beside
that was the
that's
tree he
That's
shouldn't have
beside
been
the
beside.
eating
We
from.
know
point.
that. We
That's
know that, Summer.
What
beside
are
the
we
But that's
talking
point.
beside his
about?
point. Because he said that he asked you, why did he make her be ruled over by her man? That was the point. You dodged that.
I said because she went off on her own and she was able to be deceived by the
Okay,
serpent. I said that's the
he's
reason.
telling you that it's clear which one was worse because he put her under command of the man.
Let me ask you this.
I don't.
Let me ask you this question, Summer. So you're saying, are you saying that Eve was deceived by the serpent?
Yes.
Was she still punished even though she was deceived?
Yes, she was, because she knew too.
Okay,
She knew she wasn't supposed to eat from that daggone tree either.
she knew she wasn't supposed to eat from the tree, but even though she knew she wasn't supposed to eat from the tree, does the book say she was deceived? Yes or no?
She was deceived.
Okay. So even though she was deceived, she was still punished. So can't we
she
say
was deceived because the serpent was telling her lies about what by eating the. No, I'm trying.
You're not trying to let me get to my point.
God.
You're
I
filibustering
apologize.
right
Go
now.
ahead, angry man.
Let me get to my point, then you can respond.
Yeah.
So if she was deceived, it states that she was deceived. However, regardless of her being deceived, God said, I'm still going to punish you because you knew better, right? Now, when God punishes Adam, he doesn't say, I'm punishing you simply because you ate of the tree. He says, because you've hearkened on to the voice of your wife. In other words, that means Eve said something to him to get him to eat the fruit. But we don't know what that was. And that's my point. How do we know Eve didn't come to him and say, here's some food. This is good to eat. And Adam said, okay, without doing his due diligence to find out where that damn fruit came from.
Well, it can only play out two ways. It can only play out two ways. A, she just said, here's some fruit, and he didn't know what it was, and she deceived him by virtue of omitting that this is the fruit he shouldn't eat. Or he looked at that fruit and says, wait, isn't that from that tree we ain't supposed to eat from? And she goes, yeah, but I just found out this is okay, so you'll be all right. And he said, okay. Either way, he's hearkening to her voice, and she's deceiving him.
Right. She didn't surely die at all.
Right. Okay, that's fine. But
I
that's
agree
the
with
deception.
I agree with you, Aaron. No, I'm saying, I agree with you, Aaron, because she didn't surely die. Yeah.
Right. Either way, she deceived him. Either by omitting or lying about something that he knew. Either way, what God's saying is he hearkened to her voice.
Which is why her punishment was to be
lorded over
by Adam.
Right.
Because if Adam is over her, God understood that Adam wouldn't have done that. Adam would not have been deceived by the serpent the way Eve was deceived by the serpent.
But wait, you know what else this says? This is also a perfect time to go for God to say, hey, Eve, by the way, I ain't talking to your ass no more. You have anything to say to me? Route it through Adam.
Route it through. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you, Aaron.
we found other instances where he talked to women, so it's like, I don't know if that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't want to derail the convo, so I'm gonna let you have that.
So I'm just saying.
I'm just saying because I can show y'all.
I don't think what is so wrong with
angels are
my question is, why do you guys? Oh,
that's not something that's not precedent in the Bible. But to your point, I'm gonna let you have that for the sake of the conversation.
Got it. Yeah, but I just don't understand why we go ahead.
Mr. Trey. The reason why is because of what happened in the beginning.
Yeah, but I believe in the curse. I believe the woman was deceived. I believe Adam ate from the tree. He was cursed. All the things happened, right? So it is what it is at this point. We just have to keep it pushing, right?
But you don't believe which punishment was worse? Like when he put pain on her and
I think both
enmity
of them. I
between
think
both
both
of
of
them
them
are
was
bad. We
horrible
agree on that, but
because
one of them is
they
worse.
lost eternal. They lost their connection with God. Adam lost his. Adam was rocking by himself with God, chilling. He lost all that connection. That's a bad. That's bad.
This is the most
That's why I don't think.
disingenuous shit I've
That's
ever
why I
heard
don't
in my
think
life.
anything. I don't
I don't
think
know if
Miss
you call
anything
it
Summer,
is
a
worth. I
connection
honestly
or
don't think it's okay.
Miss
The most
Miss Summer,
God
Miss Summer,
confirmed something the serpent said. He said, "Man has become like one of us, knowing good from evil." I don't think he lost the connection. I don't think that's in that verse.
Miss Summer,
He lost the connection he had before he ate of the fruit, for sure.
Miss Summer.
Okay.
Then he
A
had to toil the
Doberman,
land.
a,
It's wild.
a Doberman Pinscher can outrun me in a foot race. A cheetah can outrun me in a foot race. A cheetah is much faster than a Doberman. Yes, they both were punished. Hers punishment was worse.
Far
That's
worse.
what you guys think, but okay.
Far worse.
I
It's
mean,
not.
I
Hey,
don't get periods and cramps. That's
it's
not what I
it's
think. I know that. When
If you're,
when he put enmity between her seed, he specifically said her seed and the serpent seed. That's not my opinion. That's what the text say.
But you guys went from
let's
not
put her in
having
a
to do
situation.
anything to
I
having
didn't
to
say
toil the land, to have to protect them from
we
these
not
animals y'all
denying
was
that,
chilling
Summer.
with.
Summer,
That's
we
all.
not
So I'm
denying
saying,
that.
not one. One's
Wait a
not
minute.
worse
Wait a
than
minute.
the other.
Wait a minute.
One's not worse
Wait a
than the
minute.
other.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You
When
talk
did
about
Adam?
agriculture.
Whoa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When did Adam not have to do anything before the punishment?
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good point.
that's his
No,
charge.
he
That's
didn't.
not
He
his
didn't have to.
punishment.
He didn't have to toil the land, right? The land was being watered. It still is. You know, like he didn't have to do much. Now, when he got punished, specifically, they started naming all these things that he had to now start doing that he was
I
not
would
doing
much
before.
I would much rather be a horticulturalist than to have a monthly cycle.
Exactly. That's just agriculture, Summer, and that's a part of
It
civilization.
says, through painful toil, you will eat from it, and all the days of your life, it will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow, you will
That's
eat
in
your
Genesis
food,
2:15 when he tilled the
and you
ground.
return to
Summer,
the
the
ground. And
punishment
now
was until
now
Genesis
he's
3.
gonna die too. He didn't even
I,
have death on him. Now he's
Summer,
yeah, we
gonna
all
die.
Summer,
everybody's gonna
and
die.
Genesis.
I
Wait,
rather
hold up again. Summer,
I'm just
when
saying.
I'm just saying in Genesis 2, he's told to till the ground. That's before some punishment in Genesis 3.
No, is it Genesis 3 where he's told he has to toil the
Genesis
ground?
2:15.
It's also in Genesis 3, is what I'm telling. I'm
Hold
reading
on,
Genesis
Genesis
3.
2:15. And the Lord God took the man and put him in a garden and to dress it and to keep it. And the Lord God
I'm
commanded
sorry.
the man, saying, "Eat of every tree of the garden, thou mayest freely eat," etc., etc. So that agriculture thing was already in Genesis 2.
Let's see.
all right, let's take a look at it this way, Miss Summer. All right. Let's say you and your brother didn't clean your room and your parents grounded the both of you to go upstairs and clean your room. Okay. You both are being punished for the same crime. Dig? Except they say to your brother, your ass is in charge, and then they say to you, do whatever he says. Okay. Whose punishment is worse?
In that situation, that one, yeah.
Okay, it's the same exact circumstances that
That's
we
the
have with
same.
Adam and Eve. I just paraphrased
But you
exactly what
went
happened.
from, but
I know it's hard.
the man went from not being able to die, and the one, you get what I'm
We're not
saying?
denying
I
that.
think
We're
both of.
not denying that he was punished, though.
I
Again,
would just say, listen, we can agree to disagree, and I'm only agreeing to disagree because I truly don't believe
It ain't
one is
no 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 no
worse
no no
than
no
the
no no.
other.
It ain't
I
no no
don't
no 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 no
believe
no 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 no. It ain't
one
no
is
agree
worse
to. It
than
ain't
the
no
other.
no no
So
no.
we
It
gonna
ain't
let it
no
go.
agree. It ain't no agree to disagree. We not doing
That's
that
what I'm doing.
womanly Feminist bullshit.
That's what I'm
You're
doing.
incorrect.
It's not
You're
feminist. It's just
incorrect.
pretty much you can't convince me. We
It
beat a dead
is. You're
horse.
incorrect. Eve's punishment was worse. I'm sorry it bothers your equality ears. Her punishment was worse.
I don't think Eve's punishment was worse than Adam's. I
Oh,
just
really?
Okay,
don't.
so why?
So you don't go through
And I
damn near
don't
the
think
death.
Adams and I don't think
So you
Adams
don't
was
go
worse than
through. So
Eve's.
you
I
don't go
don't
through.
think either
So
one.
you don't. So as a woman, you don't go through damn near the experience of death just to give birth.
Yeah, in procreation, I have a night of a good time. You have a night where you get split in half.
Baby, do you think one is worse than the other?
Yeah, I'd rather bust a nut than get split in half. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll follow my husband's lead.
Thank you, brother.
No,
What'd he
he
say?
said he don't think one is worse than the other. Punishment is punishment. He just been sitting
Wait,
here
wait,
shaking his
that, we
head.
don't have the context. Nobody's saying
Punishment is
that punishment is a
punishment.
punishment. But ask him, is he okay with just ejaculating to give sex? Or would he also like to feel the pain of a baby and come close to dying? Which one is worse?
Babe, okay, he's shaking his head. Don't get. He said, "Don't get him involved. Leave him alone."
Punishment.
All
So
right,
okay.
yeah.
So punishment. So punishment is punishment. Cool.
Yeah.
Punishment is punishment. So if I go to prison for 5 years and you go to prison for life, punishment is punishment. So it's the same, right?
That's what he said. Let's leave it alone. He don't. He's
Give,
shaking his head. So I'm
give
gonna
me
leave
the
it alone.
5-year bid. I'll take a nickel.
Yeah. So I asked him. I was like, maybe I was off. I always check with my husband, see if I'm off with something. So he said, punishment is punishment. It is what it is. So I'm gonna leave it alone. So. But yeah, it's a good conversation though. This is Trey. This is why I said I don't want to be the only woman on the path.
Fine.
I normally always get off if I am.
So are you and Becky.
Because I like having these I like having these conversations though. You know.
Why is being the only woman on the panel?
I can't hear you, Aaron. It's going in now.
No, I was saying, well, you said this is why you don't want to be the only woman on the panel. I'm just trying to figure out why.
The only woman on the panel? Because we've been going at it for the last 40 something minutes.
Yeah, I went at it with men on the panel earlier.
After I've had, it tends to kind of go like that sometimes. Not on Trey's thing all the time though.
Do you think your gender has anything to do with disagreeing?
I just said I don't like to be the only woman on the panel because the disagreements always come towards the woman's way.
That's not true.
I spent the first
a lot of times it does.
I spent the first 3/4 of this podcast disagreeing with men.
In fact, all of us up here disagree.
Mr. Aaron, Mr. Aaron, but it's the tendency like when I give my answers, it's like now everybody want to jump in and make me say a certain thing that I'm just not going to say. And when I say, okay, I concede, I agree to disagree, let's move on. And then the next person comes in and tries to convince me, and okay, I concede, I don't agree. Then the next person jumps in and try to convince me. It's like, you guys like have to convince me to think away, and I'm not going to think that way. Regardless of what you guys say.
You just stated a very clear oxymoron. You said, I agree, I concede, but I disagree.
I concede the conversation. I conceded. Y'all can have it. Go ahead. Y'all can have it.
Well,
you see what's happening? I guess what's
conceded,
happening right now is the next person go say something to me now.
No, wait. Hold on. Here's the thing, because this is what's ridiculous about this, right? So when we look at the past, right? We look historically. There was a time where women weren't allowed to be part of the conversation when men were speaking and stuff, right? And I'm not saying that's right. However, right, what you're doing right now is indicative, in my opinion, as to why they had that mentality, because you're accusing us of something that's not true. I've literally had more disagreements and went at more people on this panel that were men than women every time I've come up here. And anybody can attest to that. In fact, I had a worse disagreement with Beans last night. And we went back and forth for a minute. The only difference is Beans is not going to say, oh, the only reason you're doing this is because I'm a guy. That's the only difference.
Right. But here's the thing. Here's the difference between me, right? If you give me your answer and you stand on that, then you have the right to your answer. I'm not going to try to convince you otherwise. You have the right to your answer. And I'm going to move on.
That's true, but come on, we having a good conversation in good faith. We all will agree that we would rather go to jail for 5 years instead of life. And we also agree that those are two forms of punishment.
Oh my God,
And
today I'm talking about Adam and Eve. I don't think anyone's worse than the other. But if you give me other scenarios, we could talk to those. Okay.
Punishment is punishment. It should apply to every scenario.
Got it.
Here's the thing. I paraphrased the exact scenario between Adam and Eve, and there was an inconsistency in your judgment.
So I think you're going in and out, Mr. Aaron.
Okay, so I had paraphrased the exact dynamic between Adam and Eve when I used the example of a brother and a sister, and you said that dynamic is different from the Adam and Eve dynamic. There was an inconsistency when, in fact, they are mirror circumstances.
But if you put at the end of that brother and sister scenario, and then you're going to die. Yeah, well, I would be like, they both have it bad. They both about to die. It don't matter if one is over the other one. It don't matter who's ruling it. Y'all about to die. So at the end of it, or be deleted or whatever, then I would be like, okay, who cares about the middle stuff? Y'all both about to surely die.
Right. So
that's the premise I'm coming from.
Okay. So when I use wait. When I use the example of the brother and sister, did you go with that with the presupposition that they would live forever? No. We all know that they were going to die. Didn't change your argument.
But if that is the Adam and Eve are different than your brother and sister scenario, because what was added on to that in Adam and Eve situation is that they were going to now surely die. That's why I don't think one punishment is bigger than the other one, because now they both are going to see death.
How is that different from the brother and sister that are also going to surely die?
That punishment is already on them. We already have the punishment of death, so it doesn't fit into your scenario. And their scenario, however, it did with Adam and Eve.
Okay, so the fact that they're both going to die is a point of equality. In addition to another piece to their punishment, which is her being lorded over by him. That is where the equality goes out the window, is the point we're trying to make.
Gotcha.
If all things are equal except that one thing, then you use that one thing to assess value.
Well, no, there's actually three things that separate their equality. Because you have him ruling over her, that separates the equality. You also have her having to go through the pain of childbirth, that separates equality. You have
losing a quart of blood every month.
So you have the enmity between her seed and the serpent. That also separates equality, because if you look at the concept of them both being punished equally, some of Adam's punishment was shit he was already doing.
That's what I said in Genesis 2:15. He was already tilling the ground. He was already doing agriculture.
Yeah, God presented them with a garden, not a vending machine.
In fact, the only thing that makes them equal in the punishment is the fact that they're gonna die.
And to me, that's bad when you didn't have to. That's all I'm saying.
We agree.
But the middle stuff.
I got you guys. You guys feel like the middle stuff should be weighted too, and you guys believe that the woman's punishment is worse than the man's in the middle
The
ground.
middle stuff is their entire
I
No,
life.
I don't believe it. It's in the scripture.
I get it. I get that. I get it.
Well,
Summer.
what
The middle
if
stuff
we
is their
don't
entire
if
life.
if we
Can I
don't
say
wait
something?
if we don't place weight on the middle stuff, doesn't that actually invalidate and devalue the struggles that women have to go through to keep this man moving forward to the future? Her
It's a
contribution
curse.
comes with pain that should be recognized.
Yeah, but it's a curse. It's a,
Right, exactly. One that man doesn't have.
okay. It's a curse.
Exactly. You said it.
We
Say
both
it
were.
again.
We were both cursed. It's
Not
fine.
not 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 with the sensation of being cut in half to procreate. No, we don't. I don't have that. Mm-mm.
Big Aaron, I got you. There's nothing that you're going to say that's going to convince me to feel any other way that I feel.
So
I just
Summer,
respectfully, all of y'all, I
Summer.
I'm not.
appreciate the
I'm
effort.
not
I
asking.
really, really do.
I'm
However,
not.
I
I'm
get
not
what you're
asking to change your.
saying. You all
I'm not
feel that
asking.
way. I don't
No,
feel
no, no,
that
no,
way.
no, 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 no.
The
I
one
don't
thing
feel.
maybe about me is it don't matter if it don't
It's in the
matter what
face
y'all
of
I
saying
don't.
at
logic.
this
In
I
the
point.
don't
face of
see. I'm not
logic and
trying to
reason.
change your
What
feelings.
in hold on, Aaron. What she's basically saying is that in the face of reason and logic, she's still going to believe what she
No,
believes.
death
Main
trumps all
reason
the
why,
middle stuff.
which is the
Death
main
trumps
reason
all the
why.
middle stuff.
Can I say what I'm saying without you interrupting me? Because if you want to be heard and what you're saying is valid, don't take away the validity of what I'm saying.
Death trumps it all to me. So
See
Summer,
what I
can
mean?
I say something?
See what I mean?
Can I
sure.
say something to y'all? I'm just gonna stay up in about 2 minutes, but I want to leave you with two things, Summer, because I listen to you a lot. Because I do stay in the chat a lot. I really don't like doing panels unless I'm doing a late shift. I'm gonna give you two different things to look at. All right. So we know that there's something big just happened that a male took seven of his children life. I'm gonna say life, and he took one of his children that wasn't life, but he took a total of 8 people life. I don't know anything else have happened to the two ladies or two people happened, but let's just deal with the 8, okay?
Hmm.
And you said something earlier, and I'm just picking back on what you said earlier.
Hmm.
If we all look at that and we say that was horrible, there's no reason for that man to do that. All right. I think every male up here, and even including yourself, you would say that. So this go back to what you said earlier.
Yeah.
I think a lot of time when I'm listening to you, when you get into this back and forth of conversation, it's when you say, "I'm coming from a woman's perspective." All right. We already know that you are a woman, but when we're looking at something and it's right and wrong. There's no right side or left side, no woman side, no male side. It's what it is. That's number one. Number two, if you and another person was working at McDonald's and for some reason or another, y'all was both working on the cash register, all right? But you were the person mostly mainly worked on the cash register and it came up short. And I mean real short. They couldn't find who took the money or whatever. So the supervisor comes, the general manager comes in and says, well, we're going to dock y'all pay for this situation. But since you was on the cash register more than the other guy, we're going to make him a manager over you. Now, we can walk away and say both was punished. But for the other person who's now, the supervisor have already told you, did he feel like the other person is more responsible than you? And so I think when I listen to your conversation, it's not about changing the way you think about things. But I think when you put in I'm coming from a woman's perspective. Everything is not from a male or female perspective. Things are the way they are, and it's either right or it's wrong. And I think that's some of the times. And I never really spoke to you. You know, I haven't. I never really spoke to you. You know, and when I say spoke to you, I mean I've never had a debate with you about something you said. But me listening to you in the chat, these are the things I say. We're gonna get in a little bit of trouble with that because either something is right or it's wrong. And if a jury act the way sometimes you act, as when you on these panels and they got female jurors and they got male jurors, and the female jury would say, "Well, no, it can't be that way because I'm thinking from a woman's perspective." But she killed her husband. No, but she might have had a reason. He might have did something in the past. And these are the things I hear from you sometimes, and I think that's where the conversation start to go left. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, OG.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. And I think sometimes I like this channel is a little different. I don't think this channel is like a lot of some of the other channels that are out there who just continues just want to bash on women. I think they want to move through the conversation, just have the conversation, and it's what we believe more than not what's right and wrong versus a male perspective or a woman perspective. That's all I wanted to say. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
All right. Have a good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Out the OG.
Just really quick, I kind of want to piggyback off of what OG is saying. And Summer, hopefully you don't take this as an attack. And I don't think they were attacking you, but I think they were attacking your logic or your position. And I think that happens a lot of times when you get women in mostly men dominated spaces. So again, like Angry Man said, and even Aaron attested to it, men will go back and forth with each other and we'll come up with multiple ways to try to explain our argument or state our position, it not just in an attempt to change your mind, but hopefully where you could see the flaws in your logic. It's not to say that you're wrong, it's just to say that you're thinking about some things incorrectly and you're putting some things in, like what they say, don't put the buggy in front of the horse. So I think a lot of times when you just said there's nothing you could do that's going to make me change how I feel, and I think that's what happens a lot of times in modern day conversations is men and women both. A lot of times people will just shut down, and we can't afford to shut down in these conversations because one, we got an audience, we got viewers, and there may be multiple people who think like you and take your position. But then as Angry Man explains it, as Aaron explains it, breaks it down, maybe they're going to say, okay, you know what, that does make sense. Okay, I see it and I understand it from that perspective. So it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's one about articulating your argument and being able to apply your logic evenly and applicably. And it's hard. We're all, you know, guilty of it. I'm still struggling with metaphysics and different things like that. But you know, having these conversations are useful. So I would say don't take it as an attack. Stay in the game. You've always been here. I watch you guys all the time. And, you know, just keep stating your position, but don't come at it with feelings. Come at it more with your mind and understand how logic is being applied. And if you don't understand the logic, then we can go over the classical logical error in it, and we can explain how or why that violates or contradicts law logic.
This is a master class in what I was saying earlier to refute what Dada was saying in the video about the connection between the emotional side of the brain and the logical side of the brain. The connection with women is much stronger. Sure, that doesn't make cognitive ability superior. This is an example of how men are a little bit more adept at separating their emotions from their sense of logic. I think it was very excellent example when you said that I was trying to change how you feel about it. No, I don't wish to change. I don't propose to even have any control over how you feel. I would never change invalidate the way you feel about anything because your feelings are yours. You have a right to them. Moreover, I don't have any feelings about any of this at all whatsoever. Just having a conversation, analyzing facts. But I think that this is a clear example of separation that can happen among men that is just more difficult for women. That what they believe to be logical is directly connected to their emotions.
I find this whole situation to be ridiculous. It's absolutely, utterly, and completely ridiculous.
I agree.
It fascinates me. I'll give you that.
I agree.
No, it's ridiculous because we live in a day and age where men take women seriously enough to debate with them the way we would debate with men, which from my understanding is what women wanted. Women wanted to be able to stand in square with men, voice their opinions, voice their thoughts, and be heard and be taken seriously. But the moment as a man that you take them seriously, they fall back on the I'm a woman concept. It's ridiculous. It's like gladiators fighting in a damn in an arena, and the women are saying, "Hey, we want to fight in the arena too." And it's like, "No, you can't fight in the arena. You're women." How dare you say that? Just because we're women doesn't mean we can't fight in the arena. Okay, you know what? Fine. You can fight in the arena. The women go in the arena. The men don't treat them differently. They swing the sword just as hard as they swing it when they're fighting a guy. And then the moment that sword hits the damn shield, oh my God, I'm a woman. What are you doing? Shit is
What is
ridiculous.
happening?
It's ridiculous.
Well, for this particular conversation, I know what OG was talking about with previous conversations that I've had on the panel in those cases. So I heard him out and I've taken that to note, taking that to heart, right? As far as this conversation is concerned, again, you guys have the right to come to the conclusion that you came to when reading those verses, right? I believe that death outweighs all of the in between. And that's the premise that I'm standing on, and that's what I believe in, right? You can say, I can see what your perspective is if you want to break down the middle ground. I see that, right? But as far as trying to challenge my logic and why I think death supersedes all of it, that's a different conversation. But like
Well,
I said, we can agree to disagree. You have the right to your opinion, your thought process, and what you believe is worse, better, worse than that situation. As for me, I believe the death makes it evens it out to me.
okay, well, here's the thing with me.
That's the end. That's the end of that. That's the end of that. With that, because I'm not trying to keep going like as you guys like chastising me or trying to tell me or talk to me or all that good stuff.
Summer,
I respect all of you guys on the panel and what you guys bring to the table, and I will be back to talk it out again. But I think we're beating a dead horse.
Summer, you don't even know what I was getting ready to say, and you kept talking as if I wasn't talking. Like you
Well,
stopped
I was
for a second.
talking and you came in as if I
You
wasn't
you
talking. I
you
don't
stopped
understand.
you stopped for a second and I interjected.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Go ahead, sir.
You stopped for a second and I interjected.
Got it.
What I was getting ready to say is you stated your position on that. I'm not even on that conversation. I'm past that. You said you believe what you believe, and that's your position, and that's just what it is. So I'm not beating a dead horse. What I'm saying right now, and what I was getting ready to say is for future reference, when there are conversations being had and you take a position and then I challenge your position, I need you to understand that I'm not challenging your position because you're a woman. I'm challenging your position because I respect you enough to actually have the discussion with you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't yeah, that part I agree with you on that. I don't think you were challenging that because you were challenging because you believe what you believe and you were trying to get me to understand your perspective and all that good stuff. I'm not saying that's because I was a woman in that sense of the word. No, that's not what I was saying in that case. No. So I
Okay.
agree. I don't think that you were doing that.
Okay. I'm just making
Yeah.
sure because if I was that type of guy, the moment you start talking, I'd be like, silly woman, no one wants to hear you talk. Like, no, nobody's
Right.
doing that.
Yeah. No. I agree with you on that one. Time's 11. Okay, I'm past my bedtime. But good conversation. Is Harwood still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you said you was gonna send me some book references in the back chat from before about a good Greek book and a Hebrew translation Bible and the you said Greek. You said that you could give me some references.
Oh, you talking about a while back?
Yeah,
I did. I put
I've
it in
been
the back
trying
chat
to.
that night.
I think
Let
maybe
me
I
read.
dropped.
We was
I
having a
probably
conversation
may
in
have
the back
dropped.
chat that night, and I thought you probably would have took it and copied and pasted, but we can do it again whenever. Yeah,
Yeah,
I got you.
if you could put it inside the regular chat, I know there's a way like when I do the replay, if I fast forward, I can get it that way because I don't know how to get back into these back chats to retrieve information or if it even sticks once you drop.
I remember the conversation we was having. We was talking about what love
Translation
is
Bible, Hebrew and Greek.
in the Greek. Yeah, in the New Testament, we was
Yeah.
talking about love. Yeah, I got you.
All right, cool. Well, you guys have a good evening. It was a good conversation. If you guys there tomorrow, I'll be in tomorrow. But you guys have a good evening.
Be well.
Peace.
All right.
Peace.
All
Have a
right,
good
bye.
one.
All right. Have a good night, Miss Summer. Is Trey or P Smurf still up? Anybody got access to the video still?
I don't know. Someone said, but angry man, it was a multitude of individuals that followed you up, going at her like little men. Well, first of all, here's the thing, and I don't know how many ways I got to say this clearly. Women have to pick a struggle. Okay, either you want to be able to stand in the middle of the square and go back and forth with men logically and defend your position, or you want to be protected. If you want to be protected, you cannot you cannot defend your position the same way. If I go at a man, if I go at a man in this discussion and other men chime in because they agree with my position, no one's gonna think people are ganging up on that man. Y'all are gonna have to pick a struggle.
You know, the funny thing about it is that they had to post it in the comments. How come they couldn't get up here and come under? Like the link is there. They could have just came up here and they could have stayed at their position.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wait, to whom are we talking about?
I can't see the name is Ray One Authentic.
Well, this is the chat, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about real authentic? Man, yeah, he always be saying crazy stuff in the chat.
When
real authentic.
In professional sporting arenas, when the fans are yelling suggestions onto the field, do those suggestions ever really influence the gameplay much?
Not really, but I'm like LeBron. I'll grab the referee and walk him over there and point at one of the fans and say, "Yeah, man, you need to shut him down over there."
You're a better ball player than me, then.
Did Trey go to sleep? I thought y'all was gonna play more of the video, more of the ridiculousness.
Let me call him.
He may be expecting his eyelids for holes. Speaking of sleep, y'all heard of these new corduroy pillows?
He said he was in the streets. He said he was in the streets earlier, but yeah, he probably knocked out.
You never heard of these corduroy pillows, Angry Man?
I haven't.
It's strange, man, because they've been making headlines.
Are they supposed to be good?
They've been making headlines.
I gotta look it up.
No headlines. Get it?
Oh,
that was pretty funny.
That shit went smooth over my head. That's funny. So let me ask you guys this question about Yada. How many of y'all up here think that, better yet, to all of you that's actually still up here listening, how much of this shit do you think he actually believes?
I honestly don't know because I don't listen to the dude.
Bro, I've heard him say some wild shit, bro.
I've seen a few segments or like different, clips or different things like that with him on there. I don't know him personally. I haven't interacted with him personally, but I'll say it like this. I think when people start saying whatever rhetoric it is that they spew, and they start getting an audience and they start getting paid for it, I think that makes them believe more of what they say, whether they did believe it or not. The fact that they're getting an audience and they're getting paid for it, it's monetizable. I think that makes them lean more into what they're saying and possibly believe it more so, I think, in my opinion.
Return confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a weird loop, but it's a paradox within its own self. But basically, that's it. You said it best right there, Aaron.
So then this goes into the psychology of human beings being able to either trick or convince themselves of some bullshit to the point where they begin to believe it.
Yep. But I'm not sure if he believes it or not, or if he's just a plant. That could be possible too.
Yeah, I'm always suspicious of anybody that has that strong of a position and they just seemingly come out of nowhere.
Yeah. I ain't heard from P. Smurf in a minute. He must be.
P. Smurf knocked out.
Host and co-host sleep. Damn.
Damn, I came up here. I thought I was gonna be able to get into an extended debate with the Chuster. I'm sadly disappointed that I actually agree with some of the shit you say.
Hey, don't feel like the Lone Ranger. You know what? We probably agree with more than what we disagree, but I just do it in a hyperbolic sense. I call it serious satire sometimes. That's kind of how you can describe my content.
Word. Yeah, sometimes I'll hear somebody on the panel and I'll be like, "Oh, it's time for some smoke." And then I get up there and I actually agree with the shit. I'll be like, "Damn, can't even debate."
Hey, that's what I strive for. I really don't do the YouTube panels that much, but I'm mainly on X, man, and I just debate for the most part. I love a good debate. That's really where it's at. That's like where that's the sharpening of minds right there, right? I love a great debate.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Good debate can be healthy, as long as it ain't with a bunch of goofy motherfuckers like reasoning in the back chat talking about balls. They don't know what the fuck he talking about.
Oh my God, reason like
The reason why you're not on this panel right now, you goofy motherfucker.
Man, I
reason
fell
just
asleep to one
reason
one
just
panel
wanna
y'all was talking about, and man, y'all went into quantum entanglement, quantum mechanics, physics, and different things, and I was like, man, they cooking right there. I really like seeing, brothers, you know what I mean, our people have these type of high level conversations and really know what they talking about, because I mean, black people are not a monolith, but the minute you do some shit that's outside of the norm of a black people, then you being like a white boy, or you doing this or doing that. So for the fact that you guys, especially you, Harvin, because I was really listening to a lot of what you were saying, bro. So I like how you were, explaining that on that other panel, and you broke reason down where, he couldn't even say anything after that. So that was good shit on your end.
Yeah, atheism is nonsensical. It makes no sense.
I don't think reason really wants to debate. I think reason be trolling. I think he likes being disruptive.
I think he believes some of the things he say, and sometimes he trolling. Like today, for example, he came here and got to talk about Lucy. He really believed that.
He said Lucy. What? Oh, that
Yeah,
movie.
the
Lucy?
Australopithecus afarensis, the hominid.
Yeah, the being that they made that, because they tried to put that shit in that Goofy movie too.
yeah. Movie with Scarlett Johansson. The
Yeah.
irony in that they recreated Leonardo da Vinci's little goofy painting, or was that? I think it was Da Vinci that made the painting of the so-called God being this white bearded man pointing his finger down to a man, and they're trying to the man is reaching up. Lucy did the same thing to the hominid Lucy. They got
Yeah.
these little subliminal messages they throw in there to mess my people head up, but you know how it go.
Mm-hmm.
So we the monkey and his white woman the God, I guess. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Yeah, I had an issue with that shit too. I was like, oh, so she understand the entire universe and shit. Cause some drugs burst inside of her. Now all of a sudden she got 100% of her mental faculties. Like, get out of here.
They tried it. They did. But
Mm-hmm. And still can't get away from the truth, because even in that, you saw how that black dark matter overtook her.
Yep.
Same thing they did with Prometheus when they had the stuff that they was using to make life. It was like some sort of black liquid.
Yeah, the black goo. But you know what's funny about that Prometheus movie, that prequel to Alien?
Mm.
You know that's the Genesis / Sumerian creation story, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because allegedly it's supposed to be like those architects, they came and got a earth child and then schooled them and brought him back, and that was supposed to be Jesus. And yeah. Did you hear that part of the story where people was
in the beginning?
Yeah, like somebody was breaking down the Prometheus movie, and they was trying to say that that's what that was and shit.
They was breaking down some parts of the stuff that was in the script originally, that's not in that didn't come out in the movie, and they were saying that one of the engineers was Jesus, was related to them, and like you said, they taught him, and he was sent here for us, but that's why they wanted to come destroy us with the black goo, but they end up destroying themselves on their ship. But in the beginning of it, you see Prometheus. In the beginning of the first Prometheus, you see him actually drink the black goo, and he dies. He basically sacrifices himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you will see his DNA float off in the water, and I guess how the amino acids come together. You know, all that water spring pool bullshit of the theory of evolution that's coming from something called Luca. But it's funny that Luka Doncic is a basketball player and he's white. But anyway, there's so many subliminal.
It's so many subliminal shit. They playing games, but that story is in the Akkadian Atrahasis when
Mhm.
one of the Anuna, which they also are called Elu, which goes back to the Chusta when we talk about the council. I don't want to go off into that too much, but in the Atrahasis, you see a deity, a being by the name of Kingu, and the others of the Anuna or the Ilu sacrifice him to make man to basically be their slaves.
Mm.
That's exactly what
Hey,
the
yo,
Prometheus movie talking about.
hey, yo, what do you think about that dude that was? I think his name is Billy.
Billy Carlson.
Black. Yeah. Like, what you think about Homeboy? How he was up there, like he was going from podcast to podcast until that white boy
Yeah,
like
West Huff.
decimated his ass.
Yeah, he let West Huff, and there's no way he should let that happen. But it happened because he doesn't he's not privy to the language. So West Huff was able to play games with there and get on Joe Rogan's show, sit up there like he know what he talking about too, because he know a little bit. And he
Mhm.
wanted to play games with the word. So Billy Carlson point, there was some truth to his point, but he couldn't prove it because West Huff was too astute in the conversation. He was in
Mhm.
the topic. So he couldn't prove West Huff wrong because he really don't know. So to answer your question, I used to think he was a plant or possibly a plant. I didn't take a real hard position on it, but I was like, who was this guy? Because he said something that really rubbed me wrong when he said that Amun Ra was something evil. And I was like, wait a minute. No,
Mhm.
nowhere in the Egyptian text does it say that. So
Mhm.
he tried to equate Amun Ra to Marduk. Again, this is another person, just like Yada was just doing. How ironic this relates. Yada was sitting up here misconstruing something that I know Dr. York was teaching. He just did
Mhm.
the same thing by trying to say that Amun Ra, the Egyptian deity, is the exact same as the Sumerian or Akkadian deity Marduk, and they're not. They will be equivalencies in their roles in these stories, but he tried to say they're the same, and that's why some things got evil, and that's why you see the word "amen" now was inserted into the Bible by some evil purpose and all that. And he just didn't know what he was talking about. But I was offended once he got dusted off by West Huff. Then I moved my attention to West Huff, and now I want that action with West because all that shit he was putting up there was cap. He said the book of
Yeah.
Isaiah and the text, basically the Masoretic text is the Hebrew text that the Bible is usually based off today. He said that the Dead Sea Scrolls Isaiah was the exact same as the ones in the Masoretic text, word for word, and that's bullshit. It's a flat out
Mhm.
lie. So yeah, West Huff, I hope you watching this because you gonna get cooked. See with y'all my people. I come up here, we try to get understanding. I go back and forth a little bit, but it is nothing like if I really want to cut your head off. With West, I will cut his head off.
The funny thing about West that I find to be hilarious is the fact that he looks like you ever you ever hear of David Icke's crazy ass?
Yeah, David, yeah.
So you know how he talks about you know
Reptilians and stuff, right?
yeah, and then the white people being this Nordic race of aliens or whatever.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
funny thing the funny thing about Wes is he looks like what
He looked like
David
one,
Icke
right?
was describing.
But you know what's funny? Let's take this back to Prometheus. What did the engineers look like?
Oh yeah.
They were
That's
pale and
when
pasty.
I was watching, bro, when I was watching that joint, I when I first seen it and I got the concept of what they were saying about the engineers, I immediately was like, oh, that's some bullshit.
Well, it's like what y'all was saying. It's a forked tongue thing. Like when someone said
Mhm.
that Yada was speaking a half truth, if such a thing could even be real. Yada is exactly what they're doing with that Prometheus movie. See, they show you one cast of the so-called Elohim. but they wouldn't show you the rest. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
all of, unless they made it look like a reptilian, like the xenomorphs. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
all of them must be the superior beings. Must all look like these pale, pasty white Nordics. I guess.
Mm-hmm. And what I couldn't understand is like when you remember when the when that damn, I can't remember the name of the cyborg. What was his name?
The dude that played Magneto.
Yeah.
Got his name.
Cause you remember he went to their home world and wiped them out and shit,
Yeah,
right?
he let go of that black goo on them.
Yeah, and I'm like, so they're supposed to be a superior race. One, they was acting like cavemen, in my opinion.
They were,
and then because they
thus
were
a Nordic.
extremely barbaric, right? And I'm like, so y'all got wiped out by a freaking android that a dude created.
That y'all got wiped out by an android that a dude created that y'all created.
Yeah.
You notice ain't really no black people in these movies, bro.
Yeah.
So are they really talking to us?
Bro.
So is that's what this goes back to, that Adam and Eve story. Is that Adam and Eve us?
Yeah,
That begs the question.
There's a school of thought around that too.
For sure. That's why I took you to Genesis 2 when we was talking about Ethiopia, and was that the original Adam, and then you go back into the Sumerian text, the Enuma Elish, the Gilgamesh epics. And it's funny because Wes Huff try to talk about the Gilgamesh epics. Back to Wes Huff's goof ass. He talks about the Dead Sea Scrolls as if it substantiates his personal belief, but it actually contradicts his personal belief, because he also said that the Anunnaki in the Sumerian text couldn't be the same as the Elohim in the Bible, and but he quotes the Dead Sea Scrolls. But it's ironic that Gilgamesh is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So how could you use the Dead Sea Scrolls to try to substantiate your little position when it contradicts what you just said about the Sumerian text? I cook West.
And your boy didn't he didn't catch it.
He did, because he don't know. Billy Carlson is regurgitating stuff he watched on YouTube videos.
Yeah. I kind of got that vibe from it. At first, it seemed like he knew what he was talking about, but the way old boy was like
handling them,
and yeah, he was handling them, and I'm just like, damn, bro, like
you making us look bad, bro. You tripping?
Yeah, like
on Joe Rogan, bro. This is the biggest podcast on planet Earth. You tripping? So you mean tell me you was up here capping this whole time? So now it begs the question: how did you even become this prominent? But I asked myself that same question about that Derek Jackson and this Yada dude. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, how does this happen?
I don't know, man. I don't know how they be, because I be seeing cats talking about certain stuff, and it's like depending on what topic they're talking about, you be sitting there listening like, yo, man, you could get dismantled, but the person that they put in front of you is always a person that ain't able to do it.
They do. I think they do it on purpose. That's why I'm like, I'll be heated.
I think they do too.
It'd be purpose. I'm like, yo, you never see Wes actually challenge these real biblical scholars or Sumerian scholars or Egyptian scholars. You never see it. He's always talking to some poo butt.
I would like to see Wes have a back and forth with Sarah Suit Seti. That shit would be funny as hell.
But you can't tell me about this Bible. But where you get this Bible from?
First of all, I ain't trying to hear nothing from no Peckerwood anyway.
You what I'm gonna learn from a damn caveman?
Said he be funny as hell, bro.
Hey, the truthster, you know who said he is?
Yeah, I'm over here busted up in the background.
But what you gonna do with your mother and all her sisters? Yeah, man. But Billy Carlson is a YouTube warrior. He don't really read these texts.
And that's so disappointing.
Yeah, man. Cause I was offended for a while about that Amun Ray thing. But then when I seen that West Up thing, it just diverted my energy towards West.
Matter of fact,
Yeah,
let
man.
me
A lot of these
let me
dudes on YouTube, man, I call them, it's like vibe coding, right? You know, we got AI, we got Google, you know, and people can just read headlines, you know, memorize a few different things. Like, you know, I can name a few of them. I don't even want to go down the list, but it's a lot of people, and you know, they don't really know what they're talking about. They just know a little bit about it. And so now they're just trying to build their whole position based off of a few things that they read here and there.
Yeah, like Reason.
you know what? You know what? You said you was offended for a while behind that shit, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something that I see that offends the shit out of me, and I be feeling like I'm the only one that feel this way, or at least I'm the only one that's willing to say the shit out loud, right? So you notice how Pixar will do these children movies, right?
Yep.
And they always they'll do a kids movie that's celebrating someone's culture, right?
Yep.
So they'll have the joint where they celebrating the Samoans, right? So they'll have that joint. Then they'll have the joint with the
What's
girl
her
with
name?
the shoe
Moana?
that I can't remember what something like that.
Moana,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, so you got that one. Then you got the one, there's another one that's is celebrating Cuban culture, right? I forgot the name of that one, right? But you got that one. Then you got one with this redheaded girl that shoot a bow and arrow, right? And she's like, it's Scottish, right? So I'm sitting back just watching all of these damn movies that they're making that they make for children, right? And you know, each child group can find the movie that fits their culture, and they'll teach them about their history and celebrate their history and shit. And then when they finally get around to making one about black people, it's a jazz player, and the moment the movie starts, he die and become a damn ghost.
Wait, what movie is that?
What's the name of that movie? It's what the hell is the name of that movie? Damn, I can't think of the name of that movie. But it's like this movie, it's like a Pixar style movie. And if you look at the previews of it, you see black people in it. You like, oh shit, they actually making a Pixar Soul. That's the name of it, right?
Soul. Oh yeah, Soul. Dang.
And I'm like, bro, why the hell can't they make a movie? Like anytime they make a movie with black people, like you got the Princess and the Frog. She was a frog for damn near the whole movie, right?
Yeah, dude was a
And
frog.
yeah, they be doing that shit all the time, right? Whenever it's black culture, they don't want to do a honest to goodness representation. If they show us in a cartoon or a movie, for the majority of the time, it's always some fuck shit, right? So I'm just sitting back watching the shit, and then this nigga James Cameron came out with Avatar, and I'm like, God
Oh,
damn,
don't get me started.
these niggas so desperately, these niggas are so desperate not to tell
the truth,
the original people's story, that they making niggas blue cats, bruh. Like, I'm just sitting back like, yo, this is nasty work.
Nasty work. But here's the biggest smack in the face, Angry Man, with with the avatar. Cause I'm not even really mad at the blue color, but what this is what I'm mad at. You know what they were called, right?
What's
In
that?
the movie Avatar. Remember what they were called?
They was the damn, I can't remember.
They called them Navi. The Navi.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what that is, bro?
What's that?
That's the modern Yiddish way. That modern Hebrew Yiddish stuff the small hats speak. That's the word for prophet, but it's really Nabi. That's the Hebrew word for prophet. This will really grinds my gears. Nabi come from the root naba, which means to be fruitful or germination, growth. Well, that would be where the word Nubian comes from. So you mean to tell me that these people are Nubians, but the savior was a white man who consciousness put inside of the body of a Nubian to save the indigenous people?
Yeah.
Ain't this
That's what, look, I was offended by that part, and I didn't even understand why I was offended. I just knew I was offended.
Bro, I'm like, hey, bro, they playing games, bro.
Shit is crazy, fam.
Just the constant attacks on the subconscious mind. And then we get up here, we try to tell our people, yo, A, B, C, D. And they like, nah, that ain't 1, 2, 3. It's like, hold on, fam, I'm not your enemy. Your enemy playing in your face and want us to go back and forth and argue. You tripping.
No, I'm gonna tell you how they really played in our face. You see how they got King the Conqueror up out of there.
Yep.
They was like, nah, we can't have nobody this powerful. Like, they figured out a way to get him up out of there, bruh. That shit, no, matter of fact, I'm bugging. What really pissed me off, and I felt like black people wasn't offended enough. And this is why I be getting upset with black folks, because they don't be getting offended by the right shit. You see that shit they did with American Gods with Anansi?
Bro.
I was like, fam, why ain't everybody like Orlando Jones? He was offended. But I'm like, why the hell everybody else ain't offended?
Same reason why they not offended by the Epstein files that admit that these elites are so-called eating kids. But 10 years ago, when I was telling my people that, my family and everybody outcast me, said I was crazy, and now I ain't got heard one damn apology. Ain't that a bit? Wait, hold up. Crazy. But to that Marvel point you brought up, King the Conqueror. You ever seen the Eternals?
Yeah.
You notice what area of the world they were in?
Nah, what
in the
part
beginning,
of the world?
when they first, when the Celestials first told them to come there and teach them how to build cities and agriculture and
Oh, they was in Egypt, right?
They wasn't, bro. They was in Sumeria.
Oh, they was.
Now
It's
watch
been a
this.
minute since
They was in Sumeria, and they said that the Eternals got there 6,000 years ago. So I go, okay. Now go back to the Black Panther movie and look at the deity of the Black Panthers, and it's the Egyptian deity Bast, the leopard cat. And Bast had already seeded the planet with that vibranium, and the Africans were already there millions of years before that creation of the Eternals in Sumeria. Notice that's the same argument that I've been making about the people, the original people that we confuse with Adamites in Africa, for the ones that the small has been trying to convince us for a couple centuries now that civilization started in Sumer.
They put it in our face what it really is.
Mm-hmm.
Right in the comic book.
Mm-hmm.
I said, this a bit.
Oh, niggas got mad at me. Speaking of Marvel, niggas got mad at me because I said what they did to Black Panther was some bullshit.
It was some feminist BS, and then they made Atlantis look like Mexicans, and Mexican people didn't exist in the so-called time of Atlantis. Ain't this a
And I told niggas, I said, yo, and cats was trying to tell me, they was like, well, no, the reason why they didn't recast Black Panther is out of respect for Chadwick Boseman. I said, no, that's not why they didn't do it.
Facts.
I said, bro, do y'all not notice that by them not recasting T'Challa, they're basically telling you that your heroes can die.
But Steve Rogers can travel back in time, and he's Captain America, and he can fight everybody.
It's even worse than that, bro, because guess what? All of the other heroes are immortal, because if a character, look, when Christopher Reeves passed away, Superman didn't die.
Nope.
You feel me? They recast him. Same thing with Batman. They recast him. They
and
recast
Batman's a human
Batman.
with no powers. Ain't this a bit?
Exactly. And they recast Spider-Man. They continue, that hero becomes a symbol that's immortal. Meanwhile, Black Panther, because the actor passed away, he had to pass away in the movie too.
Wow. And this is and we talk about a universe where there's multiple realities, and they got whole TV shows about the multiverse and all of this. And you mean to tell me you couldn't go back in all the infinite universes and find T'Challa?
Nasty work, bro.
The craziness. But the Atlantis thing made me even madder than that. They made Atlantis look like a bunch of Mexicans.
Oh, bro, I didn't even watch that movie. I refused to watch it.
Hey, wait. But hold on. Going back to the superhero. So why was there a Superman, Spider-Man, Batman, and we could keep naming different superheroes, but why did they actually have to use the Black Panther? Like, and like, now think about Stan Lee and think about during the time that character came out. So why did they actually use the name Black Panther? Let's think about that.
Because of the 60s and the Black Panther Party.
So now we're talking about not being cast in a movie or the character dying off, but they literally took the attention off of a political, because remember, it was the Black Panther Party. They were supposed to be a political party, and we talk about the duality in American politics all the time, but now they shifted the focus from an actual political Black party to now us directly associating it with a superhero and or a comic book.
Yep. Even though at the same time, the Schuster, they hid your story inside the Black Panther story. It's a double-edged sword.
No, facts. It's a double entendre. Facts.
It's crazy work. But then my people will get up here and say, they not attacking us. You're crazy.
No, you want to know what's even worse? This is what's even worse. And nobody even peeped this shit. In the movie Black Panther, you had Killmonger, right? Which basically represented what you would consider FBA, right? And then you got T'Challa, which represents Africa, right? So you got cousins, right? And so they made Killmonger the villain, even though he had a legitimate claim, right? So T'Chaka took out his brother, right? Because his brother was trying to use vibranium to liberate Black people in America and wherever else they were struggling.
But he did it with try to help a white boy though. So
yeah, that part was goofy too. But
yeah, he did commit treason. But to your point, I see your point though still.
But the part where it gets goofy, right? Because keep in mind, Killmonger, he was kind of oblivious to that shit, right? So when Killmonger went back there, he had a gripe because of what happened to his father, but he challenged T'Challa legitimately and won legitimately. So he was the legitimate king, right? So here's the crazy thing that most people don't pay attention to. Killmonger wanted to use the damn vibranium weapons to liberate black people all over the globe, right?
Yep.
After Killmonger
Go
lost his
ahead. Tell us
life,
what T'Challa fucked up and did.
T'Challa he gave it to the
He
world
gave the keys
anyway.
to the whole world. Not Killmonger was going to give it to black people around the world.
Yeah, he gave it
T'Challa
to the
gave it
world.
to everybody. Why would you do that?
That
So
shit is
T'Challa was
nasty.
right when he checked his father in the afterlife, but then
Yeah,
turned around and gave it to everybody.
which was crazy.
I was with you, Ryan Coogler, until that moment right there.
Yep. Yep. That shit
It's
is
just
crazy.
it's inconceivable. Where are we right now?
Bruh. And the crazy thing is Black Panther was like, and this is the crazy thing, bro. They got other representations of Black Panther where Black Panther wasn't no joke. Like,
Not at all.
he didn't play none of that shit, bruh. Like, I remember they came out with this shit. It was a cartoon version. It was Marvel Knights, right? And his father, T'Chaka, was having a meeting with the United States government, whatever, right? And they wanted his vibranium, or they wanted some or whatever, right? And that dude told him, he said, well, King T'Chaka, he said, who told you you could use my name? He's like, I understand. He's like, I understand you're a little confused. A black man that you can't bribe with a plane full of guns, some gold, and some white women. Thank God, like, bro, he was talking cash shit in that damn cartoon. There was even one moment where Captain America showed up to the border of Wakanda, and Black Panther was there, and he told him, he's like,
Black
nah, bro,
Panther
you
beat his
can't come in.
ass.
He beat the shit out of he beat the shit out of
No, but they super serum that made Captain America is just a bootleg version of the heart-shaped bird.
yeah. Yeah. He
That's
said
it.
Static Shock was, somebody said Static Shock was fire. I still don't think they've really done any. I don't think, with maybe like the exception of like the first Blade movie, I don't think they've really done any black superheroes any real justice, in my
Nah,
opinion.
man, Blade saved Marvel. They ain't doing them no justice right now, so they threw that out the window.
Mm-hmm. Shit, save Marvel. If it wasn't for Blade, you wouldn't even have a superhero movie industry.
At all, it was dead.
Mm-hmm. Because Hollywood wasn't investing in, they didn't want to invest in those superhero movies and shit. Till they saw how popular Blade was.
Yeah, man. We know what it is, man. They
They
played
still
all these type games.
and they still haven't made a damn they still haven't made an Icon movie. Um they still haven't done Black Lightning any justice. That show was trash. Who else? Damn, I'm trying to think of who else. They don't really do them any justice, man. That
Man,
shit
they
is
do the
too
side
much.
characters like Death on Sandman.
You said what?
The character Death on the show series Sandman.
Mm-hmm.
They you know, a little side little role.
Mm-hmm.
Just crazy. Superman is he get his power from the sun, but white folks can't go in the sun. All this is crazy. What are we doing, man? Kyle L. Oh, he's L. Oh shit. He's God, my nigga. That's crazy.
I had to break down for niggas that Batman and the Joker is Papa Legba.
Ooh.
Niggas ain't even peeped that shit. I had to break it down to him and say, yo, that's the deity of order and chaos. They're one and the same. That's why Batman and Joker are always in that eternal struggle.
That's also Mufasa and Scar. That's also Sar and Set. He didn't Abel. You know, we can keep going. But yeah, Papa Legba, that's a good one.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is they put that character. I've seen that character so many times. They had that character in American Gods, but they didn't really give him that much screen time. Then you also had him in that Disney movie, The Princess and the Frog. But they made him a villain.
But they made him evil.
Yep. It made him a villain and shit.
Crazy. Like they do all, you know, they got the right version of it, but you know, us Africans, we was worshiping the devil. So you mean tell me we ain't know about the Christ before y'all? Stop playing with me.
Yeah, that's the goofy shit. Like the African deities is folklore, but you know,
but they little white angels they put in the Bible with the wings is cool, but the Isis and her sister Nebhat with the wings in the Egyptian text, they devils, they worshiping devils. Wait a minute. The contradictions galore.
And then and I tried to explain to everybody, I was like, yo, most of the superheroes are derived from those African deities. You got Batman and the Joker derived from Papa Legba. You got Spider-Man derived from Anansi. You got Thor derived from Shango. Who else?
Yeah. With Thor, you can equate Thor to Hercules, and you can equate Hercules to Heracles, which is Heru, the child, but and then Zeus is Amun-Ra, which goes also right coalesce with the Orishas, which you just mentioned. All there is just watered down, broke down renditions of our stuff that's been watered down for thousands of years, and they want to write it down and act like they taught us something new.
Oh, and that's the other thing they did too on Marvel. They had the Thor Love and Thunder where he went to see Zeus and shit, and they had all of the different deities, and I'm like,
where's the
black ones? Like they really think they be like, bro, they really be playing in our face,
playing in our face, bro. Just completely contradicted the whole creation story in the Black Panther movie. Straight crazy work. Somebody said Batman Beyond. I ain't watched Batman Beyond too much, but I heard it was good.
Yeah, it's decent. It's decent. It's straight.
Yeah, and I ain't see it. But even with the X-Men, it ain't even a lot of yeah, we'd be all day talking about that. So much foolery going on. Straight foolery. They funny, man.
Yeah, but I told you that's the reason why in that first conversation we had, that's the reason why I said that's the one thing I don't like. I don't like how historically they take things and commandeer it. and then make it something else than what it originally was.
Yes. That's like that Lilith point. Why wouldn't you just
Mm-hmm.
put her name? That's a proper noun. Why wouldn't you just put the name there? Why would you give the definition of what it could be so people cannot see that?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you do that? They did the same thing with Hagar when she called on God.
Mm-hmm. Trickery.
Yeah, straight trickery.
So let me ask you this, right? Because I haven't had a chance to dive into the book of Enoch, right?
Yeah.
So not to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but when when we're talking about when we're talking about like, okay, let me see how I can preface this. Did you ever watch back in the day, did you ever watch that cartoon Gargoyles?
Yes, indeed.
Cool. Then you're gonna know what I'm talking about, right? So when they're talking about the third kind or the fair folk, right? So you notice they talk about Oberon and Titalia and Puck. They're supposed to be from Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, and they also had them in the Sandman show too, right?
Man, you finna have me go back and watch Gargoyles. Oh shit.
Yeah. So my thing is this, because this is the connection that I drew. Those type of mythical beings, is the explanation of those beings the result of angels, fallen angels mating with human women?
Say that again.
Those beings, those mythical beings, is that supposed to be like a result of fallen angels mating with human women?
Which mythical beings?
uh all of those mythical creatures like the fair folk, mermaids, all of that shit.
Okay, yeah. This the thing with that, right? When you see in Genesis chapter 6,
Mm-hmm.
you see that what was hinted to slightly in Genesis chapter 6, but in the book of Enoch, it really go in, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Genesis chapter 6, it say the sons of God came down and saw that the women of men was fair and came unto them. So, when they knew someone or came unto them, that in that context, they talk about having sex. And
Mm-hmm.
they gave birth to mighty men, men of renown, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when they say they fall, that word there is nephal or nephilim for plural, meaning the angels that fell down.
Mm-hmm.
These beings fell down and had sex with daughters of men. So to even do
Mm-hmm.
that, you got to have similar genetics. They gave birth to these what later on Greeks and Latin Romans start calling demigods. Like Hercules would be a demigod because his mother was a human and his
Mm-hmm.
father was Zeus, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can play that same game with Jesus. In fact, you see Gabriel come to Mary and it says he came to her and knew her, right?
Mm-hmm.
That begs the question, where did he get his Y chromosome from? So my point of even mentioning Gabriel is this. Gabriel in Hebrew is just Jibril or Jibrael. So
Mm-hmm.
they got the name L on there. Jibber, it means mighty man. And that is the same word used in Genesis 6 for the men that were born from those angels copulating with daughters of men. Literally the same word. But they translated the meaning and it say they gave birth to men of renown, mighty men, men of renown. That same thing they did with Lilith. But if they would have put Gibber there, then we wouldn't even have this concept of what we call angels and demons. Angel just mean messenger.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, your mailman's an angel, but what do you mean by when you say something that's divine coming down as an angel? Well, clearly they talking about elves of the
Mm-hmm.
Elohim.
So yeah, that's the thing. The Book of Enoch just, it's a lot of things in that, man, in the Dead Sea Scrolls which is why they won't make it canon, because it disproved their narrative. They've been teaching since the Romans took over that what they call Christianity. It destroys the narrative. That's why they won't add it to canon. And they at that time they didn't see the future. They didn't think of that they will find more other Hebrew texts later on in the 20th century. So they won't add it to canon. That's why I was saying what I said about West Huff. Like, hold on, don't cherry pick the Dead Sea Scrolls, because then I would just simply ask you, why don't they add it to canon? Why don't they add the Ethiopian joint to canon? Why don't they add the Keber and the Guest to canon? What's going on? Shit, it's even more books in the Roman Catholic Church in their Bible than it is in the King James. So what is canon and what's not? You dictate what's canon? Or does God dictate what's canon? Why is it that the small hats mention Lilith, but y'all took that away from the masses? Because the small hats don't talk about this stuff in public. They know this stuff. And why is Rome so tied in with the small hats? You know, the small hats is the Pharisees in the New Testament. I know those of you who I say you are such and such, but are not. You see, it's the games they play. Then you see why they try to make the things that they actually plagiarized and took from and try to demonize it, but then hand you theirs and say, look, we're teaching you something. Slavery is okay because we taught you civilization in the Bible. Now people say you being extreme. Like one time you said we stuck in the 50s, but I know you know from our conversation just now that you know they on BS. So in Florida right now, they justify slavery by saying that it taught us valuable skills. But wait a minute, what skill did we learn during slavery that we didn't know already? See the bullshit?
Well, the thing is, there's, like I said the other day, there's certain conversations that I don't really get to have, because if I go into those conversations, a lot of times the cats that I'm conversing with, they're not really knowledgeable about it. So whenever they're not knowledgeable about something, they immediately dismiss it. So it's like it's a non-starter. So it's kind of pointless, you know.
Yeah. But for some reason I keep going and keep trying.
Let me jump in on that one right there, because politics is kind of like my wheelhouse, right? So when Ron DeSantis said that, and I'm not denying that he did say that, he wasn't saying that was well, first and foremost, he wasn't saying that slavery was a good thing or it was a justification or a provocation of slavery. But what he was saying, though, if you go back to the context of the question he was asked, but here's the funny thing. There's a Democratic organization, CLU, and another organization about 6 months prior, they put out a very similar statement, almost verbatim, and nobody blinked an eye. Like nobody said nothing. So it's almost like the rhetoric is almost dependent on who says it and when they say it. And I call it selective outrage. Because people, we care about a lot of these things, but a lot of times when it gets swept underneath the radar.
So you saying again, they playing that game of the Republican and Democrat and all that. To me, it's fuck both of them. But I feel where you coming from for sure.
Yeah, like definitely. So like right now, I don't know if you guys are versed on the current events, but there's an organization called the SPLC, and they've been historically known to fight and combat systemic racism, the KKK, various other white supremacist organizations, but it's just been ousted that they've been funding them to the tune of $3 million in money laundering and wire frauds and various things. They've literally been funding the KKK so much to the point where it's almost estimated that that whole Charlottesville event was actually staged and paid for by them, and they actually got documented proof via wire transfers to prove that neo-Nazis were paid to go do that.
Yeah, I was actually one of my subscribers actually donated to me tonight while I was doing my show and was telling me about that Democrat group that got caught, and was telling me that I was right, because I had said this a while ago. I said to everybody, I said, whenever you see situations like that, it's the Democrats staging certain situations because they want to push the narrative about the Republicans being racist. So, and they do it because of the usefulness of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it works. It works because the moment Republican gets in office, they're gonna push the narrative that they're ultra racist. You know what I'm saying? And
As if they not.
yeah, and that's the crazy, bro. Let me tell you something. The craziest thing in the world to me, right? I'm smart enough. Like people sit there and they look at my positions on politics, and they try to hit me with the, oh, you a coon, you a sellout. And it's like, no, I just know what game they're playing. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, you have to look at, if you're choosing between two sides, if you know that there's two sides that's going up against each other, because let's be real, an independent getting into offices, that's not going to happen, right? So you got these two different sides trying to get into office, right? And what you have to do is you have to look at which side that you think benefits you the most. It's not that either of those sides are going to be perfect, because power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So you just have to try to be like, okay, well, I'll go with this side because I can benefit from this point or this aspect. You feel me? But niggas look at me like, niggas treat me like if I pick a side, then that's my religion. You feel what I'm saying? Like, oh, you believe that this person and this, that, and third, and it's like, nah, bro, it's not
They don't
that.
know enough about your position. They just hear the politics and get triggered emotionally because the Democrats play on our emotions. The
Yeah,
Republicans just tell you in your face what it is. The Democrats,
exactly.
to me, is more devilish because they're beguiling. They come to you like, "Hi, how are you?"
Yeah,
Then
and
behind your
see,
back, they be chilling with the Republicans. Like,
yeah, and see, the thing is, like, it's not that, because everybody looks at everything simply through the lens of race. And my thing is, you're not supposed to dismiss race. That is a factor, right? But
mhm.
it's not the only factor.
No, not at
You
all.
know what I'm saying? It's not the only factor, right? So you have games within games, and you have strategies within strategies. And so anytime somebody looks at, in my opinion, when they look at the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, and they think about it simply from the position of, oh, it's just a bunch of powerful people that's racist and blah, blah, blah. To me, that's short-sighted, because it's it goes much deeper than that, right? And when it comes to like cats that hit me with, Trump is racist. And it's like, look, I don't know for a fact whether he is or he isn't. But I do know this. I do know that he's the first president to really get treated like a nigga. I do know that. I do know they've never crossed the line that they crossed with him with other presidents. And I find that to be extremely interesting. So you're willing to tear down the sanctity of the office of the presidency, this thing that you have constructed, this thing that you believe in, that you've never done before, really. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so what did he do, or what did he claim he's gonna do that made you want to cross that line? That's what I want to know, right?
Yeah.
Because they've never done it before. They've never done that before.
Then what our people would like to know.
Well, see, Aaron, man, you said some interesting points, right? You first said looking at the political candidates and seeing who's going to benefit your life the most. And a lot of people, they don't want to do that right there. They care enough to know enough about the economy, about, different things that are going on in the community, various legislation that's being pushed, and I always say local elections are more important than national elections. But when we start
Absolutely.
having these conversations, it gets very polarized. And then the further thing that you just said is, I'm not a pawn of the political party. I'm looking at who's going to benefit me the most. And I don't mind jumping ship. It's not like a gang. Like once I become, a Democrat or a Republican, I don't have to stay that for life. You know what I mean? And I think they look at it from that perspective. So it's a very tribalistic perspective on politics. So then when you're speaking to someone saying, hey, you know what? I could agree with some Republicans here. I could agree with some Democrats here. I think right now, in the lens of where we are, me specifically, personally, I think that, and I'm in California, so we got too much Democratic legislation pushing too much of the alphabet, legislation in too many different areas. I do federal contracting work. DEI killed us. You know what I mean? Like, so just so much stuff that I was doing, like I lost my ass with DEI. Just, I don't even want to go into all of that, but just, I understand your perspective. And as a Black man, when you try to articulate these perspectives to our people, it's like it just goes in one ear and out the other. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to have this conversation. It's like, no, you have to be this way. And if you're saying anything other than what we've been told by whomever, we don't even want to bring the small hats into this, but it's just like any narrative that goes against the mainstream, that butts against the mainstream narrative, we're looked at, we're called all kind of names. It's so crazy. And it's like, why can't you sit down, have the conversation about what is going to benefit you or what's not going to benefit you and your family? And it's so crazy that we can't do that in today's day and age.
Yeah, because I view it like this personally. Whenever they say, "Oh well, they're both corrupt and they both do this and they both do that," and my response to that is, better the devil you know than the one that you don't. That's how I look at it, because I can't. I know too much about. I know too much about the concept of power and the way men, if you look at history and you look at the way men wield power, you look at the way men strategize and the way men operate, it kind of makes you less naive to certain shit, because you have people out here that they'll believe that, especially with the Democrats, they'll believe that the Democrats have some sort of altruistic purpose or whatever. It's like, oh, we want to do this because of this reason and
Shit
blah blah
ever is
blah.
to think the Democrats is altruistic.
Yeah, and it's goofy. Like it's goofy to think that any of them are altruistic. It's everybody has their agenda, and they have their agenda for whatever reasons, and they're gonna push their agenda. Because when I sit back and look at it, even with the Republicans, right? Like there's a lot of issues I have with certain things that they've been doing and the way they've been operating. And it's annoying because I'm smart enough to know why it's going on, because you can't look at it without seeing the okey doke. You feel me? Because it's like you're looking at it and you're like, okay, all right, look, we get it. Like we know what's going on. And that's what really pisses me off, because I've said it on my show numerous times. I'm like, okay, y'all are saying that this group that this individual was corrupt and this individual did this and this individual did that, but I don't see nobody getting arrested. You feel me? I don't see nobody getting indicted. And in the moment that I'm looking at that, I'm like, okay, so y'all really want to play in everybody's face.
Yeah, they are playing, man. And I agree with the point. Better the devil you know than the one you don't. Truthfully, we should know them. We should know them both by now. And how
Well,
my
I
people
thought I
win
knew.
towards.
Well, I thought I knew. If we're being totally honest, I thought I knew the Democrat Party, but the shit I seen them do as of late, I'm like, y'all.
You wouldn't think they'll pull that.
Nah,
They
not
caught you
that
by
level.
surprise.
Like, not that level of because back in the day, they did a lot of goofy shit. But now the shit they do is like right out of Behold the Pale Horse. Like the shit they do now is, bruh, the shit they do now is like, damn, y'all really on some Satanist shit. You feel me? Like, cause
he said they know William Cooper.
Bro, the way they like, cause there's a difference between being corrupt and trying to usher in the Antichrist. Like, bro, it's certain shit that I seen them do recently, and it's like most people don't pay no attention to it, but because of a lot of the stuff that I've studied and read when it comes to symbolism and all and rituals and all of these things, I'm sitting back looking at the shit like, wow, y'all really on that type of time? Like, bro, it's crazy. I know you saw the Olympics.
I didn't watch all of it. I only seen the basketball game.
Bro, they had them Olympics that they had. Bro, they had a mock Last Supper. And in the Last Supper, the people that were at the table were, they were transactions. Let's just put it that way.
It was alphabet soup, and I ain't talking Campbell's.
Yeah, it was, bro. It was outrageous. There's even one point in the Olympics, they literally had a dude riding on a pale horse. I was like, yo, these niggas is crazy. And I was like, yeah, like I said, I thought I knew what type of time they was on, but the type of shit they've been doing lately, bro, it's been some next level shit.
Yeah, bro, I'm not surprised by them or the Republicans. I think they both just doing the Dixie switch again on us. And they both are in cahoots with their same pale horse ideology. And it's that one world order thing going on.
Harwin, you know that was a big myth, right? The big switch, the Dixie switch. You know that was a big myth, right?
I think all of it is a myth. They all playing in our face. So when the alleged Republicans became Democrats and the Democrats became Republicans and all that, the thing is this: we do not live in a democracy in the first place. We live in a republic. They're not the same.
Yeah, well,
so the fact that a democratic, they want to convince us that we live in a democratic republic, and that's nonsense. The word democracy is nowhere in the Constitution.
No, you're right in that. But here's the funny part, right? Here's the funny part. A democratic or a democratic process has nothing to do with democracy. So when we break the words down and understand what they are, I know they sound very synonymous or interchangeable, but they're really not. They so when we break down what the democratic process is, that means free, fair, elections. We break down rules, we understand what the rules are, and we don't infringe upon those rules. Now when you look at what democracy is, that's almost the actual opposite of it. It's almost what we have here in California or what's going on in New York. That's when you have similar to a constitutional republic, but you have elected officials and everybody doesn't get a say. So then they say, oh, well, you're a felon, so you can't vote. Oh, well, this thing here, so now you can't vote. Red flag law. So then they start excluding people from society. So now when we've elected these delegates, well, these delegates don't actually reflect everyone because everyone doesn't have a vote in a democracy. But it has nothing to do with a democratic process, though.
I feel that, but here's the thing, right? If we were democratic, what would be the need of an electoral college based upon the populations of each state and these people that affect the electoral college decisions are big companies?
Oh no, I agree with you on that. We definitely got to get lobbyists
That's
out
what I'm
of
saying.
it.
It's not
Definitely.
democracy or democratic. They disguise it as that, as a democratic. Sure, I'm with that. But at the root of it, stop it.
I mean, so are you saying it's more like an oligarch then? Is more of anything?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all a game.
I mean,
Some reason why these people
I'm
are,
not
you
going
know
to
what I'm saying?
disagree with you in that one, right? I'm not going to disagree with you in that. But at the same token, so let's say it's a game, because here's the interesting concept of it. So, let's look at the chessboard. So we're going to say that there's a black side and a white side. So you have player A and player B. And so they're not both on the same team. They can be friends, they can be cordial, maybe they don't hate each other after the game, but we can't simply say that, they're not, Bobby Fischer, they're not playing themselves, you know what I mean? So even though it is a game, somebody is actually trying to win the objective.
Right, but the other person on the side of the chessboard would be us, and we not playing.
No. We're pawns on the game. You know what I mean? We're pawns on the game. I mean, we're being pieces that are moved around, and that's why propaganda exists. That's why the various
Right.
mechanisms exist to make the various pieces go to work. Drive in traffic. Break up your circadian rhythm. That's why all these different things exist, because they're manipulating our moves. You can only move in a diagonal line. You can only do it, so forth and so on. So we're the actual pieces on the game, on the game board. But now here's another concept. You have the players, but now you actually have somebody, because I don't know if you've been to New York City or different parks where they play chess out in the open. So you got the players playing
Never
the
been
game,
to
you
New
got
York
the
City,
pieces
but
on
I
the
love
board,
fresh.
but then you got observers watching this game, right? And you might even have somebody in that player's ear telling him what moves to make. And so I think that's what we need to be more concerned about.
I like the analogy. Let's stick to it. I would say that the masses of us would be the pieces, and those who they would consider the extreme, what's the word we can use, revolutionary, if you will, those would be the player, another player. And there are multiple players. We know in chess you only have two players, but I know there's multiple players. But I like the analogy of chess you use, so that's why I'm sticking to that. You play chess, by the way?
Yeah, I do. I haven't played in a while, but yeah, I used to play a lot when I was younger.
You heard of that dude Magnus?
No, I don't think I'm familiar with him.
Well, he's the new of this time period. The new guy supposed to be the king of chess or whatever.
I had to look into him. Yeah, man, I'm gonna keep it real. Look, honestly, I'm kind of like in a little bubble right here where I'm at. I got a little property out here in the middle of nowhere in the desert of California. I'm raising hogs, and you know what I mean. If it's
Man,
not
I'm
for
trying to
like,
get like you, man.
hey, you know what? I look, with everything, take the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? So it's a lot of work. Pigs, they stink. You know what I
Man,
mean?
I don't
But
want pigs. I want a bunch of pit bulls, couple horses.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe an alpaca.
Well, I'll say this: we got the llamas, no pun intended. But no, but but for real, horses, equestrianism here in California. I mean, it's somewhat profitable, but you got to think like if you're going to get into like agriculture, husbandry, or different things like that, you got to get a profitable animal because I mean, it's just a lot of money, bro. I mean, once you get into it, I mean.
Oh yeah, I
It's
got
a
you.
lot of money, bro. Like I promise you, they eat, they drink, then the medical bills, and then hopefully you do a lot yourself. So, but I use pigs because it's just profitable, honestly.
Sound like something I need to get into because this is the third time I done heard about the profit of these pigs. I'm a vegan, but where the money at though?
No, look, bro, definitely look during the I ain't gonna say that, the whole thing when everybody was supposed to be getting the jab. I didn't get the jab, but I did buy a lot of stock in pharmaceutical companies. Like I knew I wasn't gonna get it. I told my friends and family don't get it, but I knew a lot of people would and they did. So I still invested in pharmaceutical companies.
I got you. I got you. I want to go hog hunting with my game dogs. You know the wild hogs they be having issues with in through America.
Oh yeah, man. Look, I had a Presa Canario. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. They're basically like a more athletic
Absolutely,
version of a
it's
cane
massive.
corso. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
it's a
master
massive.
breed. Yeah, more athletic version of a cane corso. So I had him, and I had a Eastern working German Shepherd. And man, when I say rounding hogs up, and we, man, it's a fun thing. Like I don't even like talking about it because a lot of people they're like, oh my god, the animals, PETA people, and all that bullshit. But nah,
Man, these
it's
dogs is made
fun.
to work, man.
It's sport, you know what I mean? It's good. The dogs love it. It's a good time, you know what I mean? And then you're helping out farmers and different people because the pigs are very intrusive on property. They destroy so much. A
They're
lot of people don't realize
destroying.
that.
They're evasive. They're super evasive. They're destroying. They're destroying land, man. They're destroying ecosystems. So,
Yeah,
hey,
the
but
wild
you got a German
hogs, and
Shepherd
then we
from the
got a
east. Them
super
German
packs of
Shepherds ain't
coyotes that
man.
roam out here too. So between the wild hogs and coyotes, bro, man, if you're like out here in the sticks, man, you gotta have, you gotta have them sticks, and you gotta have a few packs of dogs. Seriously.
On the real. That's why I keep game dogs, man. On top of
Oh
that, I'm a
yeah,
dog.
Harvin, we definitely gonna have to link, man. I'm gonna drop my info on the back channel for you, man. We definitely gonna have to link because I love breeding dogs, bro. I love animals, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm out here in the boonies, so you know what I mean. Animals is, what we use to work and do what we do out here.
Oh yeah, man. You secluded. I'm secluded within my little area in the Chicagoland area, man. Right in my mind. All I mess with is my dogs and my daughter, bro. I don't deal with these people. They be blowing me. Even though I love my people, I need my peace of mind. So my peace of mind is like right now. I'm sitting here talking to y'all in my garage open, looking in my backyard and my gate, man, inside my gate. I love nature and animals, bro.
No, that's a blessing. That's a blessing. But you know what? Y'all know it's always 420 in California, but it's almost my bedtime, man. I appreciate talking with y'all, man. Y'all man, appreciate positive brothers doing their thing, keeping conversations progressing. Trey went to sleep, but angry man, I appreciate it. You came up with the smoke, but as men do, we hash it out. No ad hominems. Nobody hates each other. Nobody want to kill each other, and we found a common ground for now. So I'm not going to give you the full concession, but I'll still accept it for right now. So I appreciate you, angry man. I appreciate you, Harwin. Man, y'all have a blessed one, and man, I see y'all on the other side.
All right, brother, drop your math, man. Hey, angry man, I'm gonna head up out of here too, man. Angry man went to sleep too.
Yeah, he might have dipped out. Either he went to sleep or he probably on his other channel. He do real content for real. So he be,
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, hey, Harwin, I don't know if you be on X, but if you on X, bro, same name on X, the Chusta, _Chusta. I'm on X, bro. Hit me. That's mainly where I be, and then we could link from there. We'll drop the info and cause I want to see what kind of dogs you got, bro. I'm interested.
Game dogs, American Pit Bull Terriers.
Oh, that's what's up. You're gonna like some of the ones I got. I got 2 American Pit Bull Terriers. You're gonna like it, man, for sure. So look,
Oh, snap! Before you go, what bloodline?
so I got one that's from I think it's Giagi or Giagi, and then my other one is from Lemon Drop.
Okay. Okay then. For sure. I don't have a Twitter, but I gotta make one, man.
Okay, man. Hey, just like how we doing conversations right here, we on X, we doing conversations over there. We chasing the bag, you know what I mean? It's the same thing over there, but giving us more freedom to monetize and not so much restrictions, like it's hard for me to really, say what I want to say because I know, we on Trey's channel and YouTube will strike you for a lot of stuff. So I'm just cautious. But on X, it's all fair. All's fair in love and war. So that's what I love about X. No restriction on your speech. We can say what we want to say, how we want to say it. So if I said I don't like, a bundle of sticks for firewood, hopefully you catch that drift, or what used to be a cigarette in Britain. You know what I mean? Like if I said that, you know what I mean? Like nobody would get upset. The channel's not going to get taken down. I wouldn't lose my monetization for saying something like that. So, you know what I mean? Like, so man, you got to get you an X, bro. Got to get it.
For sure. I even got to get everything up and running, man. I'm only on here because another brother by the name of Doc, he really got me on the last few months, man. So I'll get on it.
Hey, but you be cooking though, Harvin. You got some knowledge. You got some knowledge though, bro. I give you that for real. A lot of people get on this internet and they get to start talking about high level conversations and different things like that. And I give you that. Not too many people can go from Marvel characters to superposition or to wave particle theory. You know what I mean? So my hat is off to you, sir, for sure.
Oh, hats off to you too, brother. It take one to know one. Appreciate it.
All right, fam. I'm about to dip up out of here, man. Hopefully Trey wakes up. You know what? I'm gonna try to call him. And,
oh, you say you got his number? Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to call him that way because I know Angry Man probably sleep or he off on the other side. You dip off, I dip off. I'm gonna let him know to end it. So there ain't no super chats or nothing, is there? I don't know if he had any more super chats or nothing.
I don't know. I don't see any. I don't know.
Okay. No, the last one, I think he read them all. Yeah, like he read. Well, just in case he didn't, you know what? I can't pull him up though, so it doesn't make any sense, huh?
Well, you can. Sometimes when people don't.
All right. And Harwin dipped out on us, ladies and gentlemen. And damn, he's not gonna be able to come back up because Trey is sleeping. And so, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the show, everybody, for pulling up. Make sure you like the stream, like the show on your way out of here. We appreciate it again. Make sure you subscribe to Trey the Teller, subscribe to Angry Man, subscribe to myself, the Chusta. Like you heard me telling Harwin, I'm mainly on X. I don't know if Trey read any of these super chats, so I can't pull them up. But just on my end, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just do it real quick. So we had OJ J Speed. He sent a $2 super chat. He said, "Speaking for God or should be living for God, both." We had I Am Queen Tori. She said, "Let's go." All right, appreciate you. We had Michael can't see your name. Michael Garner. It said start of a good show. That was an old one. I'm pretty sure Trey got to that. Appreciate you, Michael, for dropping that $20 ball on us. And then Michael Gardner again, he said the devil works in many ways. You are right, he does. So appreciate you for that $2 super chat. Again, we appreciate everybody for tuning in. Again, make sure you guys tune in. Trey does it pretty much every day at I want to say 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, different things of that nature. And again, appreciate all the people for tuning in. Like the channel. We can't implore you guys to do that enough, right? So we really appreciate the people who supported the stream by making a financial contribution. We know you didn't have to do it, especially in today's day and age with high gas prices, things of that. So we really appreciate your support monetarily. The people who are just watching, we appreciate it. We understand if you don't got it to give. But like the pastor said, since you are here, guess what you're going to do? Just like the stream, share the stream. It does a whole bunch for us. You know what I mean? For the algorithm, for Trey's channel, just by liking the stream, sharing the stream, and dropping your comments. So again, I am the Chusta. This is Trey, the truth teller. We didn't get through the end of this video, so we'll probably do another segment. This will be part 3 to the video. And I appreciate Angry Man for pulling up and everybody else for pulling up. All right, everybody, I am out of here. Peace.